Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright round yon virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace. In peace. Silent night, holy night, shepherds quake at the sight, choirs of angels wreathe the skies, voices singing, the Lord is nigh. Go and worship the King, the King. Go and worship the King. Silent night, holy night, Son of God, love's pure light, born this night in humble stone, a child to save us all, born that man might be free. Oh, set us free. Prince of
thread in the tapestry, though its color brightly shine,
can never see its purpose in the pattern of the grand design. And the stone that sits at the very top of the mountain's mighty face, does it think it's more important than the stones that form the base? So how can you see what your life is worth or where your value lies? You can never see through the eyes of man. You must look at your life. Look at your life through heaven's eyes. Of gold in the desert sand is less than a cool fresh spring, and to one lost sheep a shepherd's boy is greater than the richest king. If a man lose everything he owns, has he truly lost his worth, or is it the beginning of a new and brighter birth? So how do you measure the worth of a man in wealth or strength or size, in how much he gained or how much he gave? The answer will come. The answer will come to him who tries to look at his life through heaven's eyes. And that's why we share what we have with you, though there's little to be found. When all you have is nothing, there's a lot to go around. Life can escape being blown about by the winds of change and chance. And though you'll never know all the steps, you must learn to join the dance. You must learn to join the dance. So lie, 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 lie.
Lovely imps, how are you doing today? Delance, Uncle Gumball, Fortnite, Little Morphine, Annie, Jessica Metal, NaomiChance, Mati Tahu, Jessica Metal, Lightraize, Girl with a Guitar, Uncle Gumbald, Agent Mad Hat, Gay Fesh, Mycena, Trans Girl, Jade, VCCTV, Ada Stardust, Winbee, Danny Fallen, Bluestone, Paige, Punk Corpse. Did I mess up your name? Mati Tiahu. Am I playing Lego Fortnite? Yes, I will be playing Lego Fortnite tonight. Dr. Sick, Furcifer, Periwinkle, Zucchina, Howlsore, Delance, Intern. Intern says, it's my first DemonMama stream. Everybody welcome Intern to the first DemonMama stream ever. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful time. From the YouTube chat, we have Zup9, Leith, Arlo, Glitchy, Levi Matthews, I'm not a cat, but you look like a cat, Leanne Scott, Ulersoth, Tori Cassiatori, the Shy Doomer, the Vegan Ranker, Leith, Red Carp, Arlo. Already said two of you already, but it's okay. Marina, Xander Zombie, Just Call Me Jay, Scott K, Whiskerfish, Ron's KFC, Prancing Goldfish, Ricky Witch, Squeaky Tower, Screechy Tire. Why did I say Squeaky Tower? I really messed that one up. Lies, all lies. Silver, GameCube, Snoogan11, Cookie, the one and only Signal Knight producer. That's right. Alora, Anaphis. Nasty Redacted, Lovely Promise, XVY Abo, Agent Mad Hat, Ada Stardust. Now tonight is a special, special night. A very, 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 very special night. Tonight is a signal night. Now, if you don't know what a signal night is our community's special version. It's like a beefed up, juiced up, jacked up, bricked up community call-in night. It's amazing. It means you can call in and you can talk to me. You can argue with me. You can ask me questions. You can tell me an interesting story. You can just chit-chat if you want to. That is what these are for. Nights like tonight are designed to build up the strength of our community by letting your voice be heard in however you want it to be heard, within reason, obviously. Don't get me in any trouble, okay? Seriously. Obviously, there's rules. What do you think we are? Huh? Anyway, they are very fun, and not only are they a night where you get to talk to me, but you all will get to talk to each other, and other people in this community will get to become familiar with you and who you are, my lovely, lovely imps. I would love to call in, but I do not need more drama. I don't want to get banned. Is that because you're going to break a community rule? By the way, if you are here, please, please make sure that you press the like button. Please make sure you press the like button. Now, we have a special system, so I want you all to listen very, very close, okay? Alora and our signal techs, Hellish Trans Girl and Jessica Metal, have worked very, very, very hard to make sure that we have a very smooth system, a system which was invented and put into practice by Alora Anafis. Now, it's very simple. If you want to get in, you need to just type in Caller's Guide, !Caller's Guide in the website chat, okay? And 2, you need to be in the Discord. All of our call-ins are handled through Discord. It's the only way we can really do it at the moment. So I'm sorry, we don't take phone calls. We don't do telegrams or telegraphs. We don't do call-ins via what is that thing called where they come to your house and they sing a song, they sing a message. We don't do that. So you can either type in sign up, !sign up, or !Caller's Guide in chat, and then you can click the links. The Caller's Guide will tell you everything you need to know. Now, our call-in windows are short, which means you need to use the Caller's Guide so that you can go into the Discord and make sure that you're notified when we're beginning to take new callers. I am only one person, so I can only talk to so many people. But we have designed this system to make sure that you're not sitting in a waiting room all night, that you're not waiting in line, that you can come in and have a reasonable chance to get in, etc. A candygram. There you go. Smoke signal, yodeling, no. Discord only. I'm so sorry. Okay? Unfortunately, the Caller's Guide command does not work on YouTube. However, we will continue to post the Caller's Guide, okay? We will continue to post the Caller's Guide throughout the night. Boop, boop. There's the link. I'll try to make sure that I remember to post it over there. And if anybody else remembers it, if we have any mods who'd be willing to pop over there and drop it every once in a while, that would be great. It's just a little bit difficult because running chatbots in YouTube has proven to be a difficulty, okay? Call-in signups are open at the moment, last I checked. They open the moment we start the stream. They will close. But just because signups are closed does not mean you can't get in for the night, okay? I will do an announcement when we are wrapping up for the night. This is going to be about a 6-hour stream because I have to be respectful to everyone's energy. So we're going to be going for about 6 hours. We're going to take as many call-ins as we can, okay? Call-ins are going to be about 20 minutes each. And the only exception to that rule will be if you blow my mind with information that is so groundbreaking that I need to know more, okay? So, yeah. Only 6. Yeah, okay, listen. I'm going to be clocking in to do live performance, talking to people in a completely dynamic setting with my entire team for an amount of time that is equivalent to about a standard a standard shift that you would work at any other job. So don't give me any shit about it, all right? Listen, 6 hours is a lot, okay? 20 minutes is a generous time. Yes, it is. We try to, I know that 20 minutes can, for some people, seem like a short amount of time, but we try to be as generous as possible while still being reasonable, okay? And yes, we have a 2-strike rule in place for the waiting room. Please, okay? Please do not just jump into the waiting room, okay? Follow the caller's guide with exclamation caller's guide. If you're in YouTube chat, there's the link to the caller's guide. I'm spamming the link to the caller's guide. Please follow the caller's guide. You will have a 2-strike rule. If you go into the waiting room and you make a mistake, it's, you know, we'll forgive you. But if we see it happen again, you'll be off the list for the night. The reason being is we've had people fucking trolling in there, and I don't want that to happen. It's annoying and mean and rude, and we're being nice, okay? I don't know how many people are lined up. I don't keep track of that. The reason why I don't keep track of that is so that I can focus on the conversations. However, tonight, we will be taken care of by... Oh my god, no, my character woke up in Fortnite. We will be taken care of by our lovely, and wonderful, and brave, and strong Signal Night producer, Alora, and our Signal Night techs, Hellish Trans Girl, and Jessica Metal. So everybody, make sure that you give lots and lots of thanks to Hellish Trans Girl, Alora, and Jessica Metal, who are going to be working very, very, very hard for all of you, okay? And of course, a portion of tonight's donations will be going to our wonderful producer. That's a crazy cool outfit. Is it based off of something? No, it's just a unique and beautiful dress that I found online that I really liked, and so I purchased it. But I think it's extravagant, and it makes me feel wonderful and powerful, which I am. Cherry says, DemonMama W, Cherry W, okay? Cherry W, that's what I have to say. I have to say a Cherry W. That's all I have to say. I'm happy to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Now, of course, the call-ins will begin in a little bit less than an hour. I'm going to be warming up my voice for a little bit by talking about some stuff, some various sundries. Yeah. Catherine Blue with the unbelievably generous $13.99 super chat. My goodness. Catherine Blue says, I've watched your content for 2 to 3 years. I think you're very bright and funny. I recently used my first super chat and they didn't even bother reading it. I should have given it to you. So here's my second super chat. Fuck it. It's your first super chat as far as I'm concerned. Catherine Blue, thank you for the honor of giving me your first super chat ever. As far as I'm concerned, that's the real deal. So thank you. My goodness, it's an honor. Thank you so much for being a long-time imp, and I deeply appreciate your willingness to support the show. Tonight's show, like I said, 100% viewer supported, and a portion of all of tonight's donations will be going to our wonderful producer. Nevy 9012 asks, what did you think of the endings for Armored Core 6 if you got the 3 routes? I did not finish all 3 routes. I'm actually still halfway through the second route. So far, I've really been having a good time with it, but I haven't finished it yet, so I have to get back to that. I didn't finish the second and third routes. I really liked Armored Core, though. Yeah. Don't worry. Oh, nobody ever has to feel bad. Nobody ever has to feel bad about not being able to donate, okay? It is a viewer-supported show, which means the world to me, but I make it free for a reason. I don't want you to have to pay to watch my show. If you have the money, if you feel like you want to give me a tip, which I deeply appreciate, that's great, but you never have to feel bad about not being able to pay for my show. My show is and will always be free. There will never be a paywall on my show. I did the good dog route, my first route through, which is where I listened to Handler Walter the entire way through, including the ending. It's a bit of a sad ending, but I don't know if there's a happy ending at all in Armored Core. I was the good puppy. I listened to my owner. All imps deserve to heed the signal regardless of resources or finances. That is true. All imps should hear the signal. Yeah, it's very sad. It's a very sad ending, but it's also kind of wild. Wow, we've already received enough. Okay, so the first wave of signups are closed. Remember, one more time, just for those who weren't listening. Just because signups are closed doesn't mean you can't get in for the night. Signups close and open as we get through the line. So follow the caller's guide. One more time, caller's guide is linked. Caller's guide is in the YouTube chat, and of course, exclamation caller's guide is on the website, okay? That will teach you what you need to do to become a caller. Obviously, people are figuring it out though. Mauricio Fuentes with the $5. Hey, DemonMama, big fan here. I love listening to your streams during my long work shifts. That is such a blessed message to receive. Thank you for supporting the show. Mauricio Fuentes literally means the world to me. And also, I genuinely love hearing from people that they listen to my shows while they work, because that's what I used to do when I worked a different job. And I love that I'm able to make stuff that makes that easier. Because God knows I've had some very boring shifts with no content to listen to, and that is, whew. Killjoy 40K says, DemonMama, my wife is now cancer-free. She made it home from the hospital and is doing great and is very happy now. She likes your horns and fuck cancer. Holy shit, Killjoy, that is amazing, amazing news. Tell your wife that all of my joy goes directly to her. Oh my God, that is so wonderful. Congratulations to you and your wife. That is absolutely breathtakingly wonderful. Incredible. Absolutely wonderful to hear. Wow. It's debatable. You're not really a hero or a villain in AC1. You're just a nameless merc. Yeah, I mean, I think all of the endings of AC, well, at least the first ending is pretty morally ambiguous. On one hand, you are reviled by a lot of people because you do take bad actions, but yeah. But you also are hopefully making a choice that will prevent future bloodshed. I just don't know. You know, I don't think there's any single right answer. You take bad actions in all of them. Gayfesh says, hey, DemonMama, have you seen Invincible Season 2 yet, Pepe? Oh my goodness. Yes, I have. Invincible Season 2 is, whoo! Oh, it's wonderful. Oh, I had a great time watching Invincible Season 2. It's not over yet. Obviously, there's still more episodes to come, but the first 4 episodes were, oh, they were so good. Oh, they were great. I'm so happy that Invincible's back. It's a real trip. Love it. Just absolutely love that show. Invincible has been a series. Invincible was a comic before it was a TV show, and the comic has been running for a really long time. Like, there's a ton of stuff for it to go through. Lies, all lies with the $10 says, I'm halfway through Naomi Klein's new book, Doppelganger. I also recently watched 2 A24 things, The Curse, a TV series, and Dream Scenario film. The 3 all go so well together, and I recommend them all. I don't know if I've read anything by Naomi Klein. That sounds really fascinating. Thank you for those recommendations, and thank you for supporting the show. Lies, all lies. I deeply appreciate your incredibly generous super chat. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably gonna read the comic once I'm done with Berserk. I've been on a bit of a reading hiatus for the last, like, week or two. Which is bad. I gotta get back into it. What would you have in 30 years, imps? We'd still have you, DemonMama. True! Well, I don't know. I hope I'll still be streaming in 30 years. And to be fair, hopefully my channel will be archived for a very long time, even if I don't make it another 30 years. You never know. Things could get wild in the coming years. You never fucking know. But you know that I am the foremost believer in rule number 1. So if anybody wants to take me down, they're gonna have to try very, very hard. My will to survive is incredibly high. I wonder what type of, I wonder what character from Invincible I would be. What character do you guys think I am? And you can't just say Damien Darkblood just because Damien Darkblood is also a demon. That's cheat. That's just racism. I haven't seen that yet, Swamp Hag, but I've heard good things about it. I'm not the elephant! I have played Ace Combat, but it wasn't really my thing. My ex used to be really into Ace Combat, and I used to watch her play it, but it was never really my thing. Maybe Jessica Metal. That could be. Some people are saying Adam Eve. Maybe. Though Adam Eve is I think Doe is more like Adam Eve. Transgirl Lily says, not because of demon racism, but I would actually say that you're Damien Darkblood based off of him being an investigator, and DemonMama is my favorite investigative stream. That's fair. That's a good argument. Mauler. Listen, I'm only Mauler when it's time to go to war, okay? Then I'm like, I'm the burnt one that gets poisoned by the clone. Oh my god, I love it so much. The Mauler twins storyline in this season is just so good. Which one of you among the critters would be the clone? There isn't a clone. Obviously, I'm the original, and I made sure there's no other clone. No, I'm just kidding. Are we getting any DemonMama tonight? No, this is a call-in stream. We're all only doing call-in streams tonight. Mother Meerset renewing membership for the 32nd month in a row. Oh my god! Mother Meerset, oh my god! Thank you so much. That's incredible. Beautiful, actually. Damn, the call-in stream announcement is actually doing the announcement on Twitter is actually doing pretty good, all things considered. Usually they don't. DemonMama is Billy Butcher from the boys. Vosh is definitely Omni-Man. I don't feel like I know Omni-Man. Like I don't even think that like the worst villain of my life is quite as bad as Omni-Man. I guess there are people I know who would have been Omni-Man if they had the power to be Omni-Man. Gayfesh says, I think I'm probably the gay best friend. I think that fits. I think that fits really well. Also, that character's great. Mistress Lynn says, DemonMama, what advice do you have to give about keeping the negativity of just everything out and trying to foster positivity instead? Like what things are rules or whatever in your life for trying to follow that? Okay, so I am not the type of person who like constantly is like, just, you know, positive vibes, always be positive. But what I will say is that there is beauty hidden everywhere in the world. Literally everywhere. In the most horrible and nightmarish places you can imagine, there is beauty hidden there somewhere. And I make it a personal challenge to try and find that. To try and find what good I can find even in the most hopeless situations and hopefully to make that good grow. And so I've talked about this before on stream. This is something that, that was like, I guess it kind of inspired the rule number 1, do not die. But there was a point in my life in 2019 where I was feeling basically the worst that I'd ever really felt, where I was feeling the most hopeless that I ever felt. And during that time, I found myself trying to think about the worst possible situations I could imagine. And while I was thinking about that, I kept realizing that there were things that I would be able to do even in the most horrible situation that I could imagine. Like, for example, one thing that I have always been, you know, quite afraid of, or I guess that bothers me, is the idea of like solitary confinement, which is torture, by the way. But I remember thinking about what I would do if I had been locked in like a horrible prison, and how I would ever be able to cope with being locked in something like solitary confinement. And I don't know if I could, but when I was thinking about it, I kept remembering that, like, even if I completely lost my mind in that situation, I could scratch the walls, I could spit at people, I could retreat into a mental world. There are things I could do, that it is, until you are dead, there is never, like, you always have something, even if it's tiny, there's always something you can do. You have some way to exert agency in the world. And I found that to be kind of beautiful in a weird way. And it inspired me to take on the do not die. It evolved later on into the do not die 1 rule thing. Was just thinking about, like, wow, like, yeah, until it's over, it's really not over. Until you are fucking done and gone. And even then, you could argue it might not even really be over, because I don't know how you think about, like, continuity of self. Depending on how you define self, you know, you return into the earth and you become a part of the rest of the world. Even though you don't have a conscious self anymore, what you were continues on into the world. And yeah, I don't know. That's not the most, you know, maybe that's not the most helpful way of, like, fostering positivity. But the truth of the matter is there's a lot of negative things in the world, and we have to learn to live and to live a full life and to find nice things and a reason to live, even in a world that has lots of negativity in it. And I know this is going to be the nerdiest and also most predictable shit I've ever said, but I think Dark Souls does a really good job of encouraging you to think about this. The world of Dark Souls is full of just unimaginable agony and terror, and is difficult, and it's hard, and yet we go to that world and we find these breathtaking things in that world, no matter how much horror and nightmare there is there. And it's undeniably a more horrific and nightmarish world than our own, and yet there is still compelling and fascinating things within that world. Now, obviously, we're a little bit insulated from some of the worst things. You don't have to feel the pain of getting run over by a spiky skeleton. But still, the point stands. The games do a good job of reminding you that beauty can coexist alongside nightmares and horror and whatever. Yeah. Winby says, one of the best things I heard about Souls games is you only actually lose when you give up. That shit was profound to me. It's actually literally true. You only lose when you give up the game. That's also true about Pathologic 2 as well. Yeah. Are people debating drama in my chat? Oh, there's so many drama frogs in here. You people are actually wild. Yes, Aska. Yes, Aska. Yes, Aska. Yes, yes, yes. Please, please, please. I would love that. I'll even cover the shipping. Mother Meerset with the $5 says, you are the best vibes and have been a highlight of joy and fun in the bad times of my life. Of course I'm gonna stay a member. Trans rights and trans thriving. Thank you so much, Mother Meerset. You're wonderful. Thank you for supporting this show. You've been supporting me a long time. You have helped make this show possible. So thank you very much for engaging in this alongside me. Thank you. Have you all noticed how much I have not turned my channel into a inter-community, interpersonal drama stream? You guys notice that this entire year I've kept my promise and stayed out of this shit? And basically the only time that I've touched on any drama at all on this channel that wasn't like a DemonMama investigation, which, let's be real, is that even really drama? We do that for a reason. We have that as its own little brand for a reason. But the only time was when I was directly involved and I felt the need to directly respond. Indeed. Killjoy 40K says, you really climbed out of that shit pit and let the sky funeral stand. Yep, that's why I did it. I wanted to make a large, vocal, and symbolic divorce from that nonsense. So, drama frogs, what's it feel like to be like Elon Musk? What's it feel like to be divorced? How's Fawn and Doe? Fawn and Doe are doing fantastically. Fawn recently got a computer upgrade because I upgraded my video card because it was time, and I passed my old but still very good video card down to Fawn, and it was like according to benchmarks, it was almost 200% performance upgrade from Fawn's old video card. So Fawn has been non-stop gaming. I'm not even kidding you. Fawn has been playing Darktide and Vermintide 2, which it couldn't play before. Yeah. Fawn wasn't able to play those games on its old card, and so now it can. And then of course Doe has been, well, actually it was really cute. I can tell you a story. When I woke up this morning, I woke up and I went downstairs and I was like, where's Doe? And I went outside and Doe was sitting outside having some coffee and a smoke and reading a philosophy book. And now Doe has always been kind of that way. Doe has done that, but it's been a few months since Doe's really gone outside and been able to sit outside and relax. Although I will say that Doe does spend a lot of time outside. In fact, Doe has befriended the neighborhood crows to the degree that the crows actually, like, they unironically talk to Doe now. If Doe clicks at the crows, if Doe goes, or that noise, the kissy noise. If Doe does that, the crows click back. It's really cute. Damn, that's a compliment. People saying that I look like Michael Jackson. Damn, compliment. Compliment moment. Michael Jackson had crazy drip. Okay, so here's the really funny part. So the crows actually follow Doe around our neighborhood now. So when Doe goes, oh no, my character got up in Fortnite again. Why does that keep happening? Why does my character keep getting... I'm gonna feed my character and get them back in bed. Doe has been like, well, we've always fed the birds in our neighborhood, but Doe likes to feed the crows. And we did some research, and of course you can always feed them nuts and seeds and stuff like that. But actually, dog kibble is actually quite decent as a food source for crows because it has a lot of stuff that they have difficulty getting. So whenever Doe goes outside, we have these little pieces of kibble because our dog likes small kibble. So Doe has been taking little bits of kibble out and will toss it for the crows when it goes out for a walk, and with Yoda. And the crows have begun to, like, they will actually follow Doe around the neighborhood. And the other morning, I got up early and I took Yoda for a walk. So I got Yoda on the leash and she was going outside, and I had put on my raincoat. So my head was covered and I was walking Yoda, and I looked over my shoulder because I heard something, and there were 2 crows just sitting on the fence right next to me, like within like 3 feet, just 2 crows sitting there. And I was like, oh, hello. And then they hopped down the fence closer to me to keep up with me. And I don't think they knew that I wasn't Doe until after, but it didn't matter because I had a bag of treats anyway. So I gave them the little tiny dog treats that we have. I gave them some of those and they seemed very happy. Yeah, they probably identify Yoda easier than they identify us. Does Doe leave shiny objects? If you leave them a coin, they may bring you coins. Okay, I will say we haven't trained them to like trade items or anything like that. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. However, the crows have brought us stuff before. The crows have brought us dead mice and have also dropped like acorns on top of our car. So I don't know. I think they think we might like a dead mouse. Like, I mean a little mouse, like a dormouse, you know, like a little tiny one. It was really funny. We kept waking up and finding for like it happened like 3 times in a row that we woke up and in the morning there was a dead mouse on our car. Our car is like right out in front of where we usually feed the crows. So they were clearly putting the dead mice on the car, hoping we'd see it. Crows can tell humans apart, and they can also tell who hangs out with who. It could be that they associate you and Doe in a positive way. Well, I do hang out with Doe while Doe is talking to the crows a lot, so they probably know. And I've fed the crows myself. I don't feed them nearly as much as Doe does. Doe goes out there almost every day and feeds the crows. But I do feed the crows quite frequently. And of course, I was the one who put up the bird feeders in the first place, so they probably know that. Apparently in Japan, crows and ravens have figured out how to use vending machines. That's amazing. That's beautiful. I love crows. That's so cute. By the way, if you are here, please leave a like on the stream. Likes will make sure that we get as many people in for this community call-in stream as possible. We have 336 beautiful imp viewers, which is wonderful, but we only have 185 likes. So if you're listening, please consider pressing like. It's free, it costs you nothing, and it means the world to me. Doe sounds dope and cool. I think that Doe is a beautiful, wonderful, and completely one-of-a-kind being, okay? I love Doe so much. It's absolutely unbelievable, and all of you don't know how lucky I am to get to know Doe in real life. It's the best thing in the world. Do you think Doe will stream again? It depends. Maybe someday. Doe does not have a lot of passion to return to streaming. To be honest, Doe got kind of burned out on streaming. When it was streaming before, a lot of drama got foisted on it for really stupid reasons, and that burned it out on the reward cycle of feeling good about streaming. So right now, Doe just enjoys what it enjoys, which is largely reading and writing about philosophy on its own time. It just doesn't do streaming as much, but it might come back someday. I know that it's talked about maybe doing a video, which would be pretty cool. And yes, a lot of people who are in my community now don't know how successful Doe was as a streamer. Doe got Twitch partner back when it was even harder to get Twitch partner. Doe just was one of those rare streamers who was just magically able to get people to tune in. Like, just incredibly talented streamer. It sucks that it doesn't want to anymore, but at the same time, I have no desire to like pressure Doe to stream in any way, because I know why it doesn't want to anymore. So, yeah. Yeah. Samus Kitsune says, I can't believe you talked about the Game Awards without mentioning the Monster Hunter Wilds announcement. Well, I didn't actually talk about a whole lot of the trailers. I only made fun of like 2 of the trailers. There's a lot of other stuff. I mean, oh, I did mention OD, which I'm very excited about. By the way, did you know there's an ARG that appears to be, or something like that, that seems to be hidden in the OD trailer? People rewatched the OD trailer and they discovered that there was the name of a town written on one of the characters' tongues, which is pretty interesting. So we'll see how that goes. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of sneaky ARG campaign or something like that. Winby, yeah, unfortunately, most of its content is lost to time. Because of the way that Twitch works, Twitch deletes VODs after a certain period of time. And so, Doe never had like the money or the space to back up all of its VODs. So most of its streaming history is just gone. It's lost media, which makes me sad. However, I do have a clip. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the clip. I wonder if I'll be able to find the clip. I archived it somewhere. Know where I archived it. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I know I have it somewhere. I just don't remember where I put it. I have one surviving media. Wait, I think it's on here. Let me see if I can find it real quick before we get this show on the road, because we got to get this show on the road soon. Da-da-da. Where it is. Where did I put it? Not sure where it is. Oh man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it off the cuff like this. I can't remember where I put it. I know I have it somewhere, but my... Let's see. Maybe I have it. Here it is. Hold on 1 second. Let me check this. Hold on. Let me make sure this is the right one. Give me a second.
Go on.
This is the one! I found it! I found it! Here it is. Okay, everybody, ready? We can watch it. This is the, to my knowledge, one of the only remaining archives of a Doe stream.
Go on. Yeah. Not in the water. Baby. Baby. Sleeping in the water. Go on. Yeah. Not in the water. Baby. Baby. Sleeping in the water.
Just what beautiful. It was sleeping in the water. It was tranquilized. It was a tranquilized deer. It was sleeping in the water. I almost cry. It makes me tear up. I remember when I grabbed that clip. Isn't sleeping in the water drowning? Only if somebody doesn't get you out, which Doe did get it out. Doe rescued the deer. That's why I clipped it. It was so beautiful. Yeah, that was back when Doe went by Cyberwitch. All right, well, I think it's time. I think it's time that we get this show going, huh? Okay, everybody, real quick. It's just about time. Just about time. But one more reminder. Right now, we are at our maximum registrations for now. Registrations are going to open up periodically throughout the night as we work through callers. So, if you want to be a caller tonight, you need to go check the caller's guide. And the way that you do that is by going on the website and typing caller's guide. Or if you're in the YouTube chat, I'm going to link the link right now. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Press that button, check out the caller guide, follow the instructions, and you will have a very, very, very good chance of getting in to talk to me tonight, okay? And also you can do exclamation signal night. That's the other one. Signal night or caller's guide. Both of those commands will work for the same thing, okay? Follow the rules and you'll be able to get in. We do rolling registrations, so the whole reason of following the caller's guide is so that you can get a notification when registrations are open again. The system is very simple so long as you follow the rules. And of course, please, whatever you do, do not just jump into the waiting room. We leave the waiting room open because we need to make it easy for people to get into the show. But if you mess up our process, we won't be happy with you. If you want to chat with people while you wait, go into the general chats on my Discord, discord.gg/DemonMama. It's really easy to join there, okay? Tonight is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of guests. And the cool part is while I am talking to people, I'm going to be playing Fortnite Lego Fortnite. Look at this. Look at how beautiful it is on my brand new tricked out gaming GPU, which as you can see, we got the ray tracing, we got the snow tessellation effects, we got the fucking dynamic lighting. Look at how beautiful it is. And who's that? The Cuddle Team leader, me. I know, we got the beefy graphics. It looks amazing. Now, some of you will know, I'm not quite going to start the call-ins quite yet because we do have about 5 more minutes. But I wanted to talk about this. As many of you know, hey, why are you hitting me? What? I gotta turn the sound on a little bit. Hold on, let me turn my sound on. Anyway, I've been playing Fortnite for a really long time, and in fact, I regularly get, oh, an upgraded axe. Oh, hell yeah, I can get an upgraded axe. I gotta do that right away. I can't get an upgraded pickaxe because I need knotroot rods, which I don't have knotroot, do I? How do I make knotroot? I guess I gotta use this stuff. Wait, but I have vines. Well, I do have an upgraded forest axe, so I'm gonna use that. I've been playing Fortnite for a really long time to the degree that I am like I have like a founders, my account is like a founders account. Which means, oh no, I forgot to set up my creator code before stream. Okay, well, I'll do that next stream. You get it in caves. Okay, I'll check that out. Thank you, I appreciate that, Grime Dango. Yes, Grime Dango is my friend who is also on my server with me. What was I gonna say? I can't remember what else I was gonna say. Yeah, I've been playing Fortnite for forever. So I have the battle pass and everything. I get free V-Bucks all the time. Feels great. And also I have cool skins and I have a little dab. Look at that, I can do a little dab. Hey, what do you want, buddy? Oh, hi. I don't know how many people can play on a server, but I'm open to letting people join my server. I just have to look into how I do that. Anyway, yeah, I do have the founder umbrella somewhere. I don't really actually use that one, even though it's a flex. I don't think it looks that good. Okay, well, when you're done installing, I'll figure it out. I'll take a little break and I'll figure out how to get people on here. 7 people can have keys to play while you're offline. How many people can be online total? Getting all these berries and shit. Oh yeah, I need to eat a winter berry. Here, I need to eat one of these, because if I eat one of these, I'll be resistant to the cold and I can go over there. Game is funny. You could probably have tons. Okay, that'd be cool. I'd like to let people get on here and play around. As long as they don't do damage to my stuff. That would be sad. Don't you have that pink mask, IRL? Yes, I do. I do have the Cuddle Team Leader mask. It's down in the basement wherever the other masks are. I'll put it on again sometime. I actually do have an IRL version of the Cuddle Team Leader mask. I wore it during a Nancy Pelosi stream. Or, no, it was during the January 6th hearings, right? No, it wasn't. It was earlier than that. It was some other major hearing. All right, anyway, real quick. Let me put this up on the screen. Real quick. 1 second. Want to call in? Question mark? Exclamation caller's guide on the website. On the site. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okie dokie. Let me get in the stream call in. Obama.
Obama.
Okay. And we're gonna have to, okay, we have to do an audio test. Real quick, can we do a quick audio test? Is anybody able to help me do a quick audio test? Just to make sure the audio levels are fine. I hope my voice is fine and the game audio isn't too loud. If I need to turn the game audio down, I will, but it shouldn't be too intrusive. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello. Just wanted to make sure about the audio check.
Oh, okay. Let me just do that real quick. Thank you very much. Sorry, I just realized I was actually killing myself in Fortnite while I was trying to do an audio check. See, this is why we have to do one of these test streams where I'm playing video games while trying to do it, so we can find out how much I die or how embarrassing it is. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so Discord output is fairly loud, which is a little bit surprising. Hold on a second. Let me
Sure.
put this up.
No problem.
And I'm going to turn Discord down ever so slightly. Can you give me a quick, just a general talking voice so I can test the levels?
Something right-wing talking points, something slur, something more slurs.
Okay, hopefully, I think that should do it. I'm hoping that level should be fine. How's that? Did that sound good, everybody? Chat, let me know. Was that good? Something slurs, etc. How's our voices? It's a bit loud. Okay, yeah, but I adjusted it. Was it better towards the end? All right, one more test. Try one more time. Say some more slurs or whatever.
Sure. Sure. Slur, something. Right-wing talking point. Definitely not neoconservative. Definitely not
Fantastic.
paleoconservative. All right, there we go.
That's great. All right, no, that's working great. It looks like Discord is still a little on the loud end, which means I have to do one thing. I have to go like this. Drop this down a tiny bit. Drop mine and boost mine up ever so slightly. So hopefully that should fix it now. I'm hoping. Okay, one more time. Hit me with it one more time.
Sure. All right. Testing. Mic check. Is this a hot mic? Probably not.
Crosstalk.
I really don't.
Crosstalk. How was that? Everybody good? Sounding good? All right, perfect. We got it. We got it fucking worked out. This is perfect. We're ready to go. So, tonight, we'll have to make sure we stay on top of the guest text in the chat because I won't be able to switch easily between the game, talking, and putting up the names on the screen. So this will be the first night we try doing that. Other than that, we're good to go.
All right, I'll be sending in the first imp momentarily.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
No problem.
All right, I'm just munching on some pumpkins here. You guys are going to get to see me play. Oh, there's a wolf over there. I need to kill wolves to be able to get the next level of stuff. Look at that. Look at how scary the wolves are in this game. I'm going to throw a thing. Oh, it doesn't do damage. Oh, that's weird. Hello! Hello.
Hello, I've been teleported in.
Yes, you have been. Welcome to the show. What is your name and what are your pronouns?
Redcart98, just call me Red.
Red?
My pronouns are he and him.
All right, the classics. Well, it is wonderful to hear from you. I hope that you've been having fun so far. You are our first caller of the night. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to be first. I knew I was one of the first ones to sign up. I thought it would be like one of the last ones of the first wave. I did not expect to be like literally first.
Yeah, well, hey, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Somebody's got to be first, and tonight you're the lucky one. So, did you have something specific on your mind, or did you just want to chat?
Yeah, there is, I guess, some stuff on my mind. Like, so how has Berserk been lately?
Oh, I absolutely love Berserk. To be honest, I have slightly for the last few weeks been neglecting my my Berserk reading, but that's just because my life's been busy. But I've seriously been loving it. I'm trying to remember the exact last thing that I read, but it was the Trolls. I was reading the whole storyline with the Trolls.
Trolls.
Where they go to the mountain town, and the town gets all kidnapped by the trolls, and then they meet the like wizard or the witches, the two witches.
Yeah, the witch. Yeah.
Yeah, and then last thing that I remember off the top of my head was we find out that our Skelebro and the old witch are working together to help them out. And they're making something, which I think I know what it is that they're making, but that's only because I've had some spoilers.
Hawk of the Millennium. It's probably you're actually where I'm at in Berserk. We're at the same spot, pretty much.
Oh wow, that's awesome. So you're basically like reading along with me. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I love Hawk of the Millennium so far. It's like probably my current favorite arc. Which is like, especially with all the Griffith stuff going on, I'm like, what is he cooking?
Yeah, I mean, it's been, I've loved it. I've been floored. Like, I know that there's like, to be honest, it's really funny because basically everyone that I ask seems to have like a different favorite, like arc or section. And I'm just like, everyone keeps telling me, oh, this is the best one is coming up next. And I'm like, what? The last one was supposed to be the best one. And so I'm just like, I don't know. I guess that's a good, I mean, it is a good experience to have, is to just be able to be like, oh my God, each new one is somebody else's favorite. And honestly, I've been enjoying them a lot. I've been completely floored by just how incredible the art, art is in the manga. I've been lucky enough to get to be gifted and purchase for myself a mixture of those two. The deluxe editions, which are like the hardbacks that are printed on the big pages. And it is just awesome to get to read those on those. I mean, the especially like the battle, the medieval battle details that are it's actually amazing to me that a person can draw that without losing their mind. Like the amount of detail that's being put into like detailing out every single different soldier, most of them with completely unique armor and weapons, is just phenomenal. It's breathtaking, to be completely honest.
It is. Mira's art style is just so, it's just breathtaking. Like,
Yeah, it is.
He's so able to just he's always so able to just pack so much detail and so much emotion. Is like, probably like one of my most vivid memory of like feeling something from Berserk was the eclipse, where I had to close the book because I have felt something I have never felt when reading a book. Absolute fear.
Yeah, it's impressive, and I mean, I guess that's just a testament to how next level Berserk really is. People have been recommending me read it, and I've wanted to read it for a really long time, but I was intimidated by how to like the best format to read it, and like how big of an undertaking. But by comparison, honestly, it's not that big of an undertaking. Especially because there's now people who keep wanting me to go and read One Piece, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like One Piece is that's a whole nother world, and I don't know if I can do that one. But it took me a long time to get to actually sit down and read Berserk, but I'm very happy that I did, and I can completely recommend it to anyone else. Like genuinely, it's been one of the best, easily the best single manga reading experiences that I've had. And genuinely, I think probably the best comic I've ever read so far. Just an unbelievable attention to detail in the art, an incredible ability to convey the emotions of the characters and to get you lost in the story. And also it's ridiculously addictive. You can't put it down. Although apparently I did, but to be fair, it was for pretty serious reasons. So.
Yeah, I've also had life stuff going on. That's why I haven't been really keeping up with my own reading. I've been doing a lot of Wing Chun. Recently got my white belt. So.
Oh wow! Congratulations.
Broke a board.
Wow, awesome.
It was the first belt we had to earn. Break your board.
Yeah. Well, that's really cool. I used to do martial arts, but it was quite a long time ago. I haven't really been into martial arts since, I guess the last time I did it was in like 2015 when I did Kung Fu for a while. But previous to that, I had done a Okinawan karate style, and I quite enjoyed it, but I haven't really done it in a long time. But I always found it very rewarding when I used to do it.
Yeah, Wing Chun is the one that sticks with me. To me, I don't. There's no inherently superior martial art for anyone who wants to just get into martial arts. You got to find what clicks. You gotta, because once you will, I can't describe that feeling of it clicking, but once you find the martial art that's for you, you'll know.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to say I agree. There's stuff that can be learned from basically any martial art, and with a few exceptions, there are some martial arts out there that are, I think, maybe a little bit more prone to like, I don't know, grifty stuff. But like for the most part, you can learn a ton from pretty much any style, and the core basics that transfer across all of them will be taught by every martial arts style. So you have to find one whose learning style appeals to you. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just I just learned a lot from from just my teacher in my class. It's just something like Wing Chun, where like it's all about maximum efficiency,
Hmm?
and just like seeing these little movements make all these big differences just blows my mind every time.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating, right?
Yeah, I'm just a huge martial arts buff,
Hmm.
and just and so much.
One thing I
And
really like about martial arts is that it's like, I don't know, the prototypical way to make like exercise very, very interesting. I am somebody who I don't really. I mean, I've never really been much of a like gym loving person. Although at various points in my life, I've had like a gym going habit. But to be honest, I've always felt like it's been like a uphill battle for me to be like I feel passionate about going to the gym. But I will say that like martial arts makes it so much fun, that it feels easy to like get your exercise in, and it makes like a fitness journey really exciting when not only is there like something very practical that you're learning, but also something that's really super engaging on multiple levels. It's intellectually engaging as well.
oh, oh yeah, it is. There is just so much to learn, and I am gonna brag a bit about my particular school, because
Please.
Wing Chun is a form of kung fu.
Hmm?
Um, so my so my uh our kung fu lineage comes directly from uh Master Moyat, who was one of Yip Man's students, and one of Yip Man's other students was Bruce Lee. So Bruce Lee is my kung fu great uncle.
That's so cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, yeah, it is super cool. It I just been it's just really helped. It's like it's just good for like people who just don't like lifting weights and stuff, because
Yeah, just the
that's
raw.
just boring. And it's just good for like your discipline, just like learn it just, and your self confidence. Like
Hmm?
for anybody who wants to give martial arts a try, I do recommend it. There's just it's just a world for you.
Hmm? Yeah, I have, like I said, I've studied two separate ones, which was Kung Fu and and an Okinawan style, which I learned when I was younger. Both of which were incredibly rewarding, and yeah, I found both of them to be rewarding in different ways. The first style that I ever learned was I would say like particularly intense. Like there was a very strong like I guess there was a really strong cultural element um, around like the classes where there was a lot of like history and history of the style that was learned, which was certainly interesting. Oh yeah, it was really interesting, and I found it compelling at the time. Though not all styles are like that. Some schools are much more focused on just the martial art and not necessarily the history of the martial art. But other schools are like really into like they almost teach history alongside the actual like workouts and stuff like that. And of course, you know, different schools have different class sizes and stuff like that. Where some are very like I don't want to make this sound the wrong way, but like because you know I don't want to give baggage to it, but there's like fairly intimate schools where it's like a small class size. You're working very closely with your teacher, and they're teaching you not only like the techniques, but their experiences with those techniques, and often their own life story, and that can be very compelling for some people. And then there are of course other schools that are totally different, where it's much more focused on like you alongside other classmates in a larger class size in a more casual or high energy environment.
Yeah, yeah, that is true. There's different systems for different people, because my class is much more like the former, where it's very small and a lot of
Hmm.
us are working closely with each other, And like as a history buff, like if you're gonna tell me martial arts story, I see this as an absolute win.
Yeah. Yeah, see, like when I was younger especially, I really, really enjoyed that. And in fact, it was one of the things I missed the most when I went to like when I moved and was in a different place and went to the new class. Even though I did find the kung fu that I took to be very valuable, especially because there was a lot of students, there was a lot of time for sparring, which I found very useful. But like, so that's not me saying like I didn't like the class, but I did miss the historical element that was present in this smaller class that I was in before.
Yeah, because because both do have their merits. Where like you get more time for more focus on actually like applying the skills you learn, but along with like learning the historical context for the more intimate classes. Both, it just really is up to personal preference because
It is.
everyone's martial arts journey is unique.
Yeah. Damn, it's really awesome though that you found a martial arts school that's inspiring so much passion. I think that's like super, super exciting. And also, I like I said earlier, not to repeat myself, but I do think that martial arts is one of those things where even people who generally don't find themselves super like inspired or whatever by like working out or whatever can find themselves a home where they find themselves wanting to go do the thing. And that's just because martial arts engages on so many different levels that it feels great and you're excited to go say, oh man, here's this next thing. I mean, hell, even as far as stuff like the way that like they do, there's promotions and things like that they're whole events. And like like I said, every school handles it a little differently, but stuff like moving up a belt or getting a step, like getting a notch on your belt, were really big events that were quite exciting. When I was in martial arts, they were like a whole event, and it was exciting even when it wasn't you. So, and you always felt like there was a lot of camaraderie and friendship and togetherness, which was exciting and cool.
Yeah, it's just such a great atmosphere. It's like, and I'm just rambling, but
No, it's fine. I mean, that's what we have. That's what we have community call-ins for. I want people to be able to come in and talk about their passions and stuff like that. There's likely a lot of people who are listening right now. I mean, right now we have what? We have over 300 people listening. I think that there's probably people out there who are going to hear this and go, "Wow, I had never really thought about martial arts and heard somebody talk about it passionately before." And they might go decide to check it out.
yeah. Speaking of martial arts, have you ever heard of the show Warrior?
I don't think so. I don't think I have. I mean, maybe I have, but I don't think so. Not off the top of my head.
So Warrior takes place, I believe, in San Francisco during the Tong Wars, if you know what that is.
Vaguely familiar, but
where Chinese triads and Irish immigrants were like fighting each other.
oh my goodness.
While
Okay.
the elites profit off of it.
Yeah.
So it's based off the writings of Bruce Lee,
Mhm.
and it's like essentially like seeing like kung fu versus Irish brawling.
My God. That
It's
sounds
sick.
intense, and also I imagine there's a lot of room to show off different fighting styles in that show.
Oh, it is. I'm like a sucker for good fight scenes.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't be the only one. I find fight choreography to be fascinating. In fact, when I was in film school, I knew somebody who was incredibly, like, one of the most passionate people I'd ever met about fight choreography. And I learned so much from them, even though that's, like, not my general, like, main focus. Like, he was able to teach me and was so passionate about it. And also, he would make these just really short films that were basically just an excuse to get people to practice different types of martial arts while he learned how to film it properly. And he did, and the result was really cool. He ended up getting so much cool stuff. I mean, I remember he had one little short fight film that he did that was like the main he would choose a lot of times he would do like a little concept like, okay, this is where they're gonna have to fight, or this is what they're gonna have to fight with. And he did one where a guy had to fight with like a bowl and a cup, and so the whole fight was like choreographed around this guy creatively using a bowl and a cup to like fight off assailants. It was very creative. Another one he did was like a playground based fight where like someone gets ambushed at night on a playground and they have to use like the playground creatively. And obviously these are kind of film school ideas. It's nothing like they're fighting while falling out of the air, which you can't do in film school, but still it was a demonstration of some pretty serious creative thought on how to put together a cool fight scene.
Oh yeah, definitely. Perhaps to probably one of my favorite fight scenes in movies is you know the church scene from Kingsman with Freebird?
I hate to say this, but unfortunately, I have never watched the Kingsman series.
It's all right, but yeah,
but please
was
tell us
super
about it for the chat. I'm sure there are tons of All right, there's already people in chat going, yes, what an awesome fight in chat.
Oh yeah, so basically like one of the main characters ends up in like this bloody free-for-all in a southern conservative church.
Oh my god.
It was brilliant. The way that the camera was able to just like constantly keep focus on the character with just all this chaos in the background, along and just making it just feel so dynamic. It's super well done.
That sounds awesome. I've never seen the Kingsman series, but I've heard a lot of praise about them. I know that people are very passionate about that series. So I'll have to maybe check it out.
Oh yeah, it was my introduction to spy movies because I've never seen a spy movie until then. Yeah, that fake spy movie fan over here been exposed.
Oh no fake fans allowed. You get into things when you get into them. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, but yeah, probably like my favorite movie series ever is The Matrix because of like all
beautiful.
their sick fights.
Yeah, the fight scenes in The Matrix are fantastic.
Just like I've seen like when I watched Reloaded, I was like, okay, time to see like why people hate this movie, and I was like, and like when I saw like Neo fighting off 3 agents, I was like, there are people who hate this.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I remember when I was younger, like not being as into the second movies, and then when I rewatched them later on in my life, I was like, wow, I must have been just dumb as a kid. Like, which turns out that happens quite frequently. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was like, yeah, those movies have like continued to inspire me because I am an amateur author. I write web novels.
Web novels?
Yeah, web novels.
Awesome.
But just like, yeah, that's the nice way of saying fan fiction.
Hey, fan fiction is writing. It's good practice anyway.
True, but
I'm not a fan fiction hater.
Yeah, those movies have like really helped inspire me to choreograph fight scenes, to where like I can have these like clear like almost like animations play in my head. You ever heard of Monty Ohm?
I don't think so.
Ever seen his stuff? He is the creator of the controversial series Ruby, but before that he created sick 3D fight animations. I kind of like imagine like a lot of my fight scenes like those.
I'm familiar loosely with Ruby. I'm actually more familiar with the controversy around Ruby, though I also know a lot of people really liked it, even though there is complaints to be had. But that's how it goes sometimes. You know, not everything can be perfect.
Yeah,
it can still be good.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Like it really just like when I think of like the Matrix, Ruby, Monty Ohm, it always like comes back to stickman fights. Stickman fights like that's where my passion for fight scene animation, like really like, and like writing fight scenes, really I think kicked off.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, it's a great inspiration. Stickman Fights has inspired an entire generation of fight lovers. I mean, it's stripping down all of the sort of frills and letting you focus on the action of the fight. And I think that it gets you capable of put your mind in a place where you can visualize the motions that are most important there. So I don't blame you for that at all. Now, I do have to say we are at our time limit. Is there anything else you wanted to say before you go? Anything you wanted to shout out or anything along those lines?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that like I first got into you, into your content when I saw your first DemonMama Illuminati. That's when I first got in. It was like,
what a good spot to jump in. I'm very proud of the Illuminati DemonMama.
Oh yeah. So I got in and I was like, okay, this DemonMama person seems pretty good. I'll watch your content. Then I binge watch a lot of your content.
Hell yeah.
And
well, I'm very happy to have you as an imp, and you chose a great time to jump in.
Yeah. But so yeah, it is an honor, I guess, talking to you, because like
oh, thank you.
And it is great to I guess just sit down and like talk with you like as a person and like not as like a content creator. It feels really nice.
Yeah, well, it's wonderful to get to talk to you. That's why I do these kind of nights. I think signal nights like this are like really important, and there's something that I've always done in my channel and will always hope to do, because I mean I think my community is awesome. I think the people in here are passionate and wonderful people, and I want you all to be able to get a chance to talk to me. I want you all to get a chance to like hear each other's voices, and yeah, so. I mean, I really appreciate you coming on. It means the world to me, and I appreciate you being a viewer of my content, one of my imps. It means a lot.
Yeah. So yeah, it was great, and
yeah,
I'll
likewise.
let whoever's next come in.
Thank you so much, Red, and have a wonderful, wonderful night. Thank you so much for telling us all about your martial arts journey, for getting us psyched up about fight stuff, and also good luck on all of your future novels.
Thank you. You have a wonderful night.
Good night. All right, one moment, real quick. I'm just gonna let Gayfesh, hold on. I need to send, Gayfesh, I'll DM it to you real quick. Let me DM you. Hold on, let me just send, I have to send the DM to Gayfesh so that Gayfesh can add me as a friend. Hold on, how do I? Okay. All right. All right, I'll add Gayfesh to this server. I'm just 2K away from 30,000 subs. Yes! We are growing in power every single day. Now, if I could have a Christmas wish this year, an Impmas wish, even. But it's a Christmas wish in this particular case because Impmas goes beyond January and into January. But whatever. An Impmas wish for this year is that we could find a way to get 2K, okay? 2K subs. How are we gonna do that? Only by you sharing this stream around. You gotta tell people that you know about this stream. You gotta tell your friends, tell your favorite Discords. If you have a video of mine that you love, drop it in a Discord that's important to you. Promote the shit out of this, please, to make my dream come true. Anyway. Okay, Gayfesh, I'm inviting you to my world, all right? Hold on, let me invite you to my world and then we'll get back to the calls. Hold on. How do I invite? Ah, here we go. What? You should be able to, Hold on, why didn't it? Oh, okay, it did. Okay, it did. Let me invite you. Okay, so yeah, you can jump into the server now. All right, excellent. All right, we're ready for our next caller. Gayfesh is invited to the server and we are ready for our next caller. Thank you so much, Red, for coming on. It was wonderful to speak with you. Hello, 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 hello. Let me
Could this
see.
be? Am I truly on a stream by DemonMama?
You
Is this
are.
true?
Yes, you
Hello,
are. Welcome.
hello. Hello, DemonMama. How are you doing?
I am doing wonderful. Real quick, can I ask you to please tell us your name and your pronouns, and then we can continue.
I am Naomi. My pronouns are any all. She her works just fine though for reference.
All right,
And yeah.
perfect. A good choice, a bold choice, the any all.
Yeah, the base choice.
Ah, I do think it's quite based. Well, welcome, Naomi.
Yeah.
It is wonderful to have you on. How have you been?
Thank you. I've been doing fine. I'm expecting a CD to arrive in the mail today.
A CD, like a cease and desist?
Yeah. No, no, music.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just gonna say, I don't know, maybe you were up to something crazy, maybe you were up to something evil, I don't know.
Yeah, I was pirating DVDs from Disney, and then they sent the entire they sent every police department in the United States to my door
Threw a book at
to
you.
just deliver a cease and desist, just to send a message, you know?
Listen, that is a very Disney-like move, okay?
Yeah, the Pinkertons were also there too, so you know.
Oh
is
damn,
what
they're
it
going
is.
old school. So bringing it
Yeah.
back, fucking 20th century style.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, don't fuck with a mouse. They'll fuck you up. They'll squeak you. You don't want to get squeaked.
Yeah. Yeah, I learned that the hard way.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the show. Did you have something in mind you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, basically I've been spending the past couple of months trying to like formulate arguments against transmedicalism and against
Okay.
transmedicalist positions.
Damn.
Re more recently I've been trying to formulate stuff in regards to bottom surgery
Okay.
and yeah. Alright, so basically here's my line of thinking.
Okay.
I think that everybody, trans people, cis people, non-binary people, whatever, should have access to gender-affirming care if it means that they will end up becoming more comfortable in the bodies that they live in. And I would extend that to bottom surgery. I think that trans people should be able to get bottom surgery. And I would say regardless of whether or not they have dysphoria.
I would agree with you.
Yeah, because the common transmed line of argumentation for like in regards to bottom surgery is that if you're somebody who doesn't show any signs of dysphoria or whatnot, that you shouldn't be getting bottom surgery. It's probably not the best option for you. But I mean, here's a little thing that I while I was thinking about this. If you had a trans woman who throughout their gender experience has felt virtually zero dysphoria in regards to their gender, they have felt euphoria, and they decide that they want to get bottom surgery, not because they don't like their penis or because they don't want it, but because they feel like they would have more euphoria than if they had a vagina. I don't think that they should be denied that if they want to pursue that, because if it is something that they want to pursue for more euphoria, then why should we deny them that?
Yeah, I would agree with you completely. And I think that like on a fundamental level, like there's also like just an angle that of like, okay, it's between you and your doctor. One of the pratfalls, I think, of the argument that sort of fixates on trying to be like, okay, so sorry, I'm wording myself kind of weirdly here, but I'm trying to figure out exactly how to word this properly when I'm not like in a debate with somebody directly. So one of the things that happens when trans meds fixate on policing other people's dysphoria and or feelings about their bodies is that they run into a language problem and a definitional problem, which is that it's really hard to like pin down what qualifies as dysphoria without basically asking insurance companies, usually are the people who this would fall to in our system, to like police your internal mental state. Like, if somebody doesn't necessarily think of something as dysphoria, or even like you said, if it's just a matter of I would be significantly happier in this other way, and I think about things in like a positive direction, I'm thinking about what would make me more happy, not about what makes me unhappy. If you end up taking the position that you must have dysphoria or you must have whatever, you are either asking an insurance company, like an insurance agent, or you are asking even potentially a surgeon or a doctor to be put into a position of having to police the internal thoughts and feelings of another person, which is kind of ridiculous. And the reality is that most surgeons don't want to do that. I can understand people who want to say like, well, yeah, but surgeons have a right to say, I don't want to do this or I don't want to do that. And that's true. Surgeons do have a certain amount of right to say like they don't want to engage in a certain type of thing. Like you can't like force a surgeon at gunpoint to do something. However, even still, most surgeons are willing to sit down with somebody and talk to them and find out if they're, if like, do I think this person is like acting in sound mind and whatever? And then they'll go, yeah, it is. And we shouldn't have to ask doctors to basically say, well, does it fit this perfect definition of dysphoria, or does it fit this particular thing that I personally, this person on the internet, who's the iconic internet transmed, that they determine is good enough. No, the reality is that even as it stands, like most doctors are able to sit down with their patient and decide whether this is a good option for their patient or not, and it doesn't have to do usually with like some sort of weird calculus around dysphoria. Tons of surgeries are done because it's the right decision for the future well-being of that person, not because the current state is like one of abject misery. That's not the way that people decide on surgeries. Unless, of course, you make surgeries purely about a sort of economic analysis of like, we only are going to do a surgery if it's a matter of life or death because we don't want to spend money, we don't want this or that or the other thing, which I think is a bad state of affairs. I think that a lot of trans meds put themselves in a position of basically becoming God's biggest defender of fucking insurance companies unintentionally. By like sticking to these extremely stringent definitions. And I think also that like, I don't think that's usually their intent. I think a lot of it comes from basically feeling a need to assert a truer form of trans experience or whatever over somebody else. It's like, well, if you're not suffering, well, that's not like me. I suffered, and therefore you're like a lesser type of trans person. And I just think that that's like a bad way of going about things. I think that people think about their experiences in lots of different ways. Sometimes people are going to visualize or conceptualize their experience with something as a matter of suffering. Sometimes they're going to conceptualize it as something that they are like ambitiously working towards. I see a vision for myself and I want that thing. And I think there's also another argument, which is that you can sort of induce dysphoria in a really horrible and nightmarish way by denying people their own right to their own bodies. So yeah, I tend to agree with you, the idea that like dysphoria, we shouldn't be so obsessed with dysphoria as a part of this. I think a lot of, like I said, I think a lot of the trans med position comes from a desire to create like a truer trans experience, a valid trans experience, which of course in the broader picture is a response to conservatives and people who are hateful, who are basically constantly trying to find a reason to invalidate the trans experience. But we don't need to play to those people. We can point out that what they are basically trying to do is find a way to oppress people for no reason. Yeah. Another thing too, just not to ramble for too long here, but another thing that I've noticed a lot of trans meds will defer to is a sort of like not even legalistic, but like a pseudo-legalistic like monetary argument where it's like, yeah, but if you let people, if what are you gonna tell me that like insurance companies are gonna pay all this money for all the people who want to get bottom surgery? Well, first of all, like, I don't think that there's any data showing that like a huge like surge of people are going to be seeking out bottom surgery to the degree that it's a meaningful economic impact. And secondly, we come back to the point again, which is, aren't you just kind of defending the right of insurance companies, which are like some of the most universally agreeable, the most universally obvious examples of just blatant profit seeking, a economic entity inserting itself in the worst way possible into the world of medicine. Yeah, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
I hope that made sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. Another argument that I tend to hear deferred to in regards to this is like what is more or less just it's going if we allow this to happen, then it's basically just asking for more detransitioners, or it's going to raise the regret that people feel in regards to these surgeries, and like it's inevitable that it's going to happen. And if more people have access to bottom surgery, then it's inevitable that there's going to be a higher amount of people that are going to regret it, or they're going to or maybe who will do it to the point of detransition. The thing is, though, as it stands right now, the amount of people who regret their surgeries is low. Now, I don't have any data on hand that I'll say this. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but as far as I understand it, the rate of people who regrets surgeries like bottom surgery, top surgery, or any gender affirming surgery is low. And
Quite low, yeah.
Yeah, and in regards to the detransition part, yeah, the rate for that is also low in regards to the whole trans community. And the majority of people who do transition often do that because they are forced to in some way or another.
Right.
They're like that one trans man who had to in that PragerU doc that detransitioned because I don't know, who converted to Catholicism. Detransition, I don't know. Yeah, that one. That I'd say that would be the primo example of like the reason most detransitioners detransition in the first place.
I mean, we do have data on that. It would be impossible for me to go over it on this stream, but I've gone over it on other streams. We do have pretty solid data that shows that the predominant reason why people detransition is very specifically because of economic or social factors. That is the predominant cause, and most people who detransition end up retransitioning later once they are out of those circumstances. But yeah, like you said, there is of course an inevitable increase. Whenever you increase the amount of surgeries of any type, you're going to have surgical regret be a present option. I mean, but that's also true for extremely common and essentially completely unpoliced surgeries, such as common cosmetic surgeries. There's a rate of regret for breast augmentations. There's a rate of regret for lip fillers. There's a rate of regret for all of these. Like that's something that can be handled as its own question. But the reality is that most people who are trying to sort of discourage trans people from getting the care that they need, or put roadblocks in front of them, are not genuinely engaging with the rate of regret. They're not actually trying to put into things that could stop regret. Like, for example, something that would be really, really huge in stopping regret would be actually educating doctors and surgeons so that those doctors and surgeons can have meaningful, safe, and low-pressure conversations with their patients, instead of like the way that it is right now, which is that you're lucky if you can find a doctor in America who's properly educated on trans issues and can talk to you about the actual risks. Right now, it's like trans people have to do their own research for a lot of this, even if you're completely above board, even if you're doing it the legal and the supposedly ideal, quote unquote, way of attaining HRT, you're still ending up having to do a lot of research because your own doctor might not know that much, because they're not educated on it, because schools aren't teaching it, because there's not a path to education on trans issues after the fact. I mean, I've had that experience myself where I've had to be my primary advocate in talking to a doctor that just simply did not know. I mean, I remember one time a doctor that I had, not to go on to a side story too much, but I remember a doctor that I had at one point was arguing with me about spironolactone, which I'd been on for a long time at that time. And I actually, the funny thing that happened was they were like, wait, isn't this like a off-label use or something? And I'm like, well, yeah, that's how a lot of drugs are used in off-label ways, including things like Viagra. And then I happened to look in the, I'm not even kidding you, I happened to look in the the mirror of the door, or the window, yeah, the mirror that was on the door in the little room that we were in, and I could see that they were on Wikipedia reading about spironolactone while they talked to me, because they just had never engaged with it. I'm not kidding you. They had never had to engage in that as a general practitioner. They'd never had to deal with somebody who was on spironolactone. And so I was like, if you want me to, I can get you all of the information on this, because of course I knew where to find, you know, like extremely rigid and well-researched information about all currently used, you know, trans medications. But thankfully they were willing to hear me out and apparently do some of their own research after hours once they decided to just get off Wikipedia. But I will say that was a funny experience and certainly an informative one for me. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I will say that you're in good hands. That they were that willing to learn. That,
I mean, they were, yeah. I mean, they had some other issues, but yeah, they were willing to hear me out. And even though at first they were like rather skeptical, and I would have preferred they just like, I don't know, go, hey, wait a second, I can see your medical records and that you've been on spironolactone for like 4 years. Like maybe I should not do Wikipedia for this one.
Yeah. There's yet another argument that I kind of formulated as like a counter argument to the hypothetical that I posed, which is that if said trans woman in the hypothetical is doing so to pursue comfort, wouldn't that entail that there's an inherent discomfort? To which I would say no. The pursuit of comfort doesn't necessitate that there's any discomfort present. Like people do things all the time that are in the pursuit of more comfort, but that doesn't necessitate that there's a discomfort present. Like I could go, for instance, I could go downstairs, turn on the TV, and watch Family Guy because I want to get comfortable. No, but that doesn't mean that I'm inherently in any discomfort.
Right.
And I just want to watch God forbid Family Guy for comfort. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that type of, the fact that that's an argument you engage with a lot just kind of gives away the fact that like the people who are it gives away that a lot of trans meds are stuck in purely seeing the world in a single frame. They can't imagine an alternate perspective beyond their own. And I can understand, like, I'm not like sympathetic in the political sense, but I'm sympathetic to being like having suffered something and basically being like concerned about that thing. But you still have to, if you're going to engage in these conversations seriously, you have to be able to, in my opinion, step outside of yourself. You have to be able to go, okay, I actually need to be able to recognize that there are some people who are not going to see the world as a matter of just discomfort that needs to be solved. And I think that a lot of trans meds fail to do that. And again, as I said earlier, I think the reason for that is that there's a sort of unspoken reason for that, which is a sort of continual engagement with a fear-based worldview. And I think that it's unfortunate. And I do think that it hurts people because, of course, like when we talked on this channel even about the like when I did my whole non-binary video, which if you all haven't seen my video talking about non-binary people, I talk about the fact that like numbers for non-binary people in the medical world are very questionable, and the reason for that is because non-binary people aren't in many places are not able to get healthcare unless they basically agree to being filed one way or another. And sometimes it's very malicious. Other times it's just passive. Oh, our medical system doesn't have a we can't put on your chart that you're non-binary. You have to either be male, female, or trans woman or trans man. And if you don't, and then so the doctor just has to put you in as one of those categories. So they pick one that they feel is the closest, which completely skews the numbers, you know? So these are problems that come from hyper rigid systems that refuse to be able to think more broadly about the need for care and about how that care can be delivered.
Yeah, and like, fuck, what was I gonna say? I mean, yeah, not only that, but like not only that, but the access to gender affirming care that trans people have is already necessitates that they have to jump through hoops to get it. Whereas, and correct me if I'm wrong, if a cis person wants access to it, then they can get it easier
It
than
is
somebody who is
remarkably
trans.
easy. It is remarkably easy for cis people to get access to things like, say, hormone therapy. Hormone therapy is literally advertised. I've told the story a million times of when there was a job that I was working, and I was working where I was cleaning cars. And while I was cleaning the cars, I used to hear this fucking annoying ad where this guy would come on and he'd be like, are you feeling like it's like this? It was like this really thick New York accent. And he's just like, are you feeling low energy? Then you need to call in to my office right now and ask for HRT. HRT, that's right. You can get your T levels higher just by calling into my office right now. 1-800-Dr. HRT. And it was like that kind of thing where it's just like, that's the level of how easy and accepted it is for cis people to be able to get access to HRT. It's incredibly easy to do so, and in fact, it's commonplace. I mean, HRT is, of course, given out to people to people who are going through menopause, constantly, frequently, and it's not treated as some sort of like societal transgression. So there's a double standard. Anyway, we've come to the end of our time. Was there anything else you wanted to say before we wrap this up? It's been wonderful speaking with you.
Oh, thank you. No, I don't really have much to say other than people should follow my Twitter because it's cool, and
All
I'm
right.
cool.
Please post your Twitter in the chat so people can follow you.
All right, that I will do.
All right.
All right, catch you later.
Thank you so much for coming on. It was a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much, Naomi.
Yeah, no worries. Bye.
Have a great night. Bye. All right. So, fantastic. Let's bring in the next caller. I'm kind of just running around gathering stuff right now. I hope that I feel like I don't know how to get clothes. I haven't figured out how we can get clothes yet. Hey, Gayfesh. Yeah, I don't know. We haven't unlocked the future of clothing yet. I only see, have we built a stonebreaker? Maybe we need a stonebreaker first. There's no armor system? No, there totally has to be. There's an equipment thing. Oh, well. There has to be. It says right over here, equipment. Maybe they just haven't added any of it yet? Are we playing like a beta? This can't be. There's charms. All right, well. Maybe I gotta get one of these charms. I don't know how you're supposed to stay warm then. Oh my God, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna take a second. I'm gonna pause here in my game and I'm gonna make my creator code so you guys can sign up with my creator code. That's it, I'm making my creator code. That way people can sign up with my creator code. Oh wait, I don't know how quickly. It just says I can't be too mean and bad, which I'm not, of course. Okay, I gotta connect my YouTube channel. We'll see. I don't know if it's gonna approve me right away. I probably will because I have this, because I have all this stuff. Hold on, let me see. No, hold on. Why is this not working? Why is Twitter not working? There we go. That worked. Oh man, the Twitter one is fucking busted. God damn, that's annoying. What the fuck? The Twitter thing is broken. Wow, well I gotta do it anyway, so. Here we go, this should work. Oh no, no, not that one. There we go. I want to be a Fortnite creator. Oh, come on, shut up. I know this isn't the wrong password, you fucking asshole. What is wrong with this thing? It's broken. Well, fuck Twitter. It's apparently broken. Apparently connecting through Twitter is fucking busted. I can connect through Twitch though, hold on. Is it truly a DemonMama stream? Hey, look, this isn't my stream that's messing up. What's messing up right now is my ability to be able to sign up for Fortnite stuff. There we go. This should approve me. Twitter API is broken? Well, because I don't know. I guess you're right. It is completely broken. Wait, hold on. There we go. Yeah! Oh my god, I'm gonna get it! Hold on a second. Oh, they're making me do a little tax thing. Ooh. Okay, well, I'll do it. I don't care. Hold on, I'll do this. I'm literally doing my tax information live. My creator code will actually earn me money if you guys play the game with my creator code. I'm not even kidding you. It's actually really cool. Okay, yep, it's working. Yeah, I get stuff for it. It's really easy. Oh my god, they're making me fill out a whole fucking thing. I had to do a W-9. Sorry, everybody. Almost there. So now what? Okay, I got my email, so now I gotta check my email. Let me check my email. It should be good. Sorry for making everybody wait for a second, but if I do this, this could be sick as fuck. You guys could all download Fortnite Lego with my cool stuff, and that'd be sick. Hold on, let's see. How do I continue? Okay, hold on. All this is good. Yeah. Oh, it says it might take a couple hours. Okay, well, we'll come back in a couple hours then. Until then, I wait. I'll check my email throughout the stream. The code is DemonMama. You should be able to put it in. You should be able to put it in. You should be able to type in, when you go to download the game, there's a little slot that says creator code, and you should be able to type in DemonMama. Just one word, DemonMama, and it should still work. Do I play regular Fortnite? Yes, I do. I was thinking about playing some on here. So, all right, we're ready for the next caller. Sorry about that, everybody. We're ready for the next caller. Oh, we have granite slabs. Did we get a stonebreaker? Did that happen? Oh, we do have one. Can you only enter it before you start the DL? I don't know. I don't know enough about that. Marble. I don't have any marble. I've never even found marble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Damn. This is the first time I've ever been like a creator on anything like that. Hello, hello, hello.
How are you?
Good. Welcome, 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 welcome. I hope you are doing wonderfully. Would you mind stating your name and your pronouns for us?
Levi Matthews, and my pronouns are he, him.
Welcome to the show again, Levi Matthews. I remember speaking with you. I think we had a conversation fairly recently, a debate of some sort, correct? Am I remembering
Yeah,
correctly?
it was like a couple of months ago, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's good to speak with you again. Welcome back.
Yeah. So I have a whole lot of things I would like to talk about, but I can only talk about a few things.
All right, well, choose the
So-
one that's gonna blow my mind because that's what I always want to hear.
Okay. So I guess maybe I don't know. I don't know. I think I'll just eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let me think about it. I think I'll okay. So sorry about that. I was just thinking.
No, it's all right. I understand.
So I am generally left-leaning, but there
Uh-oh.
are a few
Strong
things.
start.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
but I have a few things that I don't really understand about leftism and progressivism.
Okay.
For one thing, the fat acceptance movement.
Okay.
I like, for one thing, people tell me, oh, we're not encouraging people to just be fat slobs. We're just encouraging people to not shame other people. But then I see others trying to promote fatness as like beautiful.
Okay.
And it's like, well, scientifically speaking, like if you're overweight, you're more likely to get cancer and heart disease and all other kinds of problems. But
Well-
I've heard I have a, I understand fat shaming and everything like that. I understand how bad that can be, but
Well, it's terrible. Have you ever?
Yeah.
Have you ever been fat in your life?
I'm
Like, I mean,
currently-
actually, like, I'm not talking like 5 pounds overweight. I'm saying, like, have you ever been fat? Like, where people tell you about it, ever?
That's a good question, because one time when I was in karate, my karate teacher told me that a long time ago when I was just starting, I was fat, and I was like, oh. I was like, okay, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good at all. People are remarkably cruel about it, especially here in the United States, despite the fact that we are an incredibly overweight nation, which kind of would indicate, like how effective fat shaming actually is, and in fact, how unhealthy our approach towards weight is. So there's a couple of things. People don't actually often dive into most people, when you hear them say, oh, well, being fat increases your risks for this, that, and the other thing, people don't actually often dive into that scientific literature themselves. It's a lot more complicated than just a simple, causation. If you're fat, you're more likely to get this. It actually has a lot, there's actually quite a lot going on there. There's a lot of different correlative elements that are important. And also, there are some things that are completely overlooked. Like, for example, there's something that's almost never discussed is the fact that doctors are significantly less likely to be able to actually identify cancer and heart conditions in fat patients, often because they are fixated on their weight alone and not their general health. So that's when people talk about the fat acceptance movement or anything like that, people call it all kinds of different things. But when people talk about this topic, they're often addressing things like that. I encourage you to engage with some of the writing that has been done about this, because it's actually quite shocking the degree to which, most specifically what I've read, has been pain, cancer diagnoses, and heart conditions are severely overlooked in fat patients, which means that they're more likely to die from those things because their doctors aren't actually engaging with them. A fat patient will say, for example, come in and say, I'm having this problem, and they go, just lose some weight, and they prescribe them to lose weight and to work out instead of actually taking their complaint seriously, which means they go back to their life and they're much more likely to have a deadly incident because it's been ignored by their doctor. The warning signs have been ignored. So that's one thing that people often talk about, is the fact that these statistics are made worse by the fact that even when fat people do take care of their health, they're ignored and often left vulnerable to these sorts of things. And also, of course, that there are other elements that can correlate with why someone is overweight that can also contribute to their higher mortality rate that isn't necessarily the weight itself. Now, that's not to say that there aren't actual risks that come from being overweight. There are, but there are risks that come from all kinds of things. And we don't talk about those things in the same way that we talk about the way that like people who are overweight or fat are talked about. They're talked about, not to call names or to call you out or anything like that, but they're kind of often talked about the way you did, where it's just like, oh, the fat slob or whatever. They're dehumanized and objectified and treated poorly, instead of actually engaging with what risks might actually be at hand and treating them like a human. And of course, to not to ramble for too long here, but you did ask the question. I do think that fat people are beautiful. I don't think there's anything intrinsically more beautiful about being skinny or underweight, or normal weight, quote unquote, than being fat. People find fat people beautiful. I find some fat people beautiful. Some people, I'm fat, and many people find me beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that. And by the way, like, I'm not just slightly overweight. I am fat. I know that. I don't have any denial about that. But I also know that there are people who find me beautiful, even when sometimes I don't. However, on the flip side of that, despite the fact that a lot of my, I can, as a personal example, and this is a bit of an anecdote, but I think it's an important one regardless. Growing up, I was ruthlessly mocked by my own family members for my weight, despite the fact that a lot of my family members made significantly worse health decisions. For example, when I was younger, I was only slightly overweight, but I was bigger than most of my siblings. And one of my family members, who was an alcoholic, would regularly make fun of me for my weight, despite the fact that their alcoholism absolutely, objectively did more damage to their body, even if they had overcome it, which they didn't, but even if they had, than my weight will do in my entire lifetime. So there is a massive double standard in our society about what things are considered unhealthy. And fatness is one of those things where immediately, if someone is fat, people will use health as an excuse, but they don't actually care really at all about the health aspect. They just immediately start going in on that person as if they're unhealthy, even though they don't know anything else about their life. They just see their weight and they go, well, that's if we remove and control for all other aspects, that's probably unhealthy. But they don't actually think about anything else. There are fat people who are more healthy than every other skinny person, because that fat person exercises very regularly. You know what I mean? Even if they're overweight, even if they eat too much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how many fat people do you know actually work out regularly other than sumo wrestlers? A lot, actually. A lot of, exercise is not usually the way that people lose weight. I don't know if you know that, but the way that it's not the only way, but
no, it's not the way that most people lose weight. People don't lose weight by exercising. It can be a part of it. The way that people lose weight is by controlling their calorie intake.
It's calories in, calories out.
Yeah, it is, but most people get fat because of their eating habits, which, as it turns out, in America, it's incredibly, incredibly easy to have disordered eating habits or whatever you want to call them, or unhealthy eating habits, because, well, unhealthy food is incredibly, incredibly easily accessible and cheap in the United States. In fact, it's the cheapest food around. So most people, when they lose weight, they don't do it by running on the, they don't, you know, if you run on a treadmill for, you know, I mean, here, I can just do a quick, let's see how long. 1 second. Burned 1 hour. Let's say you do a really long run on there. How many calories? So, okay, you can burn, so for like a half an hour to an hour walk, you can burn somewhere between 200 and 500 calories in an hour, like in an hour on the treadmill, somewhere around that bar. But 500 calories is by itself not enough to make you lose weight if you're extremely overweight. Like because you're probably going to eat that back within, like, right afterwards. You go eat a dinner that to you seems like a normal dinner, but is a high calorie density dinner. I mean, how much is it in, like, if you decide to grab like a fast food, let's say you grab like a medium meal from like McDonald's. Let's see how much calories that is. That's 1,050 calories. Even if you exercise for an hour, you've doubled what you just burned. So it's not that. People lose weight by controlling their eating habits and getting their eating habits under control. So the reality is, in fact, in America, there are lots of physically fit, overweight people because your physical fitness doesn't correlate directly to your weight, because you can gain weight while being physically fit. You can have really good lung capacity. You can have a really, really good muscle build. It's not just sumo wrestlers. Although I do find it funny that that's kind of your like offhand response, is to like go to that sort of extreme. Don't you feel it's a little
I don't know.
telling?
It's the easiest thing to think of, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
I think the easiest thing would be to go walk into any gym in America, and you'll realize that most of the people there are overweight. And they're probably going to the gym more than you are.
Well, yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah.
But what the thing is, though, is that I make a comparison with fatness to cigarette addiction, because like both like are deleterious on your body.
Sure.
And like I just don't understand. Like, if you want to make fatness look beautiful, then you might as well make cigarette smokers who are emaciated and have sunken eyes and yellow teeth look beautiful too. Because don't shame them, don't put them down. You just gotta promote them as much as possible. Like, I just don't. I don't think that's a very positive thing.
Well,
you know.
okay, so that was a bit of a tear that you went on. But first of all,
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you know this, but a little bit of history might help you in this particular instance by pointing out that smoking is sexy, and smoking has been made sexy. It's been presented sexy, and if you don't believe me, play a fucking Kojima game. That motherfucker is in love with sex.
It's been presented that way, but it shouldn't be.
Well, you can say that, you can make that argument, but that's not the same thing, right? Like, and also people aren't trying to make an argument for you know, like we're not comparing like a smoking sexiness movement, despite the fact that there didn't need to be a movement for smoking to be portrayed as sexy in some way or another. That happened all on its own as a matter of like market forces, I guess you could say. So yeah, and also like you went to a very extreme example when in reality like tons of people smoke and aren't emaciated or whatever else you said there. Like there's a lot of people who smoke in the world. Not even cigarettes necessarily, but like there's smoking has gone down in a lot of countries, but yeah. But like also there are different ways to smoke, you know? Like yes, there's always a danger to smoking. But also like you want to talk about things that are like unhealthy that like I mean, I don't see you having a reaction like this to like the fact that you're sitting at your computer right now watching a stream. I'm working a stream that I'm going to be sitting here for 6 hours, despite the fact that a sedentary lifestyle is not only a primary contributor to like just the fact that we passively sit way more often and don't burn as much calories in our daily lives is a major contributor to the general overweight, like the general weight of the United States and most of the world that's like technologically advanced. But you don't see people fucking being like these fucking disgusting sedentary lifestyle people who are watching their Netflix shows and fucking picking their noses and eating fucking popcorn while they play video games for 4 fucking hours. What the fuck's wrong with you? Why aren't you out picking berries like a natural person? Like, that just doesn't really happen. Those people would be kind of laughed at, right?
Well, I mean, there is a point where there's too much of a good thing, right? I mean, you
Sure,
can't sit
of
on
course.
your computer for. I mean, sure, like I can do this, and you can do what you're doing for like few hours, but as long as you're eating healthy and take some time to do exercise, that doesn't like really affect you.
Yeah, but that's also,
Whereas
that can also
over,
be true about being overweight. Lots and lots and lots of people are overweight, and they live long and healthy lives while being overweight. And you can argue that in the most extreme cases, like extreme like morbid obesity or whatever, that like, yeah, there's major downsides to that, but that's true about so much. Like, I mean, hell, you know, like you don't hear anybody fucking acting like this and trying to humiliate people or call them names or present them the way you do when you walked in here, calling people fat slobs or all the other hyperbolic language that you've done. You don't see people doing that for like truckers, even though having a job.
wait, is that what I did?
I mean, yeah, you did. You just did that like
Oh.
2 seconds ago. And also,
Well,
like,
I
you
don't
opened
know,
it
it's
by
just-
saying, like, calling people fat slobs.
Did I say? Oh my God, I'm
did.
sorry if I said flat. Oh, I might have. I don't know. I have to rewatch that. But
It's like, I mean, think about this. Like, in America, like the land of the car, the most dangerous thing that you do every day is get in a car. That is just a matter of fact. Getting in a car every day is dangerous to you, and not only that, but it's hurtful to everyone around you. The amount of toxins that are coughed into the air, the amount of noise pollution that's caused, these are studied and well understood. And yet nobody acts like that about a car. When I climb in my car and I drive around the corner to go to the store, nobody goes, look at these motherfucking disgusting putters driving their fucking steel monstrosities around. I wish you would, when you die, when you're rotting away, nobody acts like that about a car, even though cars fucking not only mass destroy animal life, they mass destroy human life, they poison our environment, they make our cities ugly and unhealthy. Nobody acts like that towards a driver. People are like, okay, yeah, there's problems with cars, but you know, and yet there's this special, almost like unique hatred that is directed towards fat people that is like almost nothing else. Something that I personally have experienced firsthand. A never-ending amount. I mean, fuck, literally, people fucking comment on my weight on every single one of my videos. So like, it's that common, and it doesn't do anything. Like, that's not gonna. I will literally never, like, I will never diet on behalf of somebody like that. I've already had my experience with toxic dieting culture. I've talked about that openly on stream before, which is that I have always, for my whole life, I have always struggled with yo-yo dieting, where in the past, and thankfully I'm at a point in my life where I'm not really in this cycle anymore, thankfully. But I didn't know I was in it before, to be fair. But where I would gain a little bit of weight, panic about the weight, diet extremely hard, and I would begin to suffer as a result of dieting and pushing myself way too hard to exercise because I felt like I needed to lose weight. And then I would get to a point where I couldn't keep up with that anymore because I was suffering, and I would gain some of the weight back, and then I would panic again, and I would try these diets that people would tell me about, and I actually lost an organ because of that. Because of hoping that a fad diet would be able to help me lose weight. That sounds like a pretty unhealthy thing, and yet nobody talks about that in the same way they would talk about somebody being a little bit overweight or having a fat roll or whatever.
Well, first of all, I hope I didn't offend you. I didn't. Oh my God.
I'm unoffendable. Like a bitch, you walk in here against somebody who's been fucking mocked all my life, and you can't fucking offend me. It's impossible.
Okay.
You could make me think worse of you. That's for sure. But
okay, because I don't want that. I'm sorry if I. Oh my God. You know, it just seems like the human body is. I don't want to use the word designed, but it's evolved to carry a certain amount of body fat. Go past that point and you get stretch marks, and it's not only do you get other deleterious effects I just mentioned, but it's also hard on your joints. It's really hard on your, being.
There's so much I could say there. Okay, so first of all, like, all right, let's deal with that. So like stretch marks are like not like you can't, like, I don't know, the naturalistic thing does not work for stretch marks. Stretch marks are how your body accommodates any sort of change. If you work out, if you meet anybody who's a bodybuilder, they will have fuckloads of stretch marks because you get stretch marks from building muscle as well. Stretch marks are just they are a aestheticized. By that I mean we apply aesthetic value to them that doesn't actually, there's nothing good or bad about a stretch mark. A stretch mark is how your body accommodates rapid changes in your skin. Your body produces, I don't know the exact I'm not a biologist anymore. I used to study biology, but stretch marks are basically a cycle of skin production where in order to accommodate sudden growth of fat, or muscle or whatever, or even if you're just growing up, lots of people just get stretch marks as a result of growing up. Oh, pregnancy is another great example. Pregnancy, tons of stretch marks happen as a result of pregnancy, which I think you'd have to be crazy to argue that's not a natural process. So you've kind of really not thought that one through completely. But
I probably haven't. I don't know why.
No, you haven't.
I don't know why I brought up stretch marks. Honestly, I just thought of it for some reason. But
yeah, but I think it's because you're operating primarily off of a disgust response, which would put you in line with a lot of people who have problems with fat people. Is that they only their opinions actually come from a position of disgust and not from any sort of like actually like measured or scientific or health-based approach.
Well,
stretch marks happen to all kinds of people, and also when it comes to things like joints, people have tons of people have joint problems when they're skinny. Like, it's not that easy to just cast a wide net. And yes, I will say that like you might have to consider having joint issues. If you're significantly overweight, that might be a risk you have to consider. But that doesn't mean that it's like a surefire thing. Like also, I'm really tall. If I wasn't overweight, but I was really tall, my like on an objective level, I have more risk for joint pain and for heart problems because I'm tall. People who are really, really tall and celebrated for it, like people like, I don't know, like Shaquille O'Neal, who's like really tall. Like there are a lot of health risks that come with just being tall. And that's not anything you can do anything about. And we don't treat that, the same way that we treat being fat. Like,
well,
even though there's risks, it's just that life comes with risks, and you have to. And the healthy way to approach it is to go, okay, here's these risks. You should be aware of them. It might be advisable to make some changes if you can, but also that's the end of it, and not like do this weird moral stigmatization, disgust, hyper aestheticization bullshit.
Well, I mean, you've evolved the disgust response for a reason, and when you look at something.
Oh, okay. So I guess it's good. I guess it's good to Holocaust gay people then, right? Because we evolved our disgust response for a reason, right?
I didn't say that. That's kind of jumping the gun a little bit, because with gay people, they're not hurting anybody. They're not even hurting themselves for one.
Man, you've missed out on the last like few generations of arguments about gay people, haven't you?
I don't know. I've heard a lot of arguments about gay people. My mom thinks that they're all pedophiles or something. When you talk about the doctors, how did they detect that doctors were being biased? Was it through other doctors, or was it through other means?
Oh well, they did studies on this. They did comparative studies between the treatments and the treatment time for fat patients and not fat patients, and they compared patients with the same issues and how quickly they got their issues taken care of. You can look into all this. I don't have the data on my hand, but if you want to, I encourage you. This has been published places. You can look this up. You can look up weight discrimination. I had to look this up for a previous argument in the past. In fact, it was with a particular high-profile streamer who ended up having to issue a public apology to me. It was quite good. But anyway, yeah, no, it's there's been this sort of thing has been studied, and basically they will take a look at the experience that a number of fat people and not fat people have with the doctor, how quickly they get the care that they need, the problems that they ended up having, and whether they were caught in time. or whether they were ignored. And the reality is, it shows that studies have shown that fat people get ignored. Their doctors don't listen to them, even though they're telling them, hey, I have this problem. And that means, and it's just because of a discriminatory approach. Well, I don't like that you're fat. We have a cultural connotation around being fat, which means I'm not gonna listen to you. I'm letting my personal emotions about your weight get in the way of your actual medical treatment. And of course, on top of that, to further address the what you said about disgust, the disgust responses are not purely they're not just like inborn in you. What we find disgusting is a matter of culture. It's a matter of social. They are socially built, and you could probably argue that there is some degree of like the ability to have a disgust response is some natural thing, but our disgust response is very strongly social. That's why there are, entire cultures who have no problem eating raw fish, but a lot of Americans, if you try to feed them sushi, they fucking throw up or gag.
Yeah.
Social.
Well,
so if you want, you can't just like say, oh, the disgust response is natural, because again, I would just point out people use disgust as a main reason to go against gay people.
Yeah, but gay people are born that way. You're not necessarily, like, most people aren't born fat.
Yes,
most people.
Yes, they are. Have you ever seen a baby? Not only that,
Well, they're
but
not.
tons of people, like the most common reason why people are overweight in adulthood is because of their eating patterns, which were taught to them in childhood.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that we should go around and saying that it's okay to be fat, because it's not. It's not like okay to be unhealthy.
Why is it not
It's-
okay
it's
to be
okay-
fat?
What?
Why is it not okay to be fat?
Because it's unhealthy, and
Yeah,
it's
but
like.
as I already said, tons of things are unhealthy. Getting in your car is unhealthy, and yet you don't fucking do
So
anything
so
about
where do
it.
you draw the line? So where do you draw the line?
Well, not there. I mean, I
Like-
don't know. That's a complicated question. But also, most people don't conclude that that like scolding people is the answer.
Well, I don't either, and I.
Well,
I
you
hope
do. You
I
definitely
didn't-
do.
I hope I didn't. If I did, I'm sorry. If I
I mean, it comes
accidentally
across.
scolded.
No, it just comes across as that's your approach, because like if you think that we should moralize the fact of being gay as like, oh, you're or not gay, of being fat, it's like, oh, you're engaging in like an unhealthy activity. Well, there's all kinds of things that are unhealthy. God, there's like so much. There's so many things that are technically unhealthy. Nobody can live a perfectly healthy life ever. No one does. Not one person. Even the people who are fitness freaks. In fact, lots of them end up being really unhealthy because their fitness freakishness takes them too far. So like, and yet there's a special spot reserved for hating on fat people. And also, by the way, just as a note, just so that we're clear, one of the main arguments that is often used against gay people, or has been used, it's not so popular anymore because we've moved into a new era, but in the past, one of the most common arguments against gay people was the existence of AIDS. In which they would say, well, look at that. It's the gay man's disease. Most people who have AIDS are gay. It's unhealthy to be gay. You put yourself at risk of AIDS. And then they would say gay sex is dirty. It's gross. You're not supposed to do sex in the butt. That's disgusting. You can hurt yourself doing that. Of course, the reality being you can hurt yourself doing any type of sex. All type of sex can be hurtful, and all types of sex can be unhealthy. But there's some unique. So weirdly enough, people come up with a uniquely special reason to call out the gay people, which is kind of what you're doing with fat people right now.
Well, I just think there's a difference between being fat and being gay, because
Well,
being
of course
fat,
there's a difference,
like,
but there's comparisons, aren't there? Of course there's a difference. They're not the same thing. Otherwise, we just call them.
well, that's why you can't really compare them, because one is a result of either you were raised around America where you're exposed to fatty foods all the time, or it's a life choice.
Or you have a genetic factor that makes you gain weight.
That too, but that's very rare.
No, it isn't. Or you have a job that means that you're constantly having to sit in a specific place. You don't exercise very much. Or there's a ton of reasons why you could be fat, and even if it was your choice, that still has comparisons to the gay situation. You still you choose to engage in gay sex. Who's saying?
Well, you can't choose who you're attracted to.
Well, sure, but you can choose whether you have sex with them. So really, it's your fault.
I would
if you
say
die.
gay sex. I'd say gay sex is a lot healthier than being overweight. So, like,
Oh, sure, but don't you feel like you're well, I mean, but a lot of Christians would disagree with you. A lot of
well,
people
yeah,
would
they're
disagree with
stupid,
you.
but
Well, okay, but I mean, I would argue you're stupid.
oh, I'm sorry. I don't
it's
know.
okay. It's fine.
Like,
anybody can call anybody else stupid, but the reality is they make the same arguments about gay people that people do about fat people. Yeah. Being overweight is like is like one of many things that people choose. I mean, like, but again, nobody talks about other things the way that they talk about being fat, or at least very few things. There are some things that they do talk about that, being gay and being trans.
Yeah.
There are health risks with all kinds of life decisions, but it's being cognizant of those risks. And also, part of the reason why there is a fat acceptance movement is because is out of a desire to make fat people more healthy. Is it not to make them lose weight necessarily, but to have people stop treating it like a moral issue and stop treating people disgusting, which makes as if they're disgusting, which makes them not get the help they need, which makes other people not give them the help they need, which makes them be treated poorly, makes them marginalized, makes them less likely to live healthy lives. In the same way that many other things, the same way that being marginalized on other grounds can lead you to be separated from the rest of society and mistreated.
yeah, I get what you're saying, though. It's just, I just think that there's a line between, fat shaming and then just going all out and saying, oh, you can be as fat as you want, eat all the cake you want. That's what
Well,
Virgie Tovar, a fat acceptance movement advocate, she literally said, eat as much as you want, be as fat as you want, or didn't say be as fat as you want. She's literally advocating unhealthy lifestyle just because for the sake of feeling good for the short term.
I noticed something. When you talk about fat people, you get really, really worked up. It's really interesting. You start to sound like you're actually like spitting and getting angry and your heart rate is going. You sound like, I think maybe chat is like, oh yeah, no, chat is definitely noticing this as well. Like, you get really pissed off. Like, okay, so one fat person who claims to be like a fat acceptance person says eat whatever you want. Like, who fucking cares? So what? Why do they say that?
Because it's promoting an unhealthy lifestyle.
Okay, that's great. I don't know who this person is. Good for them. Be mad at them. Why are you mad at fat people? And why would you be mad?
I'm not mad at fat people. I'm mad at people
very
who.
Mad at fat people.
Oh.
I could be wrong.
Well, if that's how, if that's how it's coming off, then I'm sorry. I'm just mad because
also,
I guess I'm mad.
I don't know this person. I legitimately don't know who you're talking about. This person that you're getting like mad at or whatever. I don't know who that person is, but but I wonder if you're truly fully engaging with what they're saying, because a lot of people say really ridiculous things about trans rights people, and they make similar caricatures, and then when you go and look what they're actually saying, it's actually something completely different. It's like, hey, live your life. It's not worth spending your whole life obsessing over your weight. You should be able to eat cake if you want to. And I think that people should be able to do that. I think that our obsession with weight in America makes people really super unhealthy and makes them more prone to disordered eating, makes them more prone to eating disorders. Eating disorders like bulimia and anorexia are ridiculously common in America. And that's kind of funny, right? You'd think that like, oh, well, in America, we shouldn't have, like, we're like one of the fattest countries on the planet, and yet we have an extreme overrepresentation of eating disorders. It's because our culture teaches us to treat weight like the most extreme thing in the world. Our culture encourages us to have extreme views. You're either very overweight or you're very underweight. Oh my God, something I was
Yeah, I mean, I do agree that there is like a weird cultural thing where it pushes for people to push themselves way too fast into losing weight, and instead of being healthy about it, they, get into diet fads, and then they throw up, and then they do other kinds of stuff that just is really, really bad.
So I can't speak for that person that you're talking about, but do you think it's possible they might be trying to address something like that? They might be trying to tell people, hey, it's literally better for you to have like a chill attitude towards towards like eating and just enjoy your life than it is to like become obsessed and end up giving yourself an eating disorder. I don't know. Maybe they're not. Maybe they really are just like, you should eat whatever you want. You should eat a tire if you want to. I don't know. Maybe that's who they are. That's kind of how you portrayed them. It is possible. People say all kinds of things. There are all kinds of idiots on Twitter that say all kinds of stuff. Maybe they are. But I have to say, as somebody who's not familiar with them, I think it's possible because what I know of the fat acceptance movement is not like that at all. It's not like people, I don't know. Wait, here we go.
Well,
hold on, here we go. Wait, here's the full quote. I got the full quote. Danny Fallon says, here's the quote that Virgie was referring to. Can you imagine going one single day without hearing about somebody's weight loss plan or hearing about how potato chips are evil or overhearing a conversation with your coworkers where they're trying to decide who needs to have the smallest piece of cake? This is the quote that Virgie was referring to, and Virgie replies, you should be able to eat as much cake as you want to that. So I see, this is why I felt like you were misrepresenting that. They were replying to somebody complaining about how ridiculous and overbearing dieting culture in America is, which it is. It just is. It just fucking objectively is. There's a really interesting thing I encourage you to look into once we're done talking, which is you should look into the eating disorder studies that were done in Fuji in the 90s. You should be able to find it if you just search that on Google. I believe it was a Harvard, if I'm not mistaken, a Harvard anthropologist did a study in Fuji after American television was introduced in Fuji, and the incidence of eating disorders skyrocketed after the introduction of American television in Fuji. And they tried to find out why, and they interviewed a ton of people about it, and they talked about how they became bombarded with images of quote-unquote ideal bodies, which were actually supermodels, people who have to spend their whole lives carving a certain body type. And it led to a ridiculous spike in eating disorders, not just eating disorders like anorexia and bulimia, but also overeating as a response to being unable to keep up with those standards.
Well, I think that going back to what I was saying before, that
Fiji. I'm so sorry, Fiji, not Fuji.
Yeah.
I meant to say Fiji.
Yeah, that sounded like it was Japan, or is that in Japan?
Yeah, Mount Fuji is in Japan. I literally just flubbed up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I was saying, there seems to be a line where when you have a disgust response, it can be legitimate sometimes because,
Sure.
If you are looking to date somebody and that person comes to that date being all sweaty and they smell and they don't take care of themselves, you're not probably going to be attracted to that person very much.
Okay.
And, the same thing could be said about, if you're overweight, you're probably not taking care of yourself properly, probably. And it's not that you are...
I mean, most Americans are overweight, so I guess your dating pool is pretty small.
I guess so. I don't know. But
How would you even, like, and also, like, I don't know, I guess how would you do that? There are, you know how many fucking skinny people I've met that smell like shit? A lot, okay? A lot, all right?
Well,
I don't think they're taking good care of themselves. I know a lot of fat people who take really good care of themselves, who are really extremely hygienic, who live good lives. They just happen to be fat for whatever reason.
That's not what I was saying. I didn't say that all fat people are smelly and don't take care. What I meant to say is that, there's a comparison. If you are disgusted by somebody who, it might not be fat, or just anybody who doesn't take care of themselves, they have a loose shirt or something, you're going to get a disgust response, and you might want to not date said person, and that person might need to work on themselves.
None of this seems like an argument. This just seems like an extremely, extremely vague way of saying there are some people that I don't like certain aspects about them. And sure, there's all kinds of things that you might find in somebody that you don't like. I mean, for example, if I met somebody who, I don't know, if I went on a date with somebody and the first thing that they said to me was like, hey, have you ever heard of these crime statistics? I would be like, wow, you sound like a fuckwit. And then I would tell them to fuck off. And that would be disgusting to me. But that doesn't yeah, there's traits that you find in people you might not find attractive, but that doesn't necessarily you know, mean anything else. Like, I feel like you're just sort of vaguely appealing to the fact that people have preferences in other people, and that some things, some traits that someone could have could indicate something. But it's weird that you think that just being fat alone indicates something like that, when in reality it doesn't. Just being fat doesn't mean anything. It's just a part of your body. Just like just being tall doesn't really mean anything. People have extremely abundant reasons for why they have extra weight.
Yeah, but okay, so I feel like instead of people wanting to change themselves, instead they go after society and say, okay, we need to make the beauty standard to make it all fat to match, instead of trying to attack the capitalist system that manufactures processed food that is fattening and all this other kind of stuff. You want to go into culture and say, hey, being fat is beautiful. Just, don't worry about your fat. Just ignore it. Like,
I feel like
I just don't.
I feel like you're just making people up in your head right now, because like I don't know. I've never met.
That sounds like what you were saying though. Like, I don't know.
What, that you're making people up in your head?
Like, no. Like that you're saying that, like, don't worry about your weight. Just do whatever you want. I don't know. Like that.
Well, I think
like
that might be. I think that might be important advice for some people. Not for everybody, but no advice applies to everybody. I think that some people really do need to find a way to stop worrying about their weight. In fact, I know people who've been like that. I know people who have had eating disorders where their obsession with their weight led them to be dangerously underweight. And people never talk about that. Fucking nobody talks about that. And by the way, fucking nobody has a disgust. No, they do not. Fucking nobody has a disgust response to somebody who's underweight, even though being slightly underweight is more dangerous than being slightly overweight. Being slightly underweight makes you more likely to perish from an illness, makes you more likely to suffer suffer from side effects of other illnesses and not be able to recover fully than being slightly overweight. And yet nobody fucking acts this way about people who are underweight. It's because there's a bias. It's because you have a particular disgust response, and you're resistant to analyzing your disgust response. The fat positivity movement, which I don't know everything about them. I just, I'm sort of committed here to engaging with them in good faith, which I really don't think that you present the fat positivity movement in good faith. It sounds to me like you have an almost comical caricature in your head, and that you summon that up whenever you want to feel like safe in your opinions. Like, instead of actually thinking about your approach to weight or anything like that, or whether or not maybe you haven't thought fully deeply about this, you just sort of conjure up a big here, let me try and get an idea of it. They're like they look like a cave troll from Lord of the Rings, and they go, "Me want cake," and that's who you imagine in your head, and you go, "Oh, thank goodness." Thank goodness. I don't have to worry about my opinions, because that's the opposition. Like, you're just summoning up a fat straw man that lets you feel better about, like, just having a weird disgust reaction to people being to being overweight at all, and never actually thinking about what it actually means.
Okay. So let me put me as an example. Over the past 5 years, I haven't been doing too well with my mental issues, and because of that, I haven't eating as well.
That's fucking disgusting. That's fucking you're disgusting.
Okay. I get what you're doing.
Yeah. All right, hit me with it. I won't be mean anymore.
So, like, for me, for example, I've been struggling with that, and because of that, I've gained some weight. I'm not necessarily fat, but I am definitely overweight.
Okay.
And I should exercise. I should eat a little healthier, but I don't, because of all this other shit that's going on. Do you think that when I do eat right and I do exercise, that is a good thing, and that's what causes me, that I'll just naturally lose that weight? So, like, being this weight
that's a good thing, but I don't think it's like
being this weight that I'm currently at is not good. It's just not.
I mean,
and
I don't know how big you are. I can't speak to that, but
I'm like, I don't know.
You don't have to tell us. It's fine. We can tell there's like a bit of a personal investment in it. It's fine. I don't know what your weight is, and it's not really for me to judge that. Like, that's between you and maybe your doctor, or maybe a nutritionist if you really want to decide whether or not you think you're at a healthy rate. It's honestly for you to decide that. have a serious thought about whether you are or aren't. But sure, if it makes you happier to lose weight and you feel more satisfied or whatever, that's great. I mean, I have been losing weight lately, and I've been doing so very much in a very controlled manner because I never want to lose weight in the way that I used to. I just simply think that I would feel better if I lost a little bit of weight, and that's a good thing. But that doesn't mean that if I chose not to, that it would necessarily be a bad thing. Like, I think that people have reasons for making the decisions that they do. And I think those are very personal reasons. And I don't think that you can just, like, scan somebody's body and come to that conclusion. And also, I feel like if you do, it's probably because you have your own hang-ups. Like, I don't know. Especially, like, I don't know, again, like, to be, like, threatened by the idea of fat people being perceived as beautiful in the way that you are, I think fat people should be able to be beautiful, and I think fat people are beautiful. I think there's lots of very beautiful fat people, even very fat people, that I find very beautiful. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, I just don't think there's anything wrong with that. Especially in a world where everybody fucking drives cars and vapes like crazy and drinks like crazy and whatever. There's bigger fish to fry.
So that's justified? Like,
it's not
I don't know.
justified. I'm just saying that, like, I don't feel the pressure to, like, have an overtuned disgust response to somebody's body weight, like, when body weight is a like particularly complicated subject, and people and body weight doesn't necessarily say anything about somebody. Doesn't necessarily say anything about them. I just I don't feel that pressure. If you do, that feels like it's a thing you got to sort out.
Maybe it is. I don't know. Like, I've been listening to myself, and I'm probably going to rewatch this, and I'm probably going to shoot myself in the foot for not bringing out A, B, C, and D like I did in the last conversation. So
maybe,
you know.
But I mean, I also just think that, like, the things that you did bring up are, like, I don't know, they're kind of telling of your approach. A lot of it was very disgust based, which I don't think that's like I don't think it's very logical to, like, just base your approach towards weight just on your own personal feelings of disgust towards somebody else's body. Yeah, I just don't think it's a very rational process, and I also think that it leads you to come to bad conclusions. And it sounds like there might be some, like, self-hate tied up in there, which is unfortunate, but I know that. Like I said, you know, I was overweight when I was younger, and I'm overweight now, and people have treated me like shit for it. And it never helped. Never helped me lose any weight whatsoever. The only thing that's ever helped me lose weight has been just going, I think I want to do this for whatever reasons that are important to me. That's the only way that I think it really works.
You wouldn't do that to, like, I mean, some people do this, but you wouldn't do that to a drug, like, you shouldn't do that to a drug addict either, to, like, go up to them and say, oh, look at you, you're all messed up and fucked up. Yeah, that's not going to help them, right? So, like,
yeah, but that is the response. The same people who do this to, like, have that position on fat people do that to drug addicts. And also,
yeah, but at the
and also they don't, and it prevents them from actually having a healthy approach to drug addiction, which is that, once again, drug addiction is a complicated process. People get addicted for many reasons, and just, like, calling them disgusting and bad doesn't actually help them at all in any way. It's just a fallacy. It's just you having an emotional hang-up and not actually being able to address it. Like, I do think that people should be able to, like, I very much believe that people should have control over the substances that they put into their body, and that they shouldn't be, you know, they shouldn't feel enslaved by a substance or anything like that. I think that's a very good thing. But I don't, you know, but I don't think that, like, we get there by, like, hyper stigmatizing people who struggle with drugs. I just don't think we do. I don't think we accomplish anything that you want by the approach that you have towards weight.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't want to go up to that same drug addict and say, "Oh, you're so beautiful. You're just so beautiful the way you are. Just keep at it." No, we don't want to glorify drug abuse the same way you don't want to glorify fat consumption.
Why not? Like, if you know somebody, wait a second. I mean, this is actually really funny that you'd say that, because, like, I don't know, if I've known people in my life who've been addicted to drugs, and they were beautiful people. I loved them, and they were beautiful, and I've told them that they were beautiful, and I've told them that I've loved them, and I've told them that I've loved them regardless of their drug problem. So it just sounds to me like again, I feel like this is very revealing of your position, which is just that you kind of think that you have a moral approach to it. You find people disgusting for the things that they struggle with.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I
I've
guess
known
maybe I do.
There have been. I mean, not only that, but like, come on. Like, most celebrities in fucking Hollywood are drug addicts of some sort or another, and people shower them with love. Are you fucking telling me, like, fucking Johnny Depp, the heartthrob, who was on for years on every single fucking magazine in America, being sexualized, being praised. Oh my God, he's so hot. People putting posters up on him while he's fucking absolutely just unconscious on heroin constantly. And people fucking do that all the time. What do you like? People do this all the time.
You shouldn't praise them for it, though.
No, they do.
You shouldn't praise them for it.
Nobody treats the celebrity drug addicts like they do fat people. Almost like there's a weird double standard, and that none of the
that's true.
None of the moral disgust or any of that is actually useful or helpful in this particular incident.
I just don't think it still doesn't make it like, I don't know, okay. Like it doesn't make it like just
okay
because
to say that like I find your body beautiful, and if you decide, and if there's a health issue that you need to overcome, we'll overcome it together and we'll work on that together. Like, I don't know. It feels like what you're trying to argue is that there are health issues that somebody could have that might be increased by, the risk might be increased by your weight. But that like your argument is supposed to be about the health, but you make it about the weight. Where in reality, if you know somebody who's fat, and you're worried about them having a health issue, then I think the way to work would be to work with them on that health issue and to be realistic about it. If their weight is directly causing an issue, like for example, if they're experiencing like pre-diabetes, it might be necessary for them to lose some weight. But that's not every person. That's not every fat person. There are tons of fat people who aren't dealing with that and who won't deal with that. You have to deal with them as people. You can't simplify them down as just a class that you just say, wow, your belly looks bigger than I expected. You must be disgusting and unhealthy. That's just a bad approach.
Well,
I'm gonna die.
Maybe eliminate the disgusting part, but maybe just leave in the unhealthy part, because everybody is, like you said, everybody is unhealthy to some degree or another, and I'm not going to fault
like
every person. I'm not going to fault every person for being fat. I'm not going to I don't know. I'm going to encourage them to be healthier, but I'm not going to shame them for being fat either. So I mean, I feel like there's a balance.
Maybe that's true, and I'll take your word for it that you won't shame them for that. But it sounds like you do. It sounds like you make assumptions about their health just because of their weight, when in reality there are lots of people who are overweight and even fat who are healthy, and they probably do and are very aware of what they need to be careful about. But also there are tons of fat people who live, like I said, really long and healthy lives. Risks does not immediately translate to an essential position. There being a risk of something, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like a moral trait that needs to be policed in that way. And I don't think it should. I don't think it's effective to do so. That's not the way that I look at the world, really. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, we've been talking for we've given you a basically a double call on this.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, I think it's an important topic. But I would encourage you to engage with, to try and disarm your disgust response and actually engage with what fat positivity people are actually saying. It's like that last quote. I mean, that was pretty clear that you strawmanned that position pretty hard. I didn't even know who it was, and I could tell just by the way you were talking that the position was strawmanned. I think you should engage with it for real, and you should engage with the risks. With the actual conversation around health around fat people, because a lot of the issues that fat people have aren't a direct product of their weight, but are instead a result of the way that our society handles weight, the way that weight correlates with other risks, and the fact that we don't really provide good tools for people to be healthy at any weight, let alone at heavy weights.
Yeah, like I said, if I came off as an asshole to you or anybody else in the audience, I'm sorry. I just had these thoughts in my head and I needed to talk them out with somebody on the left that is honest about these issues. And
you definitely came to the right place to talk about it, because I think I only said one mean thing to you, and it wasn't even that mean. But yeah, well, of course, I'm more than happy to discuss things, even contentious topics with people. I do think that you came in good faith. I do think that you need to probably defuse your disgust response just a little bit. It will help you come to a better position on this topic. But yeah, other than that, I'm happy that we got to talk. Was there anything else you wanted to say before you go?
No, just live long and prosper.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on. It was wonderful talking with you, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Yeah, and hope you have a good rest of your stream.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye for now.
You have a good one. Bye-bye.
Well, that was an interesting conversation. Oh, thank you, Twos. I feel like I could have done better, but it's an off-the-cuff debate. So, you know, that really tries my ability, you know, that really puts my ability to deal with these things on the fly without any studies on hand. Although I always have the anthropology, the Fiji study. The Fiji study is really telling about just how bad our culture's approach towards weight is. American culture with regard to weight is completely and utterly fucked, and it pervades our culture in a way that like really makes it difficult to ever make a clear statement on health when it comes to weight, when we have such a mentally and socially broken approach to people's bodies and people's weights. I'm overly invested in the discussion about normalizing fat people. Oh, I didn't look at chat at all. I'm sure there are some people who had issues with what I said, and you're welcome to call in. As you can see, we do go long when we have a particularly impactful conversation, and one that I think is important. Although I'm gonna try not to make that. I'm gonna try not to make a habit out of that. But if you feel like you want to disagree with me, please feel free to call in and we can talk about it further. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick drink. I think most people completely strawman the fat positivity movement. The fat positivity movement is largely about destigmatizing, is about providing love to people whose bodies have been horrifically, who've been abused based on their body shape, so that we can actually have more meaningful conversations. Because as it stands, it's actually very difficult to have meaningful conversations about health at any weight, whether you're skinny, whether you're slightly overweight, whether you're very overweight, whether you're very skinny, any of these things. It's very difficult to have a conversation about health at any weight in the current atmosphere. The fat positivity movement is about, is often, at least in my experience, about diffusing that and letting people know that they can be beautiful and can be loved, no matter what their weight is, and that's okay and a good thing. Same way as people have all kinds of things that they do. Some of them are technically unhealthy, and we still love them anyway. Anyway, that's all I have to say for now. We do have to move on, or else we're gonna get behind schedule. So, yes, Grime Dango is doing all of the work right now in Lego Fortnite. I am literally just running around and chopping anything that's in front of me absent-mindedly. I do find it quite soothing. I'm enjoying the game, but Grime Dango's doing all the work. So, all right, let's bring in our next caller. No, I'm good. I don't need a bathroom break right now. Yeah. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Hi. Oh, I'm being told to read a super chat. Hold on, let me read my super chat real quick, and then.
Yeah. No
Another bored person with the $5 says, we are living in the golden age of ass. Ass has never been more presentable, and it does come in the wake of the fat acceptance movement. Fucking true! We all love a fat ass, and everybody. Oh no! No! What did I do? I did something evil. I didn't mean to do that. It was a lag. I didn't mean to do that. Did I put you in? No! I didn't mean to do that. How do I take you out? I didn't mean to put you in timeout. That was an accident. I'm so sorry. It was literally, My YouTube window was really small, and when I tried to click on your message to read it, it opened up a window, and when I was moving my mouse away, it clicked you. No! How do I untime out? What's the YouTube command to untime out somebody? I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. There's no way to undo a timeout? Oh! I'm so sorry. You'll come back soon. It should only be a few minutes. I'm so sorry. Another bored person. I'm really, really sorry. Apparently YouTube does not allow me to untime you out, which is fucking dumb. I really didn't mean to do that. You're not hidden. You're just timed out. You'll be back soon. I'm so sorry. It's only 300 seconds. Whew. I'm so sorry about that. Oh my God, I actually feel terrible. Somebody gave me money. By the way, I'm gonna be reading donations later and during the breaks because I can't keep up with them while I'm talking to people. Okay. Cherry, welcome. Please state your name and your pronouns so everybody can know, but I know you obviously.
Hello, DemonMama. Thank you for having me back on. My name is Cherry, sometimes known as CherryBread. On Twitter.
CherryBread!
My pronouns are I don't fucking care anything. I didn't prepare any like real material. I saw that you DM'd me earlier today saying, hey, if you wanna come on, then come on. I was like, ooh, could be spicy.
Everyone should be envy of you because you are currently in possession of the only platinum card. You are basically the only person in the entire world at the moment who can who can basically come in without any restrictions on my call-in stream. There are basically no rules outside of the please don't get my channel demonetized or whatever. But yeah, you can come in whenever. You have an immunity to timeouts. You're basically a diamond class member of the community.
So you basically gave me DemonMama affirmative action.
Yes, yes, you have received DemonMama affirmative action. Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
By the way, Fortnite Lego is fun.
Yeah, I keep hearing great things about from basically everyone. It might be the thing that makes me finally try Fortnite.
Oh, you've never played Fortnite? Oh, it's so good.
I've avoided it like
oh my God. I don't even know. We've unlocked stuff, but I haven't been looking at what's been unlocked, and it makes me I feel like I might be missing out on things. Oh, I need to figure out how to make clothing or whatever or something. I guess I need to make a charm, but I haven't found any deep root because every time I try to go to a cave, it's too cold and then I die. There's a cave right over there too, and it's still so cold. Well, I guess I'll eat this berry and go. Anyway, welcome to the show. Sorry, I'm blathering.
It's okay.
You know, this is what we do when we talk to each other, right? And anyway, and also repeatedly say slurs over and over again when nobody's listening. Those idiots will never find out.
I actually did want to ask, while I was in the waiting room, one of your mods actually told all of us in the waiting room, hey, just so you know, you can't say slurs. But I wanted to ask directly, are anti-white slurs allowed, or are those banned too?
Oh no, anti-white slurs are always allowed because, as you know, this is an anti-white stream, as everyone knows.
So they're not just allowed, but they're encouraged.
They're encouraged. Not only we will be happy if you use anti-white slurs, basically.
Do you think YouTube will ever crack down on anti-white slurs the same way Twitch did?
No, but that's only because when Twitch tried to do it, it was so embarrassing, and I don't think YouTube wants to make that mistake now that they've seen Twitch show their ass on it. It was really embarrassing when Twitch tried to do that. We all know that. They got roasted by internet comment etiquette, really hard. And nobody wants to get roasted by internet comment etiquette. That's, everyone's worst nightmare.
Are you streaming on Twitch right now or just YouTube?
No, I'm just streaming on YouTube right now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's great, right? Oh, bug!
I feel like Twitch is on its last leg. I'm just waiting for the website to slowly die at this point.
What? You're telling me you don't you're not into the AI titty ASMR kissy face streamers?
Is that the ASMR you're watching? Because I won't leak the ASMR you told me you watch in private. Don't worry.
Good, thank God. Thank goodness. It would be over for me. Except I've already talked about it on stream, so I'm uncancelable. There's nothing you can do. Oh,
I heard you
wolves.
I saw on Twitter you watched a ASMR YouTuber who apologized for using the N-word.
Oh my God, that was so great. I always knew that was coming though. With him, like, listen, it's just been a matter of time before his next meltdown, to be completely honest. That's ephemeral rift. This is not his first rodeo with getting canceled for good reasons. That guy's yeah.
Will you pivot into ASMR content? Because if you do, I will signal boost the fuck out of that.
I've actually talked about it. I've thought about doing that. Honestly, my schedule's been too packed for me to do it, but I have thought about I have all the mic stuff necessary to do some good ASMR stuff, and I might do it in the future. I am passionate about it. I've made some on my own in the past. I just never posted it to YouTube. But yeah, I'm not opposed to it. I don't know if it's like my passion. To make it myself, but I'm certainly passionate about enjoying it.
I really hate editing with audio, so I feel like it would be difficult for me to really get into, but I've watched ASMR, and I after years of thinking it was cringe, I did start watching it earlier this year, and I finally saw, like,
yeah.
I get the appeal, is what I'll say.
Yeah, that's right. What the hell? I just found I found a garage with a bunch of swords. What the hell? This is sick as shit. Swords are awesome.
Yeah.
This crap. I gotta get rid of the garbage that I have. A bunch of trash in here. Like an egg? Who cares about an egg? I want to take these swords. Give me the swords. Yeah, ASMR is fucking awesome. I'm like a big fan of ASMR. I talk about it all the time, and then half my fan base gets mad at me for even mentioning the existence of ASMR. They're like, that bothers my ears! Don't talk about it!
I've noticed it's one of those types of videos that there's no in-between on how people feel about it. Either people are big fans of ASMR, or they think it's like the worst content on YouTube. There's no like middle ground.
There's no middle ground. It's crazy. Or I guess the middle ground would be people who like don't know what it is. But that's the only middle ground that exists, unfortunately.
Do you want to argue about politics, or do you want to discuss ASMR?
I'm okay with either. What do you want to do? You sound like you want to argue about me with politics. You sound like you have something really problematic to drop on me.
No, I'm not. I would never drop a I would never cancel your stream like that. I'm very well known for being non-controversial. You can trust me on this one.
Yeah, you've never caused a controversy ever once.
Yeah, not a single time.
By the way, if you're listening right now would be the time to press like on the stream and also subscribe if you haven't. You're enjoying the community signal night, and you're getting to be graced by the only platinum member of the DemonMama community, CherryBread. And if you're so lucky as that, the least you can do is give us some likes.
Everybody like the stream, or I will post a picture of your house on twitter.com to
my
million followers.
Thank you so much, Cherry. Oh my God, you have no idea how much.
In Minecraft. In Lego Fortnite.
In Lego Fortnite. Oh yes, I found a cave. Hell yeah. I've never found one of these before.
Oh shit, it really is just like Minecraft.
It really is just like Minecraft. Mushrooms! That's a slurp mushroom. I don't know if I want a slurp mushroom. Can I find they're like, I think there's roots I can get in here. Anyway, you said you had a politics thing you wanted to hit me with or something?
Well, I mean, there's always politics we can go into. You label yourself as an anarchist, correct?
No, but I do tend to say that I have affinities towards anarchist thought. I don't really actually pick any single label, for a number of reasons. Partially because I just don't think it fully fits, and also I don't want to I never want to find myself in a position of like stealing valor. But I do have a lot of affinity for anarchist thought. So at the very least, yes, I have a lot of strength for it. And I understand why people might call me that, but I don't personally like try to take that label.
Okay, that makes sense. I've seen people call you an anarchist and you not really argue with that, so I kind of assumed
I don't.
it was
I don't.
either
I mean,
like...
like I don't fault people for coming to that conclusion. Is all I'm saying. I'm not gonna like disavow the anarchist label. I try to avoid strict labels. Besides, like I do admit like I'm a leftist. It's fairly obvious that I'm a leftist, but you know, I tend to focus on liberation.
Do you ever really like care? Do you care about labels at all, or do you kind of just let people call you what they call you, or is there like something?
There's only one label that I really can't stand, and that's when people call me a liberal. I really don't like it when people call me a liberal. That makes me sad. But people do it all the time.
What about white liberal?
Yeah, I don't like that either because being white is cringe, and I don't want people to say that about me. It's offensive. It's offensive to call me white.
I would never call you an anti-white slur. You're the one person I wouldn't.
Thank you so much. I mean, I just died. That was really dumb. Okay, anyway.
F in chat.
Yeah, that was a definite F. Oh no, I apparently still haven't gotten my code for being an epic creator yet. Aw, that stinks. Hopefully it'll come soon. Sorry, everybody. Apparently my code isn't valid yet, but it's okay. Later in the night it will be, and then people can sign up and I'll get stuff. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, yeah. That's my opinion on it. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Would you say you're an anti-statist, or would that also apply to how you feel about anarchism?
No, I think that's. Oh shit! I forgot all of my stuff dropped. So how do I go get that? Let me face that. Sorry, I'm being distracted. I need to get my life back.
It's okay.
Yeah, so yes, you absolutely can, Zan. After this call, I'll add you, and then you can join my world. We're getting tons of people in here.
Hell yeah.
So yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah. I do tend to be anti-state. I think that states are oppressive institutions. I think that they have brought us into they're an illusory structure that tricks people into thinking that they're getting something that they're not. Things that can be delivered by other structures that aren't as oppressive. And yeah, so I do tend to say that. I mean, I don't know. That like I don't want people to make assumptions about how far I take those beliefs, but I do tend to spend a lot of my time criticizing states because I think they're deserving of critique. States are at the moment the most powerful entities in our world. And they are responsible for a lot of the problems that currently exist in the world. So I think they deserve to be critiqued. And I think the structure of the state is one that has spread like a viral meme across the planet, and that now we're all trapped in it, like little prisons that say they own us from the moment that we're born, and threaten us if we don't do what they want.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Why would you call yourself anti-state when I've seen you use your platform to defend laws against drunk driving? Don't you feel that's kind of contradictory?
Maybe you're right. I think I've made a serious miscalculation. I should take a page from Keemstar's book, honestly, and become a pro drunk driving advocate on the internet.
Listen. Whiskey is my paint, and the car is my brush, and the highway is my canvas. All I'm going to say.
Oh.
I'll stop now before this gets in. I'll stop before this gets into irresponsible platforming. Don't worry.
Will it be irresponsible platforming? Listen, we have never had a drunk driving advocate on here, so you could be our first.
Well,
Are you volunteering?
I definitely do volunteer. I've been training for this ever since I joined this space. This is my moment.
All right, hit us with your best pro drunk driving argument.
Okay.
Before you do that though, have you ever seen that one YouTube? There's like a video on YouTube of like an interview of when drunk. I can't remember. Oh my God, now I can't remember the state. I feel like it was like Kentucky or maybe North Carolina, where the drunk driving law passed, where it was like they lowered the blood alcohol content, and the guy's like, you know, what the hell is this country coming to? You can't have a long day at work and just have a nice cold beer on your way home. It doesn't hurt nobody.
That guy's
Excellent
my idol,
video.
actually. That's what I've based my entire political prescriptions around.
Yeah, well, smart. He knew what he was. He knew what he wanted. He just wanted a cold beer on the way home, and everybody told him he was a drunk driver for it. He just wanted to have a fifth of whiskey on the way home while driving his truck, and everybody told him he was problematic for it. What? I died while in an animation. That was terrible. Oh. Apparently, I'm bad at this game, but I don't know how to play this game quite yet. So.
If you were playing while drunk, I think
Oh,
you might be better.
Zan, it's DemonMama. Like, as in, hold on, wait, where'd it go? Hold on, it's just like Demon Space Mama. And I have the Cuddle Team Leader as my icon. And if you add me, I'll invite you to my game. Anyway, sorry, you were saying about how you vociferously support drunk driving, and you said that you advocate that everyone should drunk drive as frequently as possible?
Yeah, did you not know that only 1/4 of car crashes are caused by drunk drivers?
Wow,
So,
only?
with that, using the power of math and statistics, doesn't that mean that since the majority of car crashes are caused by sober drivers, should we not see what happens when we make everyone a drunk driver?
Yeah, you're basically making the argument that we should put people on an even playing field, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, you make a compelling argument. Has it ever been tried before, is the question. Are you gonna start a movement where you're like those sovereign citizens, where like while you're drunk driving, you're like, did you know? And it's like the police pull you over, you're like, did you fucking know that most accidents are caused by sober drivers, as your like car is wrapped around a tree?
I mean, that is basically what we're doing right now, except I'm calling you instead of the police.
Power move. I'm gonna turn on my
literally-
police scanner, and they're gonna be like, I don't know. I'm gonna hear a crazy chase, and you're just like, we hear bump noises as you flatten like the local school children.
That's literally why I didn't call in earlier. I'm currently on the side of the road calling you, like, as we speak.
You needed to stop and top up. You needed to stop at the liquor store and get a little more.
Calm the nerves before I join.
Oh, just need a quick cup of Everclear. Hey, cool. Hold on, I'm getting more invites. Based. Here we go. All right, you're in. Hold on, I gotta invite Tipster now. Hold on. Everybody's joining me. Tippy, Tippy, Tippy. Where's Tippy? Oh, Tippy has to. Wait, I accepted. Where's Tippy? Okay, well, when Tippy shows up, then.
But no,
Thank you for calling in and telling us about the sublime pleasure of drunk driving.
I really appreciate you including me. Are you going to disavow me right when I leave?
Nah. I don't feel it. Where's my stuff? No! Where's my stuff? Why is my stuff not here? I'm confused. Where's my stuff? This is messed up. What's going on? My stuff is gone. Did it despawn my stuff? Oh my god, if I lost all my shit, I'm gonna be so friggin' mad. I had so much stuff.
No.
Was it outside? Maybe it was outside. I died during this animation, so maybe it is outside. No! Wait, it says my backpack is here. It does show my backpack on the map. Should be my death marker. You have experience with having your stuff thrown all over the highway. What can you tell me some advice?
My fucking god. I can't keep up with the bit. It's too much.
You can't keep up with the bit. Why are the cops actually coming to get you now?
Listen, I'll keep up with the bit if you promise you'll bail me out when I'm in the jail cell. Can you do that for me when you're done with stream?
Don't worry. I'll put together a bail fund, and I'll make sure that I frame it in the most charitable way possible.
You're a true friend, thank you.
I know. I'm so good to my friends. I make sure that they get bailed out when they do inexcusable crimes. Ah! I'm lost in the dark! Help! I don't know where I'm going. Oh, there it is. Oh, people are saying they would donate to your bail fund, so you seem to be like you're probably going to be in the clear.
I'm very proud of this community that you've cultivated.
Me too. I didn't expect it, honestly. I thought that I thought it would be harder to convince people. Why is it showing my backpack as much deeper in than I thought or something? Maybe it's...
This really is just like Minecraft, isn't it? When you die in a cave.
Yeah, it really is like identical to Minecraft. But
Does your stuff despawn over time, or?
I don't think it despawns. It shouldn't despawn. It might though. I don't know. I just started playing this today. I don't know. I just got here. Yeah. The map is a bit off where it's in the bag. Okay, so, or it's in the cave. Okay. All right, I'll make sure that I search around in the cave then. This is shocking and scary. I'm terrified and I'm sad. My stuff was glowing last time I got it, but now it's not glowing. That's wood. I don't see my shit. Bring some torches? Yeah, I probably need to come back with torches. I didn't have any of my stuff, so... Can I teleport back to my home, or am I, like, alone? This is so weird. Yeah, the dodges definitely, are definitely important. Everyone is saying they're gonna donate for your freedom, so you can just... Basically, we're giving you a free license to drive drunk.
Really?
Yeah. That's basically how bail works in America. Because of because like you can pay to get out of jail for free. It basically means you can do whatever crime you want as long as somebody will pay for it.
Listen, I hope you I can't thank you enough, and just so you know, if you ever drove drunk, I wouldn't just donate to your bail fund. I would fucking represent you in court as your lawyer.
Yes. Oh my god. You have to come in with like a full Saul Goodman getup.
I'll come in dressed like Saul Goodman and just deliver the perfect argument of, Your Honor, we've all lost it a little bit behind the wheel at times. You know, we've all had a little one too many beers right before we jump behind the wheel. Like, you get it.
Yeah, and the judge would be like, I know, it's like every night for me.
Is this what anarchism leads to?
Yeah, this is basically anarchism. Anarchism is when you can drunk drive with no consequences. And if anybody tells you otherwise, they're lying.
Socialism is when no drunk driving, or?
No, socialism is when only half of the population is allowed to drunk drive.
I see.
And capitalism is when no one is allowed to drunk drive because nobody can afford the alcohol anymore to get drunk enough.
This is unironically how we'll convince the right over to our side.
Wait, does Gayfesh have a torch? I thought you were coming here because you had torches. It's dark in here. We gotta have a torch. I don't think I can make. I don't think I can craft a torch here. You have to craft those at a table. Probably have to run back. Dark in here. Okay, we gotta go back. Well, Cherry, I hope you're having a good time with your drunk driving escapades. Wait, I just realized me talking about drunk driving with you is almost assuredly gonna get this fucking call demonetized. And I deliberately had to automate ads because I was like, oh, there's no way that a call-in stream will get demonetized.
Why would drunk driving get demonetized, though?
Actually, you might be right.
Like, I know, like...
It might not, actually.
Because they kind of just detect, like, bad words, and I don't know if drunk is, like, on the list of, like, words it checks that we say to demonetize us. I don't think so.
You might be right. Also, everybody in chat is getting nervous and wants me to disavow you, but I refuse. I'm so prepared. If anybody uses this stream as a clip against me, it will be the most amazing experience of my life. So I really hope that they try to. In fact,
really
it would be the funniest cancellation I've ever experienced yet.
I really hope people clip this out of context, because...
Me too. No! This wolf
I really
is gonna
hope someone needs to add a chapter to your Wikitubia page under list of controversies.
Do I have a
that says the
Wikitubia page?
I mean, you should. I'm pretty sure you meet the requirements to have
I
one.
should have pages. People need to make pages about me on wikis and shit. The only place I existed was last time I checked. Now it has been a long time, and I have grown in fame since then. But the last time I existed, why is the server gonna restart? That's fucking silly. Anyway, but the last time I checked, I only existed on Rational Wiki, as a sub reference on Vosh's page because of the time that I argued with Vosh.
I went to you have a BreadTube.
I'm on
page.
BreadTubia?
Yeah. And your page says ideology, socialist, and under nationality they wrote American with a question mark at the end. So they don't
That's right. I defy easy categorization. They couldn't tell if I was American or not. Getting away scot-free again. Love it.
You also do have a chapter that says controversies, but they didn't put anything underneath it, so it just says controversies. Then it goes straight to
Oh,
the
they're
references.
preparing. They're ready. Oh wow, they think so high of me. They're waiting for me to have controversies. It's true. I have had no controversies. I did everything right, and still they indicted me.
I feel like we are getting close to the end of the year, and I don't think you've had a single really big controversy this entire year. You were the most drama freak person.
No, I think I deserve an award for that. I can't believe it. I did. Yeah, I guess I didn't have one directly. So I deserve an award, frankly.
No, we have 21 days left in the year, so you gotta speed run like the biggest controversy of the entire year.
Yeah.
You can't let people take your valor like that.
Yeah, I gotta come up with the absolute worst, the most heinous controversy that anyone has ever thought of. All right, I'll cook it up. I gotta get cooking. That's how I'm gonna get my last 2,000 subs to make 30K before the end of the year.
I think you can make 30K.
I think I can too.
Actually, yeah, you are about to hit 30K.
I'm about to hit 30K, but I need 2K. I need a video to go viral. I need people to share my shit. I need them to.
I mean, to bring back to where we started, it might be time you release the ASMR content. I feel that can get millions of views.
Unironically, the ASMR content might be the way to go. I feel like I could probably make a serious I can make a serious play with some ASMR content. Anyway,
do you want me to dip out here soon, or
yeah, we're just about out of time, so we'll probably wrap up here. If you don't have anything else, any other hot takes to drop, you know.
Can I do a shameless plug, or?
Of course you can do a shameless plug. You are always invited to do a shameless plug, always.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Please, shameless plug.
Before I do want to say all of you should like this stream because DemonMama puts a lot of effort into these call-ins, so make sure you're showing her support. She deserves way more support than me, but I really appreciate you having me on. It's been,
of course,
a lot of fun.
Platinum card-carrying member.
I have a show I'm doing with my friend Mango, releasing before the end of the year.
Broadcast!
It just got linked in chat. And if you want to just see us have fun for a bit, then definitely check that out. But I spend most of my time on Twitter if you want to find me anywhere. But when I'm not debating DemonMama about drunk driving, I'm either editing or on Twitter, so...
Damn, what a place to live. But seriously, thank you so much for coming on. Everybody go check out the Fruitcast. I'm telling you, it's going to be funny as hell. If you thought this conversation was funny, this is nothing. This is only the beginning. You can't even imagine just how much drunk driving discourse can be generated.
And you're going to be a guest too soon.
I am going to be a guest. I will be a guest on your show, gladly.
Yeah, we can't tell them just yet, but there's a lot of fun content related to you that'll come out of it. Is all I'll say. I'm very
I see.
very
You're already
excited for them
preparing.
to see. We talked about it in private.
Oh yeah, that's right. We did.
All right, I really appreciate you having me on. It's been a ton of fun. You're baller and your pod.
Likewise. Thank you so much for coming on, Cherry. I hope you have a wonderful night. I was really, really great to have you on.
You have a good one, homie.
I disavow, 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 I disavow. There you go. We're in the clear now. Nobody can cancel me. Listen, I was being threatened. That's why I couldn't disavow earlier. I would have disavowed earlier. If anybody tries to cancel me, they're actually, if anybody tries to cancel me for not pushing back on the pro-drunk driving arguments, it's actually because I was secretly being held at gunpoint and you're actually victim shaming me. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Oh my God, oh my God. Ow. I gotta get to this damn cave and go rescue my stuff. Absolutely, Cherry, anytime. Again, platinum card carrying member. Ah, there's a lot of wolves over here. These wolves are fucking terrifying. Can they leave me alone? Ow! Excellent. All right, I am ready. I am ready. I am ready for the next caller. Let's take the next caller. Nuts, this is my first DemonMama stream. Welcome, Nuts. I've never heard of you before. We definitely don't even have a command in chat for you. Hello, 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 and welcome.
Hi, hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good tonight, actually. Stream going well? I've only been able to catch bits and pieces.
Oh, that's all right. Stream is going great. Before we get any further, though, do you mind introducing yourself and also giving us your pronouns?
Yeah, hi. I'm Spookpunk. I'm also just go by Jay. It's a lot easier to remember.
All right.
I go by he, him exclusively, thanks.
Awesome. The classics. Fantastic.
Yeah, thanks. My dad did not give them to me, but...
Hell yeah! I love it when we give some fucking contraband in here. Let's do it. Anyway, thank you so much for coming on, Jay. It's wonderful to have you.
Yeah, this is my first time calling into any YouTuber, so it's kind of interesting so far.
I feel honored. It's a fairly simple process. I try not to overdo it, you know. I try not to make it too much of a whole thing, you know. There's no like thematics or anything. People can just call in and have a chill time. This is the first time I'm doing it while we're playing games, so we're running a little bit of an experiment. Everybody here is being subject against their will to a small experiment, but don't worry, it's ethically run.
I mean, it's kind of appropriate because I tend to listen to streams and stuff with in the background while I'm playing games, so it just seems like
awesome.
Natural environment here.
That's perfect. I mean, that's how I feel too. You know, I'm a big stream listener. Even as a streamer, I still listen to lots of streams, and I often do exactly the same thing. So, yeah. Well, anyway, thanks so much for coming on. Did you have any topic in mind in particular, or anything along those lines?
I know it's probably been talked to death lately with the H-Bomber guy video, but everything surrounding the James Somerton has been kind of blowing up all over my Discord in particular. A lot of my friends were big fans of his. I wasn't as big, but I did used to listen to some of his essays as a young queer. So it was kind of a shock and a pretty heavy hit to a lot of us. In particular, this isn't my first rodeo with having LGBT content creators kind of turn out to be not great people, so this was a lot of a mixed up emotion in that.
People just like anyone else. There's you know, some of them do bad shit. Some of them do really bad shit. Yeah, believe it or not, I think I've only ever seen one James Somerton video, and so for me, I kind of just got to popcorn eat. And I feel bad for people who were like very invested in the stuff that he created, because it does seem like the goal was to sort of sell to an audience that really needs content like that, needs affirming and interesting content. Unfortunately, it seems like not only was there a lot of plagiarism, but there was a lot of just outright misinformation, which just really, really sucks. Yeah, there was a lot that was very frustrating to see with that, and also very just generally disappointing. Yeah, I don't know. I watched the I watched the H-Bomber guy drop, and of course I watched the Todd in the Shadows one as well, which was also a very well-made video. And yeah.
Yeah, one of my best friends is really into Todd in the Shadows, and she was not happy about the reason it was getting brought up, but the fact that his name is getting mentioned more makes her very happy. So
yeah, I mean, I think that Todd in the Shadows did a lot of work for that video. I think it was well researched and well made, and you know, sometimes you don't always get to choose when you don't always get to choose when you get to be a hero for a moment. When you say something and you make a stand about something, you never know if people are just gonna not see it or see it and run with it. And in this case, a lot of people were very open to hearing what Todd in the Shadows had to say, especially because it dovetailed so well with what H-Bomber guy brought up. God, there's another.
Yeah, I mean, it as somebody who's kind of already gone through the process, a couple of years ago, there was 2 content creators that I particularly like listening to. I followed a lot of their podcasts, and I wasn't like buying merch or anything that far, but I was a pretty big fan of them. When it turned out that they ended up being pretty abusive towards their other creators, and they didn't really like pay out properly, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It was a moment of like, for me as somebody who was like still pretty young at that time, it was just like shocking, I guess. So
Yeah.
it was
Disappointing.
interesting to try to figure out ways to deal with that and like come to grips with like, yeah, you know, there's things to be said for parasociality, but like at a certain point, it's like, you know, you kind of look up to people like this as role models, and having it turn out that it's not only do you not really know who people are, it's like even the image that they're trying to present isn't something you can necessarily trust, which is always a hard lesson to learn, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does go beyond, like, above and beyond even like just parasociality, because like if somebody is engaging in the creation of like authoritative, or to some degree authoritative works like that, where it's like, I am making a piece that I'm presenting to everyone as being research that is supposed to make an impact in the world and give people something to work with, like, it's natural and correct to feel disappointed when that like is you know, when it's revealed that that's like, you know, you've been misled on the veracity of the things involved. I think that's a perfectly normal thing, and it's also difficult to deal with. I think like I said, I think it travels beyond parasociality even.
Right.
Although that can certainly play into it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that it's incredibly disappointing when it does happen, but it's nice to see that at least it's getting called out, and for once it's actually being respected rather than just brushed off as, you know, oh, you're being homophobic.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the, I think that kind of speaks, in part at least, to the strength of the way that H-Bomber guy tried to, you know, basically handle this situation. He really did his homework, and made sure that all of his ducks were in a row, that it's not something that's like, can just be easily shaken off or ignored or lost into, you know, like the sort of like, hand-waving, context collapsey type shit. There's just, I mean, that's part of like what, I mean, obviously I do not have the talent and the strength of H-Bomber guy's nuclear ability to call somebody out. But I mean, that's slightly what I try to do with my DemonMama series, you know, which is, you know, break away from, you know, just like rumor cycles and really poorly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Really poorly validated information, and
right, a lot of like hearsay or speculation rather than receipts that you can actually show.
Exactly, and also like, you know, there's like the cancel cycles where there's like, you know, you know, you see this happen where like somebody would be like, well, everyone knows what X person did 2 years ago, and that was super problematic, and then people go, oh yes, and they all sort of like sit there and nod. But it's like, wait, you just kind of like stepped around, like showing anybody whether there was any truth to that. And online right now, that sort of thing happens a lot. And so I think stuff like, you know, what H-Bomber Guy did, and to a significantly lesser degree, you know, the DemonMama type stuff is effective in helping us learn how not to engage in that type of stuff. Because I do think it's a huge problem on it.
I think you undercut your own efforts on that, because as somebody who, like, I don't tend to get too involved in a lot of like online spaces. I have the things that I like, and I kind of just stick to that unless something new like really catches my attention. So some of the things that you've talked about, like with the calling Ballinger, with Illuminati, is like stuff that's entirely out of my wheelhouse. So like it is a very like good breakdown of, hey, this is who this person is, this is what they did, like this is what they used to do, and why this is such a breach. So it's a long form thing. I understand, like, not everybody can like digest a 4-hour DemonMama, but at the same time, like, for somebody who's just completely lost, it really does help.
Well, thank you. I mean, I haven't always succeeded at this. You know, I've only been doing this for, I mean, it feels both large and small sometimes when I say I've been doing this for 4 years, you know, because on one hand, I'm like, wow, that's a long time. And then I'm also like, that's not really that long in the world of a career. But, some of my earlier DemonMamas weren't as focused or as you know, good as I had hoped, but I've really tried especially over the last like year and a half or so, to make them to make them be able to fill that purpose, to be able to say, okay, here's something that's important, that I think is actually important in some way or another. It might not be the most world-shaking event ever. I'm not doing like war journalism or whatever, but I do think that, like, I mean, in the case of Colleen Ballinger, I think there was so much in that situation that people online need to be educated about. And I don't know that, like, I don't think that there are that many other people who talk about it regularly, or at least who talk about it.
Or at least not in the context of, like, actually explaining what was going on and what was necessarily, like, or breaking it down in a more, I guess, I would say intellectual way. I don't know if that's necessarily the term I mean, but it's... I think it gets my point across.
Like an informative way, where I can say, you know,
right,
like what I try to do is say, like, you know, hey, like, you're like people can see this as an instead of it just being like a drama thing that happened. Talk about it and go, hey, like, think about this, and people need to be careful when they're you know, online and getting in these group chats. There's so many young people online. Who are getting into these communities, and they don't have anybody to tell them what a red flag might look like, you know, towards somebody who might be willing to mistreat them. There's just a lot of vagueness on that, and I hope to bring, you know, I do hope to bring a different approach.
Right, and I mean, it makes it easier, because I'm a little bit older as well. I'm in my mid-20s at this point. Actually, just turned 25, so it kind of blew my mind because I didn't think I was gonna make it this far, let's be real, but
I'm glad you did.
I think it's easier to kind of overlook that, like, even people our age or older sometimes overlook those flags, and it's like, it's especially when you don't even have prior experience of it, like, it's basically, you gotta look out for your friends, especially your younger friends, man.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and I want to teach communities to be able to be watchful of each other and careful for each other, and I do believe that it's possible. I just think it's a big project, but you know, we all find our place in the world, and I don't know. I do what I can with the reach that I have. So, but I also, you know, I try to keep my scope in mind. You know, like I'm not on the scale of H-Bomber Guy or anything like that. So.
Right, but I mean, just doing what you can with what you have is more than acceptable. I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna like criticize you for that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
actually, the whole reason I ended up. This is actually really funny. One of the whole reasons I ended up following, and this was ages ago, was there was the whole clusterfuck with DJ Mule and Xander Hall, and there was a compilation put together. I'm sure you've seen it at this point. It was a pretty popular video of a lot of people's reactions to it, and I ended up checking it out simply because it was like your segments were usually a little more like focused in a way that I found more intriguing to watch. So it was.
I did get
Right.
pretty mean in my DJ Mule one, but I feel like it was earned by the
I feel
time
like it was
that I went
deserved
in.
at that point. By the time you had started getting mean, it was like, all right, this guy is very clearly not in good faith. So
Yeah. I went really mean on him, but I do feel like he was at the point where he was just fabricating completely, so I felt fully justified in calling doing a little bit of name calling here and there, you know. I try not to do that, you know. Maybe I used to be more bad about it when I was, you know, in debate communities, I guess, but these days, you know, I don't do that stuff so much, so I try to make sure it gets earned first. But yeah. Well, I'm happy that you were able to find me through one of those compilations. I'm fine when people put me in compilations so long as people can find me, you know? Well, okay, don't put me in a hate compilation. Get that shit out of here. But
Yeah.
nice ones. Praise me. Say nice things about me, please. Yeah.
yeah, it'd been an interesting past couple of months. I've had plenty of time to actually binge watch a lot of older content from you as well as some of the other people that were in that. So it's nice to kind of break out. Like I said, I tend to be kind of insular with what communities I'm in. So
That's
having or at least finding a few more content creators that I find enjoyable, as well as ones that are in the LGBT space that, you know, seem a little more trustworthy is also very nice, especially given recent drama. So
Yeah.
fun.
I mean, I do try to like I do try to like keep people in scope with what I do as well. Like I don't want anybody to think that I'm the last stop for all information ever. Like of course I want people to watch my stuff. I would love it if and I love it when people do, and I want people to enjoy what I do, but I also try not to sell myself for something that I'm not, you know? Like that's something that's pretty important to me.
Right, understandable.
Sorry, I'm just looking at something here, and I almost said Minecraft again, but it's actually Fortnite. I'm playing Lego Fortnite on the stream. It's a fascinating game.
Is it like a spin-off game, or is it just a mode in Fortnite that they've added? I don't play either, so...
Both? It's kind of both. It is in the main Fortnite launcher, but it seems to be its own entire mode with a whole lot of stuff, and it's played completely differently. So yeah, it's kind of a both situation, to be completely honest.
Interesting. I'm sure one of my nephews will drag me into playing it with them at some point, so it's nice to hear that it's a little bit different from the regular shooter. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say both are fantastic. I mean, I'm an evangelist. Even I mean, not like a hardcore one, but I always tell people like I like normal Fortnite. I think it's a good game. Like obviously it's meme to hell, but it's meme to hell for a real good reason. So.
Because it's a popular game, yeah. Like I'm sure there's a lot of fun to be had. It's just I'm not usually a big shooter fan. Although ironically, I've been playing a lot of like for right now, I'm actually playing Saints Row. I don't know what compelled me to replay it, but
oh, sick! Saints Row games are awesome. It's been forever since I've played any of them.
Yeah, they have. I found out recently they have Saints Row 2 and Saints Row 4, but not 3 available for streaming. It's very weird.
That is really weird.
But,
I wonder why that is. I don't actually know. Maybe there's publisher drama? I'm sure somebody in chat is going to pop in and be like, here's the reason why. And I'll be like,
boy, I'll have to go back and double check then, because I would love to know without having to rebuy if I can just find a way to play it, because it's my favorite out of that particular series.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. I've heard a lot of people like Saints Row 3. But I can't even remember what the last one I played was. I feel like it was probably maybe it was the third one that I played last. It was a long time ago, the last time I played.
Yeah, I haven't been playing a lot of games recently because I've mostly been caught up with work and helping my mom's been having a lot of health issues, so trying to take care of that and, you know, my own stuff. So it's been nice to have a weekend where I can actually like get back into streaming games, and as soon as I found that this was available, I was like, yeah, Relive 20 whatever this came out.
What is time anymore anyway? I don't know. Time feels weird lately. You know, I'm like one of those TikTok channels that's just like, the chronal shift happened. It wasn't. Wait, I can't say that. That'll definitely get me. That'll definitely get me demonetized. I was about to make a. Joke about the perhaps. Wait, no, wait. If I say that, that'll also get me demonetized. The event that happened in 2020, which was the chronal shift, and not the other event that everyone else believes was happening.
The panini, I'm assuming.
Yeah, the panini. There we go. That's the one. See, I don't know all the words. I need to learn them. I'm not gonna say it. You all want me to be canceled. You all wish me to be canceled. Chat's trying to get me to get canceled. Evil. They're
I don't
evil.
know. I would say from what I've seen of chat and the community in general, I think even if they do get you demonetized, they'll make up for it in donations pretty quick.
Okay, that's true. They are really good about that. They should. Okay, you win that one. That's for sure. I can't really complain about that. They're really good about that. It's true. Anyway, we are just about up on the end of our time. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about before we wrap up? It's been quite awesome to talk to you. And
no,
yeah.
I think I've kind of tapped every point that I had to bring up. I didn't have a really list prepared before coming in, so it was just something that was kind of on top of my head.
Awesome. Well, it was good talking with you. I'm sorry that you have so many people in your social circle are having to deal with the fallout from the James Somerton thing, but I'm glad that it happened in a way that was was structured, so that at least people have like something to go off of, you know. And of course, yeah. Other than that, it was wonderful talking to you about everything. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me on. I hope the rest of your stream goes well. Hope chat has a good night as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a great night, and thank you for calling in.
You too.
Bye. Wonderful. What a great conversation. What an awesome conversation. It was really cool. Okay, give me 1 second here. I'm going to check and see if I got into the Fortnite program yet. I don't know if I got into the Fortnite program yet, but I want to check if I did. Hold on, I'm checking. I'm checking to see if I did. If I got into the... If they gave me my creator code yet. Nope, no creator code yet. We're still waiting. God damn it. We're still waiting. Anyway, whatever, that's okay. Okay, so now I know where I can get marble, but I don't know how to farm. How do you make a farming thing? Do you need a grain mill? Is that what I need for that? Okay, anyway. Let me get a quick... Hold on, let me see if I can message my critters to see if one of them can bring me a drinky. Hold on. Zan, yeah, I'm open to you coming in, but we do have a line, so you'll have to wait a little bit. When we do the next registration call, we'll try and get you in. We do have a couple people waiting in line, so it can't be right now, but if you're willing to hang around later, I'd be down for that. I'm totally open to it. Okay. Also, good to see you. Thanks for being here. We have so many cool people here. By the way, if you are listening right now, we have 350 viewers, which is wonderful. And we have a ton of likes, but I know that there are new people who've come here who have not pressed like yet. So if you are here and you haven't pressed like, please press like on the stream and also consider making sure that you are subscribed. If you want to sign up for call-ins, make sure that you follow the caller's guide, which you can get right there just by typing in the command !caller's guide. I'm gonna post this over in YouTube. Oops, I messed that up. Here we go. Boop, 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 boop. Hey, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Will you be able to refill this one too? Okay, thank you. So, when did I hit 28K? Did I hit 28K tonight? That would have been tonight. Did we just hit 28K? Let me check. Oh, that'd be so cool. Yes, we just blasted to 28K. Oh, hell yes. Everyone, we did it. 28K, less than 2,000 to go until we hit 30K, which is my dream goal for the end of the year. That would be wonderful. Thank you for telling me, and thank you all for making it possible for us to get to 28K. Literally, every one of you is included in that count. Unless you're watching and you haven't subscribed, at which point, hit it. Hit that subscribe button. You know you want to be right here, hearing the signal. Absolutely incredible. What amazing. We did the 20K call-in stream on January 4th of this year. I know we've gained almost 10K in the course of a calendar year. This has been our, this has been our biggest year for growth ever. We have grown at the fastest rate we've ever grown this year. Amazing, beautiful, wonderful. Mistress Lynn says, my 18-year-old has loved you ever since she saw you talking about battle queers. Based battle queers are awesome, and we need them. All right, I'm ready for our next caller. Are you all ready for our next caller? I'm ready. My Fortnite server is about to restart, so hopefully it'll restart. Wait, it says it should have already restarted. Oh, there it goes. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. How is it going? Hope you are doing wonderfully.
It's going pretty good, honestly.
That's excellent to hear. Do you mind, real quick, just stating for the benefit of our lovely, lovely imps, your name and your pronouns?
I haven't really come up with like I'm trying to get into streaming, but I haven't come up with a name yet. So y'all can call me like Ziz the Imp, and
Hey, cool.
and most people call me by they them pronouns, but I've been using thon and thonself for a while, so.
Nice. All right, cool. Well, Ziz, welcome. I love your name. It sounds awesome.
Thanks. So my question had a lot to do with streaming. See, I've heard like all the stuff about how you just need to get into it, you just need to like face the fear and stuff like that. But my questions have more to do with like safety with your personal information, and also like programs. I don't know about like I mean I've got like some ad blockers and I've got a VPN, but I don't get into the streaming side of programs. So that's really where my questions are at.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So okay, so that's a big question, but I can almost assuredly give you some advice on that front. So, privacy is really hard. And the reality is that sometimes, no matter how hard you try to protect your privacy online, it just won't pan out that you can keep yourself perfectly private, and people will find stuff out. People have found shit out about me. People have also found out wrong information about me and thought it was correct stuff. The general practice, of course, is to make sure that you have devoted email addresses for all of your stuff that's stream related. Keep it separate from your personal stuff. It's really important. You know, you don't want to have like your YouTube account associated with an email address that's your name or anything like that. And same thing goes if you have a website. You want to make sure you have your like who is privacy turned on, stuff like that. Really important. Oh, okay, so that's the first one. And then the second thing is you should use two-factor on everything. There should be not a single account for any service or app that you use that you don't have two-factor set up for. If you're not familiar with what two-factor is, oh no, why is the Fortnite servers are having issues? I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to restart my world and hopefully. Anyway, sorry about that. I was just having a bit of a bump. Two-factor, look it up, but most apps will teach you how to do it if you don't already know how to do it. Almost every modern app will have two-factor, and you should use it on everything. It basically means that your phone or an authenticator app will get a little ping whenever you try to log into something, and it just puts one extra layer of security that's fairly difficult to befuddle, which puts you in a pretty safe position. Another thing that's like just general privacy advice is when you're streaming, don't open up things, websites that have your real name attached to them while you're streaming. That's one that a lot of people accidentally do. The worst one that people get is Amazon. People get accidentally dox themselves through Amazon all the time. They are trying to look something up in the heat of a stream, and they open up Amazon and bam, their name's there, maybe even their address or zip code. Sucks. Trying to think if there's anything else. Oh yeah, and be careful posting pictures of yourself on social media, especially stuff that like identifies your location. So don't post pictures until after you've left a place, if you're going to talk about a place that you've been, and don't post pictures that show the exterior of locations or out windows. Those are like the core things that I can think of right off the top, like as far as general safety. And as long as you make sure that you don't have like all of your accounts associated with like your real name and whatever, that's a really good start. But other stuff like, you don't want to accidentally dox yourself or whatever. That would suck.
Yeah, I'm mostly worried about family. I'm a trans person, and if I want to be able to like show my face on screen and stuff like that. So I'm mostly worried about like, my family getting drawn into it just because somebody found an old address or something like that,
Yeah.
But I get that there's not much like when it comes to like public information out there, there's not much you can do if you end up revealing like even the smallest amount of like real info on stream. It can lead to like heavy repercussions down the road.
It can. It usually doesn't, but it can. And of course, the most important thing is just to be. What the hell's going on with the damn thing? God damn. I'm so sorry. I'm having issues with my video game which my friends are playing with me.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, it usually doesn't. But there are of course people who will, try to be invasive or whatever, and you just got to do your best. The more safety that you have, the better. I don't really know how viable like streaming through a VPN is. But I don't know how necessary it is either. I know that some people do it out of an abundance of caution, but VPNs add a lot of latency, and that's really bad when you're streaming. So a lot of times it's not viable, but for the most part, you should be safe. YouTube doesn't make it easy for them to get your personal location information from the stream itself, and neither does Twitch or most streaming apps. So you shouldn't have too much to worry about like needing to use a VPN for that, although a VPN can be helpful for other purposes. And then as far as programs are concerned, if you're talking about like what do you use to stream, OBS is your best bet. And I personally always recommend just using the classic OBS Studio, the current version of OBS Studio, which is an open source product. Do not use like what's called slobs, Stream Elements, OBS. I do not think that, or Streamlabs OBS. Sorry, Stream Elements is a different one. Yeah, that's going to be that's going to be like one of the things that's really important for you is just using OBS Studio. And it just takes a little bit of practice to learn all of the like stuff about it. It's a fairly simple layout, but it does have some idiosyncrasies. There are an abundance of absolutely fantastic beginners tutorials online for OBS Studio. And if you ever have an issue or if you're trying to do something in OBS Studio, the forums for OBS Studio are just loaded to the teeth with people who have probably encountered that issue. And that's the one that's like, I think is most important. Although, oh my God, my server's just dead. But the other thing that I think is really useful is a program that I use, which is not a free program. There's a free version, but I recommend the paid version, and it's called Voicemeeter, particularly Voicemeeter Potato, which is a audio deck, and that one is complicated, but it's just a hard truth hard, simple truth of streaming that you are going to be dealing with complications with audio. Audio is the nightmare end game of stream issues. It's just difficult, and you're gonna have to bang your head against it and learn a little bit. But in my opinion, Voice Meter Potato is a program that makes like taking your audio to the next level way easier, and also makes managing your audio significantly easier. So I highly recommend that one. I'm trying to think if there's any other. Most of the other stuff is kind of advanced stuff, but those are the basics.
Are there any like plugins that you use for browsers to help making it like streamline everything?
I don't know. Honestly, like browser plugins, the only real browser plugin that I use regularly is it's what the hell is this thing called? I think it's called just like fuck, I don't even remember what this one's called. I'm looking at it right now. Let me see. It's literally just a simple add-on for Firefox that's called 600% sound volume. That's literally all it's called.
Oh.
And all it does is it's just an in-browser button that lets you quickly magnify audio. Zan is throwing in Vidic or vidIQ, which I don't use that one personally. vidIQ, is that like a analytics thing? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't really use this one. Maybe I should, but that's a suggestion from Xanderhall, is vidIQ. I only really use like, I mean, obviously I have my own browsers and stuff, or my own browser add-ons that I use for my personal use. But yeah, the audio booster is very helpful. Use it.
Yeah.
You'll hit 30K really fast. All right. I'll take your word for it. I'll install it and check it out. Thank you. I appreciate that, Xanderhall. Maybe I've been missing something that could help my channel growth. Trying to think if there's any other applications that are like super important. I mean, I have a capture card set up. I have a fairly complex setup for my stream because I'm picky about how my stream is set up, and so I use like a capture card. And those options are pretty limited for what you can actually do. And like I have to use Elgato, which you're just for most people you're going to be stuck with Elgato. I know there are some other options, but there's not many. Yeah, it's Elgato. That's everyone in chat saying, yeah, you're stuck with Elgato, which is basically true. You're kind of stuck with Elgato. Yeah, that's about all I can say about programs. I can't really think about I can't really think off the top of my head much else. Yeah, Zen is really stumping for vidIQ, so there you go. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. You've been great help. That's like I've taken so many notes. Hopefully I'm gonna start streaming soon and start talking about contentious topics. I saved my contentious topics for you know, for the
for
biz.
your own stream. I see. Well, I don't know what type of contentious topics you're talking about, but good luck or sorry that happened. One of the two.
That's fair. I think you're hella based. I love
Thank
watching
you.
your streams. I've been watching your streams way more. And I used to be a big Vosh stan, but I don't know. Sometimes lately he's been getting on some tangents that are really weird to me.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know if I should ask about that, but okay. Yeah, no, I mean, you know, I know Vosh IRL and watched his show for a long time, and you know, no hate to him, but you know, you can't really resist Mama. I get it.
Yeah. No hate to Vosh. No hate to Vosh. Listen, we're all edgy streamers sometimes. It's
I
just
see. It's the edginess. I see.
Don't get me started. I basically agree with you wholeheartedly on the whole Arsler thing. I don't know why he defends that so much. It blows my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the argument for it. I just don't agree with it. Like, it's to me, it's not the end of the world. Like because like I don't think it's like the world's like biggest issue. I don't think it's like the worst slur on the planet or stinking game. Anyway, But yeah, I don't know. So like, I disagree. You know, we disagree on that. But I don't know. I also don't think it's like the world's biggest deal. So I don't make it like a huge problem. But I can understand like why it would bother people more, and that's why I have the position that I have. So.
Yeah, like I said, like he's not the end of the world. He's not like the worst human on the earth, and I definitely like
What?
punch harder against right wingers than I do against anybody on the left. But you
That's
know,
usually a good idea.
and just a preference of who I watch lately.
One moment, I'm sorry. One of our hard carry on our Fortnite server has headed out. I don't know what's going on with the server anyway.
Oh no, having game issues.
Hopefully we'll see if we can hopefully fix it. I think the Fortnite servers might just be down. Which worst case, you know, maybe I'll play some normal Fortnite. Thank you, Xander Hall. I appreciate that. I didn't know you beat it already. Yeah, so well, I hope you have a good time streaming. It definitely has its challenges. There are some extremely goofy and weird things you will inevitably bump into that no one can prepare you for. Some of my longtime listeners will be aware of the audio arc, where I was desperately trying to improve my audio and running into just endless issues, and had to like, it was a nightmare, a genuine nightmare, and everybody, yeah, some of them are already making faces about it because it was such a terrible time. But you know, these things happen sometimes, and you do what you do.
Yeah,
and,
that's true.
You know, it's all of the streaming world, all of the technology in the streaming world is held together by chewed gum and paper clips. So just prepare yourself to run into some headaches, and as long as you keep yourself, you know, in the right mindset, you'll be fine.
Hey, isn't that the whole internet though?
Yeah, but streaming especially.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Did you have anything else you wanted to talk about? We do have 4 more minutes if you want.
Oh, well, that was my one big question.
Alright.
I suppose I could ham it up for a little bit. I don't know.
Well, don't ham it up for too long. It's only 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay. I don't know. Like I think the whole like parasocial thing with the whole like streamer drama cycles is pretty fucking terrible, to be honest.
Oh yeah, that's like, I don't even like, that's so, you have to learn to live a way of life that like exits you out of the you have to choose to walk away from that on a constant basis. You will constantly be tempted to get sucked into pointless drama cycles, and there will always be viewers who are lurking around the corner trying to bait you into a conflict. And there is a temptation to monetize it at all times, and most of the time that temptation will lead you astray. Almost always. Yeah. It's a dark path.
Yeah.
The path of drama is dark indeed.
The whole lunch table, like, you know, friend group, like, well, you have to disavow this or disavow that, like, that just, oh god, like, this is part of this is like, y'all are like, some of y'all are friends and shit, but like
Yeah.
a lot of this is also like, this is your job. Like, this isn't, you know, like, you don't have to agree with everything that your coworkers say just because you work at a place. Just because you work together and coalition build and stuff doesn't mean you have to like defend what they did interpersonally to X other person. Like, like a lot of it is like dynamics and stuff, but a lot of it is also like, if we're gonna coalition build, there are some things that you have to be able to, even if you don't forgive each other for it, you still have to be able to work towards, you know, the greater goal. You know, you have to be able to
yeah, I mean,
put that
I
to
think
the
it's
back.
the one thing I will say about that is what I often say to people, which is, you know, just wait until it's you in the spot, and then when you grapple with the struggle yourself, you'll realize why so many people can't overcome and get pulled into it. And sometimes you literally can't help it. There have been dramas I've had no choice except to basically participate in or take a massive hit. And yeah, I do agree that like a lot of it does get really messy and unnecessary, but also it's really fucking hard. Like I said, it becomes an active decision you have to make at some point whether you're just gonna like go to the dark side or whether you're gonna continue to struggle against it. And it's not easy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, God knows, like, fuck, there's just so much I could say about that particular topic. There's just it's not as easy as it looks most of the time. A lot of people assume that it would be very easy for them, you know, like kind of sitting on the outside go, oh, you know, if it was me, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't get mad about this. But the reality is it's really hard when you're in the spot sometimes. So,
Yeah,
you know,
and I mostly mean like the stuff fueled by chat, right? Because like if you're like
Yeah.
just like I've been at like service jobs where like people are petty and there's always drama and they're talking shit to the manager and they're talking shit about this person and that person. Like I've been through that kind of stuff, and some of that you do literally have to like there's like you're involved one way or the other. They put you in the middle of shit and you have
yeah,
to deal
absolutely.
with it. But I'm talking about like the chat being like blood for the blood gods. Like,
Oh yeah,
like
blood
when
for
it
the
comes to like lefty streamers, like chill on that. Like, right? Like if we're taking down the right, absolutely blood for the blood gods. But like when
well.
it's like when it's coalition building, like we should
Oh, the
we should be
audience is
working on
always
that.
going to do that because you have to remember that the audience is full of people who have nothing to do, literally, except watch your stream, which is wonderful, and you know I am happy to keep you entertained. But they have a low bar for being ready to jump for blood. You know, they're ready. They're fucking
Yeah.
hungry. They're all chatters are. Well, I shouldn't say all, but the vast majority of chatters swear to either Korn or Nurgle. Yeah, one way or another. There's not a whole lot of Zinches out there, and there's not a whole lot of Slaneshes, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's what I'm gonna fight with my chat the most about is like chill on that.
Yeah, and you will have to, and you will have to learn how to win because they will try to destroy you. They will try to bring you to the dark side for their own entertainment because there's nothing for them.
Yeah.
They can turn off their screen and walk away, but for you, you're stuck in it. Yeah. So, well, I wish
Yeah,
you.
and especially if you make it your job, you know, like,
Oh, absolutely.
cultivate an audience that wants that kind of stuff.
There is a there is a deceptive, but nonetheless still monetary incentive to participate in endless drama farming. There really, really is. And it's again, it is very difficult to overcome sometimes because drama does get clicks. Now, clicks though, believe it or not, clicks really aren't all that matters. But it certainly can feel like that at times. Yeah, so like I said, there's a dark incentive. It's not as clear as it seems, but you can be pulled that direction.
For sure.
Well, our time is all up, but it was absolutely wonderful talking with you. I wish you the best of luck in your streaming career. Good luck with those contentious topics. And who knows, perhaps you'll be on the content creator call-in next time we do one of those.
Hey, hopefully. It's been a great pleasure hanging on stream with you.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you so much for coming on. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night.
Absolutely, you too.
Bye for now.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That was a great call. However, I have to pause for just 1 second. Because I have been delivered a absolutely delicious pizza. And I need to eat this pizza real quick. What the hell is this pizza? Where is this pizza from? It's good as shit. Where is this from? This doesn't taste like Pizza Hut. Maybe it is. Oh, you're so right. I should play the pizza song. I should play the pizza time song. While we wait. It's really good pizza. Oh my god. What the fuck? It's really good. Hey, thank you, fake name. I didn't order the pizza. No! He failed the pizza mission. He failed the pizza mission. Why do you have to do it? Is that a Hot Pocket? No, it's actually a really good pepperoni pizza. It tastes great. I don't know where it's from though, because I didn't ask my partners. Delicious. Do I want to go for the bathroom break? Honestly, I'm quite fine right now. I don't know why. I haven't needed to use the bathroom. Maybe we'll push it back again. It seems like it's been long, but thank you so much. I'm just gonna finish this pizza and then we'll get back to the calls. Yeah, I don't know anything to dip the pizza on, but, you know. J Spoon with the tier 1 sub says, hey, this has been an awesome stream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I gotta read all my donos. In fact, maybe I'll do a dono read here. I will be eating the crust. Johnny Bravo says, how did you come up with the name DemonMama? Well, there's a story behind that. I began to embrace demon aesthetics many years ago when, after a argument at a family dinner, one of my family members lost her cool and said that she believed that I was sent by Satan to tempt them away from Christianity and righteousness. And they basically called me a demon, but in a really funny way. And so after that point, it was a little bit hurtful, but it was also a little bit funny. And so I realized that I wanted to embrace the demonic aesthetic. And so I did. And since then, I've always loved demonic aesthetic. And then the mama part just came from the fact that I tend to be a bit mommish. That's just how I am. That's the role I've always taken. I just am that way. I am the oldest of my family. So when I was younger, my parents had to work a lot. They were busy a lot. So I took I took care of my siblings a lot while I was younger. And then as I grew up, I just have a tendency to kind of mom people a little bit. And I've always had a little bit of a mom role. So I put those two together, Demon Mama, that easy. There you go. Aw, thank you, Yuri. Yuri says, I like your channel specifically because you do have a mom vibe. I know I do. Thank you. actually you heard a character going to sleep, and you heard Zan fixing something behind the house. True, Mixed Dizzy. I do yell when I need to. I yell when it's important, though. Demons are not wholesome? Yes, they are. Oh no! A skeleton's attacking me! What the hell? What the fuck? A skeleton attacked me. Oh my god. I didn't even know the skeletons could get in. How the hell did they get in? You see, demons have been maligned throughout all of history, but in truth, we are many and we are diverse. Some of us are very wholesome indeed. Now, real quick, I'm going to, before we get back to the calls, I'm just going to do my my donation reads real quick. So let me read through all these donos. J Spoon, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Nerodia for the tier 4, for the 4 tier 1 subs. Suck you jammies, dank, wide, bye, based. Thank you, Nerodia, for supporting the show. Bizadoo with the 5 tier 1 subs. Bizadoo says, last time I called in was during the Canadian PM Special Powers arc, and DemonMama kind of destroyed my position easily. I can empathize with the caller arguing a half-baked point. Well, that's why I try not to be too harsh. I called one name, but I try to be not too harsh. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Bizadoo means the world to me. Exelar with the gifted tier 2 sub. Oh my goodness! I raise you from a lowly white name. Come and embrace your new form as a green name. Ooh woo! Indeed. Cherry X with the gifted 3 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Cherry says this is a W stream. Based, it is a W stream. Thank you so very much. Zoe Vexed with the tier 4 sub. Zoe Vex says, here's something for your wonderful family and to keep the fires burning while tackling difficult content. Thank you so much. That is unbelievably generous of you. Just incredibly, incredibly generous, Zoe Vexed. Thank you so very much. Seriously. Piftle Cakes with the tier 3 sub says, I have heard the signal. My goodness, people are being so generous tonight. Thank you so very much, Piftle Cakes. And then, Harmsy with the $5 donation. Thank you so much. Hi, DemonMama. Hi, chat. Hugs. Hugs right back to you. Thank you so very much. Wow, people have been very, very generous tonight. If you want to support the show, please consider donating to me on my website or throwing a super chat my way on YouTube. I'm gonna check the YouTube chats that I have missed because I know I got a couple super chats as well. So let me do those real quick. And then we'll get back to the call-ins. Here we go. Nathaniel Cormier, thank you. Nathaniel Cormier, E-Money, JK, and Helene all have been gifted Chunky Imp subscriptions by MKJ Moon. Thank you so very much for the 5 gifted Chunky Imps from MKJ Moon. Thank you so very much. That's incredibly generous of you. That's the only super chat that I've missed. Holy moly, that's so nice. EB the Purple says, I have a question. I am part of a yearly event with about 500 or so folks for a couple of hours. There are 2 sets of restrooms. Last year, only one of the female restrooms was made non-gendered. I would like to attempt to get one full set as gender neutral. That is better, correct? Or should it just be the one female bathroom? There are 2 sets of restrooms. I don't know. That's a tough question. It seems a little difficult to like have 2 men's restrooms, 1 women's restrooms, and only 1. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it seems more sensical to have 1 men's restroom, 1 women's restroom, and then 2 gender neutral ones. That does seem to make more sense to me. Yeah, that makes a little more sense to me because anybody can use those ones easily, without any issues, and most people will. Yeah, personally, I think that makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, I guess it would depend on the event. I guess if you have like a disproportionate amount of like people who identify one way coming to the event, you might need to make adjustments, but yeah. Matthew McConaughey says, your outfit is fire. Your sense of style seems unmatched. Thank you very, very much. I have some real surprises for you. You guys just wait. You guys just wait what I've got on the way. You're gonna see some killer outfits soon. Thank you so much. Just Call Me Jay with the $5. The first super chat ever from Just Call Me Jay. Thank you so much. Spookpunk here says, thanks for the nice chat, and here's to the demonetization. Thank you. I'm hoping it won't be. I tried to avoid it. I'm hoping it won't be. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you so very, very much. Actually, this isn't even a top. This is a full dress. Look. Look. It's a full dress. Ron's KFC with the $20 says, I had to step away. I'm back, but it looks like there's a super long line for call-ins. There's a bit of a line, but don't worry. We're going to get through them very, very quickly. Speaking of which, it's time to go to our next call. Let's bring in our next caller. Let's bring in our next caller. I want to make sure we get as many people in here as we can. Oh yeah, I was gonna do something. Why, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yep. Hello.
Oh, why, hello there. Welcome to the show. And if you don't mind, would you mind introducing yourself and giving us your pronouns?
Yes, of course. My name is Nevy, Nevy.
Awesome.
I go by she, they.
All right, excellent. Fantastic pronouns. Welcome, Nevy, to the show. It's wonderful to have you.
Of course. I know there was a signal night, like, I think it was like a couple months back. I forget when exactly it was that I had tuned in. And I wanted to get on that night, but due to like anxiety of stage fright and whatnot, I got into the list late and wasn't able to get on that night, of course. So
Fair enough.
Fixed it.
That does happen sometimes. Well, I'm happy that you're here. I have one small request. It sounds like you, I don't know if you're using like a headphone mic or something along those lines, but it sounds like you were perhaps moving away from the mic a little bit, because you were dropping in and out just a tiny bit. If you can just make sure that you stay close to your mic so that we don't lose any contact with you, I would really appreciate that. That would mean the world to me.
Yes, apologies. I'm using my the microphone on my laptop, so
yeah,
hopefully
so
it's all right.
Just make sure you're near it, and it should be fine.
Yeah.
Well,
anyways,
I'm glad you were able to make it on. Thank you for being here.
Of course. There's like a couple small things that I had in mind. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to use like the full 20 minutes because I don't have too much, but
okay, that's fine. You can always opt out to head out early. I'm sure people will appreciate that, but also if you want to stay, you can. So hit me with it.
Of course. So one small thing off the bat is I know a while back, I think it was like the first or second caller of tonight mentioned writing, and that's something that like I definitely feel personal about, because I I've been writing for quite a while personally in terms of like fan fiction and whatnot, a bit of RP here and there. And recently, after like a very long stretch of not being able to do like solo writing, I finally got back into doing solo stuff, which has been a wonderful feeling.
That's fantastic. It can be pretty difficult sometimes. I have certainly experienced some writing burnout in my life. I'm happy to hear that you were back into it.
Yeah, the dam of ideas that I've had for my Final Fantasy 14 character finally broke, so I've finally been able to put like pen to paper in terms of work for them.
That's awesome. I've always found like MMO or role-playing characters to be a really, really good starting point for like writing prompts and for building into bigger things. It's been something that's been consistently throughout my life, something that I've worked on or built off of at multiple points. In fact, one of my first like, I guess it wouldn't be one of my first, but one of my earlier like really passionate writing projects was building off of my City of Heroes characters that I built.
That's understandable. I know I never played it back in the day, but I have dabbled in the private server that exists for City of Heroes. So I like diving into like old MMOs personally.
Hell yeah.
I know like the community for that definitely thrived on the people like writing lore for the heroes and villains and whatnot.
Yeah, it was literally built into the game. You had a in your character, like you would get like a little hero ID card was like your first thing that you would get in the game, and on the hero ID card there was a little space for a backstory that you could just enter text into. And at one point, I actually even wrote backstories for some of my guild's characters, even though I was just a dumb kid.
Yeah, that's understandable. I like Final Fantasy like 14 specifically, of course, just offers so much potential because the way they handle your character is that your character is like the warrior of light of the game, the hero, and they offer a lot of interesting perspectives for how the character is portrayed. In that they never speak specifically, though dialogue is implied. You get a lot of dialogue choices though that have a bunch of different styles of personality that you can like develop into for your character, and there's a lot of choices that just struck me personally.
Yeah, I played Final Fantasy 14 for a while, and I especially found that once you got out of like A Realm Reborn, I know they've changed it since the last time I played. You know, I had to do the whole like playthrough of the old school original playthrough, which everybody was kind of like, all right, you kind of got to get through that. But then once you get into the first dragon expansion and all that stuff, it was a really awesome game. Yeah, Heavensward. That's what I couldn't remember it off the top of my head. But yeah, it's the game has particularly compelling writing, and it handles it. It manages to sidestep a lot of the MMO problems of like how do you handle having a player character who's also a heroic character without like breaking the world. Like, I mean, World of Warcraft has always struggled with that, where it's just like apparently everyone is simultaneously in the same world, and yeah, it struggles. And of course, like Guild Wars had its bumps as well. I played Guild Wars 2 for a while, and Guild Wars' solution was just to always have you playing second fiddle to a certain main character. And but Final Fantasy has done a really good job with that, and they've managed to strike a healthy balance while still giving you tons and tons and tons of room to like make your character shine in your own special way. It's a great like creativity fuel.
It like what you mentioned, like World of Warcraft. I've been branching out to more MMOs lately because my like the static I play with for 14 for rating is like on break until January, so it's given me time to branch out to stuff like World of Warcraft, and I've been having a good time with it, honestly.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had in World of Warcraft. I mean, I don't intend to ever go back to World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft I played with a mythic raiding guild for a while and really enjoyed it, but it's in a weird place now, but there's a lot still fun to be had that's in the game. And like when the first time I played World of Warcraft was back like around the earlier expansions, like around when it first came out. And then I came back to it. When I came back to it, I had a lot of fun just soloing through the old content And I still think there's a lot of fun to be had in that as like a solo experience. I can't speak to the newest content, although I have heard some good things. Yeah, World of Warcraft. I mean, World of Warcraft has had so many different eras and so many moments where it's just been just an absolute banger of a game. It's also had its major major side steps, or that's not the right word I'm looking for. It's major falls and failures, but it's also had some really genuinely incredible stuff. And I do think there's a lot of stuff in the game right now, like old content that's still accessible, that's really, really genuinely fun to go through.
Yeah, I got in personally because a few of my friends who play 14 with me suggest, like, with the news of the new classic season that came out for this month, season of Discovery. I got in for that because it is classic plus effectively. So vanilla WoW with just like new quests, new abilities, stuff like that, and they're turning what were dungeons of that era into like 10-man raids.
Huh. That's really interesting.
Yeah, so I got on with that, and I've been having a good time with it. But, you know, it's a small thing I enjoy of just like exploring different MMOs and just seeing how different things do stuff.
Well, there's a lot of variety out there, so you know, you certainly have your work cut out for you in that front, and if you enjoy that, you're gonna have a truly great time because there is just so much to dive into. There are so many MMOs, and they have done so much different stuff over the years and had so many different approaches that, like, oh my god, like it feels like you could just talk about it forever with how many different decisions have been made. Like, I mean, even the ones that have had that are what I consider to be very strange decisions, like Lord of the Rings Online, which went in a lot of weird directions. But the fact that it did that just is like, if you play it, it's just like, wow. They were definitely trying some new stuff with this game. Whether it worked or not is a different question, but it's fascinating to dive into.
Yeah, 14 is what made MMOs click for me, and it's just like I love them as a genre because there's so many things that you can do with an MMO that just aren't possible with other games.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know. Around, I think it was like around the start, like end of November, 14 was having a cloud data center test, which was some new tech that they're trying to implement into 14 of not exactly swapping all of the data centers over to the cloud, but seeing like how it would work for like overflow player base for like expansion launches and whatnot. So they launched that and gave everyone a story skip up to the end of Shadowbringers, and every job up to level 80. Everyone had like 50 guild. Stuff
awesome.
like that. Just like, hey, stress test the server, have fun with it.
Get in and have fun with it. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, and for that week, it was some of the most social that I've seen the 14 community be, because just everyone was there having...
I've always found them to be fairly social. At least in my experience with Final Fantasy XIV, I've always found them to be fairly social.
But there's a lot of topics that can be gone into that. As somebody who's played 14 for a while, I have my opinions on it, but the cloud test was so open to everyone because it was the first instance of it being cross-region. So EU, JP, OCE, everyone could play together, like NA and all that. And it was a great time.
To the magic?
Yeah, like just seeing everyone like get together and have fun together. And it culminated with everyone getting together, like when the server was about to shut down, down in one of the final zones of Shadowbringers. And it was just such an experience because while no one is sure if it was actually him, there is somebody who showed up that supposedly was the composer for 14, Masayoshi Silken.
Wow. I mean, that's pretty awesome. That does happen pretty frequently in these types of big events, that the people who make it do tend to show up, but that's still pretty awesome.
Yeah. So whether or not if it was actually him or not, I don't know. He hasn't posted about it, but even if it wasn't, it made an experience where everyone was like gathered together to celebrate the close of the cloud test. Just it made something that was already fun into something very fulfilling,
magical.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely something that I probably the main thing that I miss about when I used to play MMOs is that like emergent magical social aspect that just really doesn't. There's not much else like in the gaming world that can quite produce that same thing. It's very rare to be able to be part of such a huge event where there's so many people and they're all active at the same time, excited about the same stuff, talking about the same stuff, working together to figure it out, to find secrets and overcome difficult challenges. Like it really is something that arises out of MMOs that's rare elsewhere, or if not completely not possible, and just because of the format of other games. It's really cool that you got to experience that, and it's probably the one thing I miss most from when I played MMOs. But honestly, I genuinely don't really have the time for MMOs anymore, to be completely honest.
Yeah, no, that's entirely understandable.
It was something where like I stopped playing Final Fantasy XIV just about the same time that I started streaming, and for a while I tried to play some WoW to get back in WoW for a little bit, and I just could not keep up with it. It just was not possible.
Yeah, that's entirely understandable. It's a special genre. It has its flaws. There's certainly been downswings in popularity and missteps along the way, but it's
of course.
If you get into it, there's something special there.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think there has been some true magic in the MMO genre, even with the missteps, even with the times where you go, oh my god, I can't believe that this is the world. I mean, I think about stuff like, you know, World of Warcraft introducing the paid mounts, where I'm just like, wow, this really sucks. It's just you're taking this world in like the worst direction possible. But you know, for every one of those, there's a magical moment that couldn't have happened in any other real type of game.
Yeah, I rewatched the video recently, but there's a channel that you may have heard of, Mad Season Show.
No, I've never heard of them.
I rewatched their video recently of like chronicling the legacy of WoW and the fandom and the community from its launch back in 2004 with Vanilla up till I think it was Shadowlands at the time. And it's such it's such a detailed like retrospective on it from somebody who like played throughout the game.
Through all of it, yeah. I watched a video, not by that channel, but I watched a video with a similar theme, and I really liked it. I think it was a video that was, if I remember the title correctly, it was called Bury My Heart in Booty Bay, and it was basically them talking about their experience of playing Warcraft over years and years and years through all these different expansions. It was like a miniature memoir. It was very sweet. Again, another thing that like it's hard to find games outside of the MMO world that are like, I guess the right word would be have existed for long enough to make that possible, and it's cool that there's a type of game out there that can cause that, and the way that MMOs exist for so long and sustain player bases for so long, is that a really again, it's that emergent magical trait that comes from a game, from the format of a game that other games can't replicate.
Yeah. Yeah, in terms of like other topics, because I don't know where else to go with MMOs, because like I could go on for quite a while about that.
Fair.
This more so ties into like your community as a whole, and like obviously like seeing Xander Hall in the chat and whatnot.
Xander Hall in the chat. All right, hit me with it.
So this is the main thing I wanted to talk about when I tried to call in last time.
Okay.
I recently found people like you and Zan and Bosch and so on.
Based.
More so like getting back into the left side of like YouTube and Twitch and whatnot, of because it's made me think about my time back in like 2015, 2016, and 2017 of like having been down the pipeline myself.
Okay.
And it's just it hits you when you think back on it and realize just how that stuff grabbed on to people.
Huh?
And just, I don't know how to put it. It's just the way that those people managed to drag people down as hard as they did. People like, obviously like Sargon or Temple and so on.
Yeah, you're talking about like the alt-right streamers who kind of like, or the alt-right video makers mostly. Some of them streamed, but most of them just make videos on YouTube. Yeah.
You know, back in the day, I used to watch like, you name it, like obviously Sargon and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, it's interesting to see how like as far ahead as we are now in 2023, about to be 2024, the fact that they use the same arguments, the same jokes and memes and talking points that they used back then.
Oh, I mean, they literally still use the screaming SJW, like the angry the hill from 2016, the like screaming SJW lady with the little beanie where she goes no. They still use her, and they haven't changed at all. It's like the jokes haven't even evolved in a little bit. I mean, it's you witness people who get trapped in a time bubble, and I don't think they're having fun. Like I don't believe they're having fun anymore. You know what I mean? Like any of them, like not the creators nor the viewers, but I don't think they know like how to get out. And they're the people who create for them don't have no vested interest in like in getting them out. It's crazy. It's like they want to keep them trapped in a time bubble and just suck the life out of them for as long as possible. It's genuinely so upsetting to watch.
Yeah, like there was somebody I met recently in back to topic in Final Fantasy who was like around the same age that I was at that time. And I can see them going through that line that I did.
Yeah.
And it is what made me realize that like none of it has changed, because like all they were doing was like saying the same things that I did back then.
Yeah.
And that's what made it really like snap in my head of like, hey, it's the same stuff again and again. And it's so disappointing to see.
Well, I mean, conservatism doesn't evolve very much. It's kind of their thing, right? I mean, sometimes it just becomes very apparent. Stuff like still using the same exact SJW reaction images over and over again is like where it's most apparent. But the reality is that conservatism is obsessed with never changing. They don't want things to change. Change is bad in their mind. Oh my God, there's a terrifying monster. That is horrifying. I do not know what that thing is. Yeah, I mean, that's their whole thing. The good news is that that you can, if you have a friend like that, it's fairly easy to get them tuned into things that are more entertaining and get them out of the pipeline. Now, it depends on how far in they are, because some people, and also their emotional state. Some people are very difficult to like introduce them to anything because they're in the pipeline because of some really, really deep emotional issue that is driving them that direction. But there's a lot of people who are just kind of falling into it because they don't know what else to watch. And if you show them something else, chances are they're gonna go, wow, actually this shit is really fun and thought-provoking and interesting. And it will just win out in a sort of like, marketplace of ideas style thing. Like, I mean, you got it. Like you of course having been there know how fucking dreadfully boring these guys are. Like Sargon is not doing anything funny or inspired. He's like if you tune into his streams, the dude's like half asleep most of the time, just rambling about the same old shit. You hear the same shit over and over and over again every fucking stream. And if you give them something else, they'll go, hey, wow, well, this is novel, this is interesting. So there's that. That's hopeful. You know, there's always hope in that front, which is just like, hey, you can win out on the sheer the fact that like conservative content is boring, and you do get boring on it. You know, people, or you do get bored of it. But you know, it does depend on the individual. There are some people who are like you will encounter who are just they're there because there's something that they need validated. You know. Like, I'm sure you've met that type of person in your time. The type of person, like, the really common one is, like, the incel types, where they are hurt about something, and so they're seeking content that validates that hurt, and if they don't get content that doesn't, if they get content that doesn't validate that hurt, their brain just shuts off to it, because they're only looking for one thing. That type of person can be, admittedly, pretty goddamn difficult to actually reach. But that's not every person. A lot of them are just kind of getting pipelined in as a process of, you know, YouTube algorithms and recommendation chains sending them in one direction or another. You know, I saw this video about Sargon that got recommended to me that made me, you know, that made me laugh. And then Sargon recommended I go check out this other content creator, and then whatever, like that kind of pipeline. But the thing is, if they're that type of person, just get them something new. Send them something funny and fresh that's based on their interests. Maybe something that's got maybe a little bit of a lefty bent. Let them check it out and let them taste it for themselves. But it's 100 times better than the drivel they've been sucking up.
Yeah, I've been doing what I can to help them, and I'm not sure how well it is going, but I'm at least doing my part to
you know,
see
you
if I
can't
can push
save
them the right
everyone.
way.
Some people are particularly stubborn, but hey, it's good that you're at least giving it a try, and you're there for them on a social level, which is a good thing. Always a good thing. A lot of people get pipelined because they don't have any social connections, and they're bitter about it. And there's this group of people that tells them that everything that they're dealing with is not their fault. It's actually the fault of SJWs and anti-Trump people and whatever. So
yeah, because I know what got me into the pipeline back in the day was like Gamergate, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of people got pulled in by Gamergate. Gamergate was particularly powerful on it because there were just so many manipulative actors involved, and they were appealing and selling a very, very specific narrative during a time when a lot of people were really hurting and looking for someone to blame, and they might not have even known they were doing that, but they were, and Gamergate was really good at that. Well, we have come to the end of our time, but if there's anything else you'd like to say before we wrap up here, I would love to hear it.
No, I think I had a productive use of the time. I hope I've been a nice guest at least.
Oh, absolutely. You've been a wonderful guest. It's been, in fact, we went a little bit over because I was enjoying talking to you so much. So. Yeah, no,
this is my first time like doing like public speaking on a stream. So I hope I did wonderful.
You did fantastically. Honestly, you were great. And it was wonderful to talk to you. So you should feel proud of yourself because you did a good job.
Have a good time with the Lego Fortnite. I need to play some more myself.
You should. It's fun.
I've been playing the racing mode and the Rock Band mode because the Rock Band mode is so good.
I haven't played either of those yet. I've been sticking to the Lego one for now, but I'm definitely going to check them out when I get the chance because I've always been impressed with Fortnite's goofy little things that they do like this. So thank you so much for coming on. I really, really appreciate it. I appreciate you calling in. It was great talking with you. And I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your night and enjoy the rest of the stream.
You as well, DemonMama. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much. Bye for now. Hey, that was a great conversation. What a fantastic conversation. Yes, I will take the bathroom break offer real quick. But I'm going to leave the gameplay running and hope that nobody notices, and then we'll come back and we'll continue. I hope everyone in chat is having a wonderful, wonderful time. Oh, okay, good to know. Sorry, I didn't know about the boss. Thank you so much. It will one-shot me. Okay, I'll be very careful about that. It seems like the successors to Gamergate might be finally burning out at this point. Yes, people are tired of their shit. The truth is that people have been tired of their shit for a while, but they're really tired of it. The GTA meltdowns, the pronoun rants, people are just done with it. All right, I'm gonna put my character to dance and then I'll play the bathroom song and I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll be right back. It won't even be long. Don't go anywhere and like the stream.
Hey chat, DemonMama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the DemonMama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break.
Ow.
Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since DemonMama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, DemonMama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
I returned. It didn't loop. You can't. Okay, actually, it did technically loop because I accidentally pressed play when I was trying to close the window. So you got me. You got me this time. You got me this time, chat. Once. Wah! Okay, this house is the worst ever. I just realized I've been absent-mindedly building this house, and it's actually the worst house I've ever seen in my entire life. Oh, wait, this happened. Okay, well, that's kind of nice. But the back door just literally goes to hell. And I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with... Whatever. How am I supposed to get up on the roof of this one? How the hell am I supposed to get up there? I'm supposed to get... how am I supposed to get up there for the roof? Oh, I'm hungry. All right. I am ready. I am ready for the next call. Let's do it. Let's do the next call. I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's do this. Why, hello and welcome. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing wonderfully. I hope you've been having fun watching the stream so far and hanging out in the Discord.
Yeah, I definitely have. I've got that Midwestern internet, so it's like way laggier than it should be, but it technically works, so I think we're pretty solid on that. But love the stream so far. I love like all the different people talking and being able to hear different topics and stuff, and yeah, it's super cool.
Yeah, skeleton attacked me. Well, welcome. Do you want to introduce yourself and give us your pronouns, please, real quick?
Oh, that might be helpful.
It would be helpful. For those who don't know you.
SpiroGal or SpiroGal in chat. I'm mostly a shit poster, but now I'm talking because I have a voice, I guess.
Yay!
Thank you. Yeah, I do have a voice. The truth is that I just do a lot of like annoying politics stuff in my day-to-day life that I just like to come in the chat and shit post. It's great. Hello, I see you.
Hey. Well, we love to have you on the show.
Down there.
Thank you so much for calling in. It's great to get to talk to you. I always see you in chat, so.
Yeah, for sure. I actually have things written down instead of just geeking out here the entire time.
All right.
But,
you're gonna hit me with some complicated stuff, so you're gonna own me, huh?
No, I'm not gonna own you. That's not the intention at all.
Okay, good.
I just have like I literally. Oh yeah, no, I don't have any wonderfully hot takes and like the others. What do I have here? The first one is about community online, and I wanted to compliment your community as I continue to shower praise on you for having a lovely community that is always very like supportive and chill and that like. Yeah, it's super rad. I am the ungiftable. I don't know why that's the case, but
I will try. I'm going to try and figure that out. I've already been okay. So, anybody who's ungiftable, I'm gonna need to ask you to well, okay. I should probably do this a separate time. I was gonna ask everybody to email or shout out in chat so I could figure out who it was and talk to White Forest about what's going on, because it is really weird and that shouldn't be a problem. I can see. I've gone and checked on I think it was you and Nuts who first brought it to my attention, and I went and checked in the back end, and I couldn't find anything any setting that would indicate that you're not giftable. So I do want to figure that out really bad.
Yeah, for sure. It's not a huge deal, but worth mentioning, I suppose. Got the Uncle Gumball chat out there. But yeah, so I love how your community is. I think it's like really difficult, in my opinion, to get like a really like healthy community online, because I try to like, I don't know the word for it, but like look over online communities of my own, like locally, and it's like sometimes it's great, sometimes it's amazing. People are posting their day-to-day stuff. There's news. People are doing actions. It's rad. And then sometimes there's like the fight of the century going down, and like because nobody sees each other's face, it just turns into like one username yelling at another username, and like I guess I was wondering like how do you go about, if not diffusing that, just like dealing with like the constant conflict that seems to be encouraged by the internet?
Well, I do think that some types of communities are less incentivized to conflict than others. Like for example, I do think that like the Discord of like our Discord is like significantly less incentivized to conflict, especially, and this is important, especially if I'm not also giving them stuff to like want to fight over further. Like it's easy to like it's easy to accidentally like, I don't know, like give people like crazy drama stuff to talk about if you're constantly engaging in drama yourself, and it's really hard to blame your community for wanting to talk about the stuff that you're talking about all the time. You know, so
totally.
you know, controlling that is of course an important part. And then of course also I think that just like, I don't know, I remind people frequently, and I have encouraged it for a very long time, Like, it doesn't just happen overnight, obviously. So like something it's like consistency is really important. Like stuff like, you know, the fact that like imps always raid with love is like a really easy thing to remember that people will remind each other of, and it starts to build a culture. And in reality, like a lot of internet projects simply they're just not going to be able to build like a culture, because that's not what they're really doing. They're you know, their project is more limited than that. People aren't going to be spending all that much time there necessarily. And that's not true for all of them, but there's a lot of internet things that are just not, they're not going to be doing that. They're going to be, people are going to be coming in, checking for something and getting out. And those types of communities are going to have a little bit of a harder time setting like a culture for the place. But for me, I've always, at least, and this may not be the only way to do this, may not be like a silver bullet, but for me, I've always viewed, you know, my community as a culture project, as like I am trying to build a space that incentivizes behavior in a certain positive way, and I want to be able to demonstrate why that way is good, and I want people to be able to adopt that culture without having to, like, I don't know, bludgeon them. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to fight with people over shit.
No beat down at the door.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do reserve the right to like ultimately yeet people out if I have to. But I'd prefer that to not be the case. And for the most part, I don't have to. Also, you know, it's not just me. I have picked, you know, people who are also interested in that sort of thing. And I've asked them to join me in that process. Our mod team, you know, is full of people who are passionate about this space. They've met a lot of cool people here. They're passionate about the people they've met here, and they also understand what I'm going for. And so giving them, empowering them to be able to be a part of it, and, you know, making sure that they're looked out for and they have what they need, makes it possible that you're not doing it alone. Like, my mods are always, you know, always on the lookout, and, you know, for the most part, at least as far as I know, their job isn't too hard either. And that's because, you know, there's a lot of people working on it. Nobody's like on their own. There's a lot of internal, like, there's a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a lot of support between people. And I always try to make sure that, people are heard.
Yeah,
and of course,
super
obviously, cool. I do have a paid lead mod, which I think is really important as well, which is not viable for everyone. But once my project got to the size that was viable, you know, I wanted to bring on somebody who, again, like, I think Silent would agree that, like, Silent is my lead mod. Silent would agree that the workload is not too extreme. There have been moments where it's been a little harder than others, but the workload is not too extreme because there's multiple layers of this sort of positive reinforcement. It means that most of it doesn't have to be done via fiat or dictatorial edict. Even if I reserve the right, because it is my face on everything. I've never really had to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is super cool. I think the issue that my group is having is that, like, it's like we're a victim of our own success sort of thing, of like there's growing pains, and I used to do so much of it, and like I physically can't. So I'm like trying to get people involved, and like people are already involved, but like there's no pay, so there's a certain amount of like consistently figuring it out and figuring out what to do. It's like a whole logistics thing, but you know, I'm overall really happy with it. We do really great work, and people are really happy about it, and
well, that's really good to hear overall. I mean, it can be challenging when there's like, you know, I mean, volunteer endeavors always have their own drawbacks when you live in a system that primarily demands everybody's time so much, and you know, money speaks a lot in a capitalist system. So there are unique challenges to a completely volunteer system. But I do think that like focusing on building a culture, on growing a culture organically, and like minimizing conflict via that approach is like, I think it's a good play, and it's something that I would recommend for most people who are going to be engaging in this type of stuff, is to think about that culture building aspect and treat it like you're, you know, like you're trying to, I don't know, you know, like you're trying to set up a nice place where everybody can hang out and wants to hang out, not where they're feeling forced like it. It's difficult to force people to do anything, and I think that it's usually not the best approach. Maybe that's my anarcho-leaning speaking, but I do think that my community is a bit of a success story on that front. It shows that it can be done, and that, like, you know, drama and stress can be minimized by consistently and positively reinforcing a type of community building that focuses on mutual support and mutual encouragement.
Yeah, no, I think that's super valuable. I think just encouraging people to like help each other and to like approach things in an empathetic way is super valuable, and it's easy to overlook that in the grand scheme of things. Is like, especially with like it's like a queer space, so you know how that stuff is, because it's a safe space, but we get into spats and we disagree, and it's great, it's beautiful, and it's I don't know, I'm just really happy about it. It's the New Year's coming up, and I don't know if you have this issue, but every New Year I just have this like mini existential crisis of like, oh geez, a year went by and like I did cool stuff last year, but like I want to be better. I want to do better things. You know what I mean? And I think that's...
I completely get that. I always find myself like really thinking back and hyper fixating on like, did I accomplish what I wanted to accomplish, and then remembering all the things I was thinking about at the yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from on that. Completely.
Yeah, so it's like a whole thing. So, and that's part of the reason that I ask about, you know, culture, because I feel like that's something I could work like more on or work smarter on, just get cool stuff done. And yeah, I really enjoy the culture that your community has. I've been here for a while, shit posting, and now I'm talking, so I have to like say real things. But
well, I mean, you've done a good job so far. So,
Thank you.
When it comes to the, you know, obviously, you know, I want my community to grow, which is going to bring challenges with it. But so far, we've risen to those challenges, and it hasn't been too much of a stress either. And I hope that that continues. I'm sure that there's a point where, you know, we'll have to adapt and learn some new things. You know, if my channel keeps growing and whatever, there are like issues of scale where when you get to a certain point, it does become more challenging. I know that much, but I feel that you know, I feel that we'll be able to rise to it, even if it requires some adaptation and some evolution. I like to think of myself as a fairly adaptable person, and I think that's important.
Yeah, I agree.
With what we've done.
Yeah, you have a reason to be. I mean, congrats on 28K. That's really amazing.
Thank you.
Just this
Thank you
whole
so much.
system with the call-ins and with your stream, it's been wonderful. I really love it. I feel like it's hard to I feel like you approach things with very like even-keeled and with like integrity, and I always appreciate that.
Well, I've tried to get better about that. It's certainly helped to not be like, I mean, I was very happy with the decision that I made to like, you know, leave the debate spaces and stuff like that. I definitely am glad that I decided to do that, because I feel like it's made it easier. Like, you know, it's made it easier to do that, and it's been able to encourage better behavior on myself. Whereas, you know, there's a certain aspect of like, you gotta embrace a certain performative, you know, conflict, you know, a certain embrace of performative conflict when you're constantly in the debate spaces. And honestly, first of all, I was tired of it. I'm totally happy to just still do debates now, but they happen in a different context now, and I like that. I'm happy with that decision, and I think it has led to me becoming being able to be a better person as a result of being able to step back and say, all right, like, I've had enough of that. I want to do things differently now. And I certainly had some growth to do myself. So.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, culture, and it kind of starts with you and your mod team working together. And I think it's one of those things of like, you know, understanding when something that might have used to work is no longer working, and being like, okay, like, we're not doing the debate panels anymore. We're not getting called, you know, slurs on whatever is going on today. Because I think sometimes that stuff can be really, you know, even when it's not like like a job, even when it's not like paid in any way, like there's a certain amount of like conflict, especially on the internet, especially in politics, is really encouraged, this sort of like dialectical thing, but it's not necessarily like useful. But yeah, I don't know, I really appreciate your you know, feedback and your perspective on all of this. I think it's very valuable and very helpful.
Well, I'm glad to be able to provide it. Yeah, when it comes to like, yeah, I guess like, I guess that's the biggest thing, is just the like the culture thing, is that's the way that I've approached it and looked at it. I mean, obviously there's some things where you have to, I don't know, I imagine there's gonna be things like that in the future, things that I'm gonna have to change and stop doing, and even still, and I don't know. Yeah, but was there any other questions you had about that sort of thing, or any other questions in general, or any other topics in general?
I have a list of topics that should be good. I'm a writer, so that comes easy to me.
Awesome.
Mostly, yeah, beyond shit posting, which I do enjoy. But let's see here. Yeah, so I'm a writer. I do some stuff. It's not like previous writers, though I love previous writers in the genre. It's tends to be like more in like the newsy, like rogue journalist type of thing, which is really goofy but true.
Cool.
Which is strange because I always tend to get into things like the illegitimate way, right? Where I'll like talk to like an editor and she's like, "Do you go to journalism school?" I'm like, "No, I don't. I wrote things. I don't know what's your problem." And there's a certain amount of like pedigree, and like I love defying that because there's a certain amount of like I love the doing things yourself and being able to kind of like use your experience to speak for itself.
Spurn the pretension.
Yeah, exactly.
Break off that pretentious bullshit.
I do spurn the pretensions, possibly too much, because I just feel like with like employers that actually like want to pay me, I'm just like, I don't like you, and that doesn't tend to pay very well.
Well, I mean, listen, you don't want to spend your time you don't want to spend your time in your life slaving away for somebody who you don't respect or who doesn't respect you. So I think that's valid. I mean, hell, I'm a streamer. I don't fucking work with anybody I don't want to if I don't have to,
Yeah, that is super cool. That is very helpful. I get a little bit of money from the community work, but you know how that stuff is, especially with like the queer community. We have limited amounts of funds, and there's always mutual aid going on, and orgs needing money, which is totally valid and totally legit. I guess I wanted to ask about like, I'm looking at my list here. Actually, I want to talk about transmed shit real quick, just because like I got Spiro in my name, so I feel like that's relevant. I hate it, but not Spiro, but you know what I mean. Yeah. But yeah, so the reason I picked out that name, I'm gonna tell you a little story now, is 2 years ago when I was first started trying to get HRT, like right after the COVID hit, the COVID hit. I the moment, the awakening. Yeah, I decided after COVID hit that I was like, shit, I should probably like transition because that's like, I could die or whatever, and that would be bad. So like, I went in to get HRT, and my blood pressure was too high. So my doctor's like, well, we can start you on the spironolactone without the estradiol. I'm like, okay. So that whole summer, I was just on spironolactone, which was super weird and super groundbreaking for me. So at the time I made the account, I was on just the Spiro, and I was like, I'm SpiroGal now, and yeah, it's kind of stuck. It's a catchy name.
That's awesome. Okay, that completely makes sense. Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of that type of thing before, like starting with the Spiro or Spiro. Some people say Spiro. I've always said Spiro, but yeah, starting with Spiro and then going, because of blood pressure or whatever. I've literally heard of other people doing that, so that's really cool. It's a great way to start. And also, kind of addressing two issues in one.
Oh, totally. The spironolactone, ironically, also helped me with my blood pressure.
Yeah, well, I think that's what it originally was, wasn't it? I think it was originally a blood pressure med and a diuretic, but
it works, and it also works in the diuretic side of things.
Yeah,
but that's a separate issue. But overall, it's super cool, and it's tough for me because the trans medicine system has helped me so much, but it also, I feel like, pathologizes us and like stigmatizes us in certain ways of like, well, you have X, Y, and Z, and like my medical chart calls me a transsexual against my will and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and the first few sessions misgender me. And I'm like, this sucks. This is dehumanizing. And I guess I'm concerned that when people are getting their identity from this really flawed, like for-profit medical system, what they're doing is kind of embracing that sort of like cutthroat Darwinistic, like, you didn't get the proper thing, you didn't get the proper X, like the same sort of like gatekeeping I was talking about earlier, like kind of an unnecessary amount of like bullshit.
I do think that there's an inherent hierarchicalization that goes on with that. And I think it's a big problem. And I should be clear, like, for a lot of people who aren't super familiar with the topic, like, I don't think that, like, when I say I'm not a trans medicalist, that doesn't mean that I don't think like medicine for trans people is important or any research or anything like that. I'm against medical diagnoses being the center of like trans access to care and trans identity. And that's kind of where I'm approaching. For those who aren't familiar with the term transmedicalist, transmedicalism tends to be a approach to transgender identity that centers on a medicalization and a focus on sort of like fixing a disorder. And I don't agree with that type of approach. I think that it's a flawed approach that leaves people out that would otherwise benefit for no real benefit, mostly just to, I mean, I think that the perceived benefit of transmedicalism for some people is that like, oh, well, this will make it easier for me to contend with and argue with like conservatives who don't want to help me. But the reality is they don't want to help you anyway. They don't actually care whether it's a medical issue or not. They think it's a moral issue. They just will, you know, they'll say that they care about it being a medical issue, but they really don't. The same way that they don't actually care about the medical safety of abortions or anything like that. They just weaponize it when it's convenient. What they really care about is controlling women. And yeah, so that's why I think that the medicalist route is flawed. But I wholeheartedly support us figuring out better ways to help trans people live their fullest lives, to take control of their bodies. But I just think we should do that from a perspective of not making trans identity inherently tied to your medical status. Being trans shouldn't be about what diagnoses you have. It should be about who you are and how you want to live your life. And the medicine part should be about helping you do that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree. For me, medicine right now, I'm thinking about like, I have a consult for bottom surgery in like a month, and it's kind of like intense. Like I'm really excited, but I'm also kind of scared, and like that's kind of the reason it's on my mind, like medicine and like identity, because there's a certain amount of like, oh, like, well, like, does this make me more real? Like, not really, no. Like, it makes me feel better. Like, and there's also a level of like, when it comes to like stuff like dating, of like, what's going on here? Like, how does this work? And it just feels, you know, intense. I'm going into this new year with that on my mind. Like, geez, like it's intense in a great way, but it's also intense in like I'm gonna have one hell of a year, you know? Like,
yeah. I mean, like surgery is scary. I completely I completely sympathize on that. Like it's something that I struggle with, and I'm somebody who has a pretty high pain tolerance. I have my tongue split. I've done a lot of scary things, but surgery scare the shit out of me, and so I completely feel you on that. But also, like like you said, it's not necessarily about like being more real or anything like that, but about realizing like your own position, like realizing your vision for yourself. And I think that's really powerful and wonderful. And I hope that you have a genuinely fantastic year, and that you overcome the challenges and hurdles that are involved with relative ease. Even though I know some of them are very difficult, I say relative ease, I guess. But I'm excited for you.
Thank you.
That it's scary, but also it's empowering, incredibly empowering to be able to take control of your life and your body in that way.
It is empowering. It's empowering to be able to kind of, do what I want, live my life, and kind of make my own decisions. Even if they're kind of scary sometimes, the decisions are important, that they can make, life better or easier or whatever. So, I'm excited for that.
More fulfilling.
But, yeah, exactly. Just find new, ways to be myself, explore myself, and kind of, be in this world, in this, flesh, sack that we're all in, I suppose. But...
yeah.
I'm kind of trailing off now, and it's been about 20 minutes, so I think I'll let the next person get on. But it's nice chatting with you, and yeah, I have a voice, and I'm SpiroGal in chat. You can find me at SpiroGal in chat. So yeah.
Thank you so much, so much for calling in. It's been wonderful speaking with you, and I wish you the absolute best for the coming year. Take courage and be strong, and I know that it will be rewarding on the other.
Thank you so much. That means a lot. Have a good one.
Absolutely. Have a good night. I'm trying to be so normal right now about surgery. Yeah, all right, Grandango. I get you. Energy level check. Honestly, I'm doing pretty good. I think I can take a decent amount more calls. We are coming up on the 6-hour mark, but I think I can go for at least another hour, probably another hour and a half. I'll be completely honest. I'm having a really good time playing this game and figuring out all the cool stuff in here, and also talking with everybody. Thank you all for being here. Please consider donating to support the show. Tonight is especially important because we're not doing any big spicy topics, so there's a little bit less viewers than usual, although I'm actually very impressed with the numbers. We're still at almost 300 viewers, even for a community call-in stream, which just shows how much our core community has actually grown. Please consider throwing some tips my way, as I've been keeping you all entertained and whatnot. It means the world to me if you support the show. And don't forget to subscribe if you're not subscribed. If you're new here, I'd love to have you with us. All right, let me catch a drink real quick, and then we'll continue. Delicious. Delicious fresh water. I'm also gonna grab a little bit of soda too. Alrighty. Let's do the next call. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello, goodness. Welcome. Happy to have you.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, chat. Hi. Hello. I am Lightraize. You can call me just Light for short. My pronouns are he, him.
Excellent.
Welcome. Yeah, it's been a pretty good night so far. I've enjoyed the conversations that you've been having.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot to me. I think the call quality has been really nice tonight. I'm surprised. I am a little surprised we've only had one debate. Although I will say that debate was fairly intense, and it did go on fairly long. So.
Yeah, I don't think it was that bad though. It wasn't like a debate in the sense that like you were dealing with someone who was obviously bad faith. You were
no.
Mostly just talking with someone who wanted to understand.
I think it was a proper debate. I don't think it was a blood sports. It was a real debate. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for calling in. Did you have anything on your mind that you wanted to talk about in particular?
I had a few topics. Yeah.
All right.
I do have one question, and like the rest are like mostly nerd topics.
Okay.
Might as well just get the question out of the way first, because I think that might take the longest to answer. So what I was curious about is what kind of stuff goes around in the behind the scenes to like prepare for your stream. Like, what do you do for research and stuff like that?
It really depends on the stream. I mean, for most streams, I wouldn't really call most of it research. It's mostly just like I'm in a habit of staying up to date with things. With news, I follow the news. I listen to a lot of other political people and political voices. I hear what they have to say. I catch a lot of the news, and then I think about it a lot. And then I spend a lot of time talking about these subjects with other people, which just means a lot of engaging in like politics and political discussions consistently, meaning so that I can, when I come to stream, I have lots of stuff to talk about and share with people, my thoughts and whatnot. And I will say that like usually when I have I have a bit of a different schedule than most people. I, you know, much to the ire of some of my viewers, you know, I don't stream as regularly as some people, but I think that means the quality's a little higher because my basic approach to a stream is when I start thinking about a topic that I feel passionate about that I would want to talk about on stream, then I start, you know, I just sort of throughout my day while I'm doing other things, or I will think about what I want to say about it, you know, what I think people will have to say themselves about it, how I will deal with those things, and I start to build together like my vision of what a stream will look like. And then I'll often think about other things along with that, and you know, over the course of a couple days, I will sort of snowball up a series of topics or subjects that I want to talk about and how I think those will go. And I run through them in my mind, you know, over and over again, sort of, until I go, okay, now I feel like I can like go off the cuff and talk about this. And And that's the average stream, like the average stream without anything super particular. But there are exceptions to that. If there are like really major political topics that I think are really important, I will spend a lot of time on the days before the stream, like really digging into those topics, and reading articles, essays, watching videos on those, basically anything that I need to do in order to feel like I can talk about that thing with confidence. And of course, there are very particular, you know, topics where I feel like I need to go even further and jump into things like, you know, even going so far as like reading studies or things like that. Although I will say that I try to avoid, I am not like a scientist. You know, I did study science in college for a while, but I'm not like, I don't have a degree or anything. So I try not to.
I don't think anyone in this space is really a scientist.
Not many, no. I mean, some people have a little more qualifications in that front than others, but you know, whatever. I try not to do too much of that because it's not really my specialty. But I will read lots of analyses of those types of things, and whatnot, and formulate my opinions based on that. And that will be if I'm doing like a pretty heavy topic. That's my sort of like cycle for that. And then of course there's other things completely like the fun stuff, which is just like, it is almost impossible for me to tell you how that process works, because stuff like with Holy Mac, it's just a matter of like following my gut instinct on the internet, or in the case of Holy Mac. I mean, yeah, with Holy Mac, somebody like that was a viewer named Snips was the one who was like, we were watching something related to the Church Militant first. And then Snips was poking around on the website while I was talking about Michael Voris, the like cult leader. And then Snips was like, "Oh my God, you should check this shit out that I just discovered on the website." And then they were like, "Please go look at this." And like that sort of thing is like, I have to know how to listen to my community at the right time, and know that they're turning me onto something good, and then from there it's turning it into something that's entertaining. That's sort of the preparation part. But to be honest, streaming is a lot of improvisation. Like, a lot of what I have had to do is just learning how to think on my feet, how to, you know, being used to and comfortable with unpredictable events and unpredictable churns, you know, and stuff like that. Those types of things are very difficult to prepare for, or you really can't in some ways. Like,
yeah, because sometimes chat will just go off on a topic like, I don't know, monster dicks, and then you're stuck on that for half an hour.
Exactly. Or like, who knows? There's like a million different things that you know, where it's just like, I'm going to like, there are streams where I will be like, I know what I'm gonna do this stream is I'm going to go and I'm just going to search something randomly on YouTube, and we're gonna see what we find, and I'm gonna try and be as funny as possible. So some of it is kind of like using improvisational comedy skills and the ability to just be energetic and active and engage with an audience. But yeah, a lot of my streams are, well, I don't know, it really depends. They fluctuate in how much actual prep I have to do for any of this shit.
Yeah, I think as far as preparation goes, your DemonMamas are probably the ones that take the most effort.
Yeah,
because you want to be thorough with those, but the rest I don't think you go quite that far. But I was just interested in what the process was sort of like.
For some of them, like it is definitely true that like DemonMamas are ones where I will spend like hours usually before the stream actually begins. I will sit down like a couple of hours before the stream begins on that streaming day, and when I know I'm doing a DemonMama, I'm like, okay, either days or hours in advance, depending on how my week schedule is looking. I'll sit down and I'm like, I'm going to put together a timeline, a document. I'm going to put this all in order. I'm going to have all the links with all like annotated so I can find them easily. And then I go from there. But like, yeah, the DemonMamas are definitely like that for sure. But like, yeah, stream prep is kind of a weird thing. I will be completely honest. It's not like
I was mostly just curious because I've thought about doing streaming at least a little bit, like not right now, but like in the distant future, because I'm not like at a point where I have like the equipment to stream.
Yeah.
But I have thought about like doing a bit of PNG tubing just because I don't really want to put my face out there. But
yeah, I get that. Well, yeah, I mean, I found it to be very rewarding. Obviously, I've been doing it for a long time. It definitely comes with its challenges, and it's not easy. I know that sometimes it looks effortless, but like, I mean, it's not always easy. And it did take me a long time to get used to, or to get comfortable with. If you watch my early streams, like it is apparent. Thankfully, a lot of them are lost to time. I feel a little bit thankful about that. Sometimes a little sad, but also often a little thankful that they're lost to time. Because my early streams, I'm very shaky, and I'm certainly not as quick on my feet or as capable of like reacting to or bouncing off of chat. And in some of the early streams, there wasn't even really a chat. It was just my IRL friends who were there to support me, and whatever. But yeah, so I mean, but I found it to be rewarding even when it's challenging, and I don't know. I definitely encourage people to at least give it a try. A lot of people are gonna find it to be too stressful, and that's especially true when you consider like I don't know, like getting into drama. That stuff is very difficult to deal with, and
yeah,
I don't think I don't think there's any way to prepare for it. Like when it happens, it happens. It's often unpredictable, and it's also just like, yeah, I don't know what to tell people about that. It's just a lot to deal with, and you can't always be prepared for it. When it happens, it sucks, and you have to learn on the fly. There's so much stuff that happened early on in my career that I just I could never have been prepared for. Nobody could have prepared me for it. I just had to deal with it, you know?
yeah, it does seem like a lot. That's one of the reasons why I haven't jumped into it immediately just yet. The most I've done is like streaming on Twitch for a couple of friends just so they can watch me play games or something.
Yeah, well, I will say that like there is less concern with politics streaming is a particularly high drama zone where you're likely to come yeah, you're likely to come into conflict with people because of, you know, conflicting worldviews. Whereas that's definitely not true for most other types of streaming. There is, like, the internet is a high drama place generally, so, like, this is not me saying that video game streamers don't get into drama. They fucking do. But, like, the occurrences are way less frequently, whereas with politics, like, you're likely to encounter some level of drama, like, almost immediately, just because, like, you might say something that pisses off a conservative immediately, and they might be mad about that and want to tell you why they're mad about it. It's just like a reality of politics streaming. But yeah, if you're doing other streaming, like game streaming or whatever, chances of you encountering drama the possibility is real, but it's not nearly as likely.
I'd probably take a page from your book, especially with like the recent streams where you just like intentionally don't engage with the drama that exists.
Yeah,
you still do politics and you still do like whatever the hell you want, basically. But you cover stuff that is contentious without like getting into as much drama as other political streamers are prone to.
I mean, I ignore a lot, and that is it is something you have to train yourself to do. Like, truly, it is something you have to train yourself to do. But I mean, I'm not complete, like I try to keep drama out of my stream these days, but like there is still drama that happens, like no doubt. Like I have had to, I mean, even some of it has hit the stream. Like there has been drama that has happened behind closed doors. I've just found that like it's not a lot of people think it's worth it to try and they're like, oh well, I'm dealing with drama, I may as well, you know, why wouldn't I talk about this publicly or whatever. But I think that's often a devil's bargain and usually not worth it. And for me, I've come to the conclusion that I would much rather like focus on the creative and fun aspects of streaming rather than like getting off in like some random fucking fight with people or some shit that could go on forever and then dominate your content, and then once the fight eventually stops, the people who were there for the fight aren't going to be around. It's just like, it's not worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're kind of bringing in like fair weather fans with drama.
Yeah, absolutely.
The way you're doing it, you've built up a much more like consistent like fan base. You've got people who are way more loyal to you. It's
100%.
honestly amazing.
Because they're here for me, and they're also here for the cool stuff that I bring them. Drama viewers are infamously fickle. They are.
Oh, yeah.
They're very, very difficult to keep their focus on. They want to see people screaming and fighting and calling names. They want to be able to go, oh my God, did you see what that blank said about whatever? And yeah, I prefer people who are actually like a lot of the drama that I got caught up in my early streams was like stuff that I had no choice, or I had a choice to engage with it, but I didn't have as much of a choice. And I felt like I had to because people were making attacks against me, and that's really difficult to deal with. But also like I don't know. After a while, I was like, I need to do whatever I can to not engage with this because it started to feel bad that like, people weren't seeing what I'm good at. They weren't seeing what I'm creating and the cool stuff that I'm putting into the world, and that just makes me sad. It's a bummer. It's a bummer to like. I'm a creative person. I want people to see what I create. I want people to see what I'm able to do with my creativity, what I'm able to do with my set, with my outfits, with the music that I choose, with the way that I, set up my overlays and things like that, the way that I choose to talk about things. All this stuff I want people to see, and the drama can really get in the way of that because it just it means that the entire stream and the atmosphere around the stream becomes focused on people slapping each other.
It does, yeah, and that's really, really annoying. It's one thing that's kind of put me off from like certain creators in the past, like with Vosh getting into back and forth stuff with certain creators. It's interesting in the sense that you kind of get like sucked into it like watching a train wreck, but at the same time it's like I watch you for a reason and this isn't exactly it.
Yeah, and I mean, I have a lot of sympathies for, some of the shit that Vosh has had to deal with over the last few years.
Yeah.
But I also completely understand why, like, people just, it's like, sometimes it's like even a matter of like, it's nothing personal, but some people just don't want to have that stress on them,
Yeah, of
all
course.
the time or whatever. So yeah, I hear you on that.
Yeah, streaming does seem like a lot. I think I would probably dip into politics here and there if I ever do stream, but I probably would stick mostly to nerd stuff like video games and the occasional other media that I read, like, I don't know, books.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's lots of people love to listen to people talk about books. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I wish you the best of luck with that. I mean, I'm always excited to hear that there's new streamers coming into these spaces. Streaming can be a bit hard to get into, and it can be hard to get off the ground. I always do tell people, like, don't expect to be doing it as a career right off the bat. It's just a matter of pure statistics. I have been lucky in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways.
Yeah, no, of course.
And,
I'm expecting to not do it as a career or anything. I mostly just wanted to maybe do it as like a supplement in addition to the job that I'm working.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's completely viable. A lot of people can make money streaming. It's just making reliable like a full career's worth of money while streaming is not very common. But making money from streaming is absolutely possible. And a lot of times it can be a very nice supplement, in fact. And also,
yeah,
I just think it's good.
That.
I think it's good that there's lots of, like, when there's more people coming into these spaces and bringing their unique views and their unique voices to this space. I think it's wonderful. And so I always want to encourage it. Even if I tell people, hey, just be careful and temper your expectations, because I certainly came in here not knowing. I was like, I don't know if I'm ever going to, be able to get off the ground and, like, actually make, I mean, I didn't really ever even expect to make money. But I did it because I thought it was an awesome creative outlet, and I felt good to be able to get my voice out there, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So if that's the kind of thing you're going for, you're gonna have a great time with it.
Yeah, I think I can maybe try to fill in a bit of a niche that isn't like as prevalent as with like others, in that like I really don't see that many transmasculine streamers. There's a lot of transmasculine people that make like video essays or just like scripted content on YouTube and like that, but they don't live stream, and that's something that I think is maybe a little bit sad.
Yeah, I think it's a little sad too. I agree with you. I don't think there's as many. I mean, I do think that streaming generally is like, there are just less streamers in general, mostly because of the burnout rate. You know, streaming, a lot of people, like, a lot of people do jump into streaming with like the goal of like, they see people who are of the small percentage who are successful, and they go, that's gonna be me. And it's like, no, like it's really actually, there's a lot of risks involved and whatever. And so then they burn out. And also there's just like stuff like the schedule and the amount of technical things that can go wrong. And of course, then there's like what we were talking about before, the drama. And that does drive some people away. And unfortunately, I think it leads to a lot of people burning out and there not being that many streamers in the first place. So I'm always ready. I'm always here for more transmask streamers. Like, fucking always. So, yeah. I think
not only is it like just rough being a streamer in general, it's rough being a trans streamer, and...
It is, yeah.
Pretty much the only, like, transmasculine streamer I can think of is probably Luxander.
Yeah. Oh, Luxander's amazing. I quite like Luxander. Yeah, I can think.
Yeah, I've been meaning to check out that.
A few, but yeah.
Meaning to check out its content a lot more.
Yeah, Luxander's great. But yeah, I mean, I encourage you to take a swing at it. It does come with its challenges, but it also comes with a lot of rewards, and it feels great to be able to. It feels, one thing that feels awesome that I love about streaming is instant feedback. Like being able to being able to do this. Hey, everybody in chat, if you're still listening and you're not completely tuned out, everybody should put a hypers in chat. Anyway.
Oh yeah, well, I can imagine an audience would be great just because you can do things like that.
It is awesome. It's very fun. It's even fun when you only have a small audience, because small audiences, they feel the pressure. They go, yeah, I can be seen. I want to be seen.
Yeah, I think Zan talked about this once a while back. He mentioned that, like, statistically, you make more money on streams when you don't have as many viewers, because people feel more compelled to donate than if there's a lot of people in the stream, because they think, oh, someone else will donate.
I've never actually looked into that. I don't know. There might be some truth to that. I'm not 100% sure. There might be some truth to that to a certain degree.
If it's a smaller number of people, they'll be like, okay, I need to donate because there's nobody else here who will donate.
I mean, I'm sure there's some truth to that. I don't know how far it goes, but yeah, I do think that's true. I will say that one thing that's cool about small stream chats is that you know, small stream chats, they get a little rowdy because they know they're being seen. They know that people are hearing them, and they like it. They're exhibitionists that way. Funny.
Oh yeah,
serious. They are that way. Yeah. So.
Yeah, the chat doesn't go flying up the screen like it does on the big guys.
Yeah, that's true. Also, I mean, my chat moves a lot faster than it ever used to, but we still have a good community. People usually don't just spam pointlessly, which you know, sometimes contributes to those fast-moving chats and whatever. Oh my God, did we really upgrade our village again? Well, we are about at the end of our time. However, I wanted to say thank you so much for coming on. It was very, very wonderful to talk with you, and I encourage you to put your all into streaming and have a great time with it, because you probably will enjoy yourself quite a lot, and it sounds like you have a very healthy approach towards it. So
yeah,
I wish you the most of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Was there anything else you wanted to say before we wrap this up?
Not particularly. The other stuff I had on the list was just like nerd stuff, like bringing up like anime I'm into, or like video games. I saw you talking about Risk of Rain.
Oh, like I love Risk
last
of
stream
Rain.
or the stream before that, and I love Risk of Rain so much.
It's so fucking good. Risk of Rain is so god tier. I've been playing so much of it lately. I've been playing Risk of Rain Returns and Risk of Rain 2 again.
I got Risk of Rain Returns, and then I sunk like 100 hours into it immediately.
Yeah, it's so good. Oh man, they did it again. How'd they do it again?
How did they do it?
I don't know. It's magical.
Have you tried out the Providence trials yet?
Yes, I have. I haven't done all of them, but I've tried a whole bunch of them. I think my favorite one so far has been the one where you play as the little drone. That's been my favorite.
Oh, that one is great. I love that
it.
one.
So good.
Some of the trials are like a giant pain in the ass, though.
Oh,
like,
they're devious. Some of them are devious. Truly
like the
evil.
one with Huntress where you have to jump on the ropes and the ropes can get electrified sometimes.
Yes.
So annoying.
Messed up. It's truly evil.
It's evil.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming on. And hey, maybe next call-in stream you can call in and we can do nerd stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you so much and have a wonderful night.
You too.
Bye for now.
Good night.
All right. That was a wonderful call. That was a great call. We've had so many good calls tonight. I always am so impressed with our call-in streams. We really do have a next level community. Every single time, we always have 1 million people who want to call in, and we always have 1 million good conversations, and it always feels so good. It feels so good. I need to get a new fancy pickaxe. The old pickaxes stink. I have plenty of axes, but I need some pickaxe. Make a couple of these. How do I make one of them? Take a look. What's the pickaxe? Oh, okay, I got plenty. Make 3 of these. Hello. Oh. Oh, we're good to go. We're good to go. Bring them in. Hello, welcome. Oh. Seems like there's some connection issues. Small connection issues that seem to be happening. It's all good. Hello.
We're troubleshooting, and we're trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, no worries.
Stand
no
by.
biggie. Thank you. Will do. Okay, so I know a feature that they need to add to this game. They need to make it so that you can... They need to make it so you can label and color code chests. And they need to do that ASAP. The color-coded chests need to be added to the game immediately. And I'm going to need them to do that very quickly and soon. Do I see the markers?
All right, let's go.
Hello. Oh. What the? Yeah, I can see I can see them. It looks like it's a spooky dude marker. Apparently I need to find amber from a dry zone. I don't know where the dry zone is, so maybe I should go for a run. Try and find it. I need more food to bring with me though. I don't have enough food. I'll grill this meat. I'll bring these. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty dang good. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick and give us your pronouns?
Sure. So I'm Mycena in chat. I prefer to go by Quinn, and my pronouns are they, them.
Yay! Well, welcome, Quinn. Thank you so much for calling in. Fantastic pronouns. I like them a lot.
Thank you. I picked them up myself.
Look at that. What a flex. What a flex. Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Anyway, I guess I had 2 topics, but I guess it depends on like what you're down for.
Okay, all right. Well, hit me with them. We'll see which one goes.
Okay, so this was like during your Dark Souls streams. I had asked you what you thought about Mikolash from Bloodborne, and you said you weren't a big fan, but I am a big fan. So if you wanted to talk about that.
All right. Okay. All right. All right. You don't like. Wait. So you're talking about the boss fight or the character?
No, the boss fight.
Yeah. Oh, I hate that fight.
No, I love that one.
It's so goofy. It's such a gimmick, and it doesn't even move smoothly, and you can glitch it so easily. It's so goofy.
I mean, in part, that's kind of the appeal. I think it's also kind of like, it's a bit of a weird, it's kind of like a bit of, what's it called? Like a wrangling game. Like you kind of have to like trick the AI into like running into exact spots. And so you end up just going in circles for like a good 15 minutes.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. For me, that doesn't sound like fun. I always feel like it's like such a comparatively easy fight once you get to the end. But like it just feels like a chore. Maybe it's just because I've played Bloodborne too much. I mean, I will say he has some like iconic lines, you know, like the Kos, or some say Kosum, is like a great line. Like I make little jokes about that all the time. So you know, I'm not trying to be a hater on the character as a whole. I do think he's interesting, but like I don't know, the fight, it's just not for me. I don't think. I just think it's not for me. Eyes. Give us eyes. That thing, is that what everybody in chat is saying? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. I think, to be honest, so I 100% of the game, I did the whole Chalice dungeon, and I think in the long run, like after you go through all that, he starts to look like a diamond in the Ritz. Like it's comparatively to what you go through to get to the Queen of Yharnam. He's just not that bad.
I mean, the Chalice dungeons are they're a unique experience for sure. Like the Chalice dungeons are kind of like, I mean, they're like a bonus feature, and a lot of them are just like, wow, we really put together something that's annoying. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I always consider the Chalice dungeons to be like a bonus content. And I don't judge the Chalice dungeons up to the same standard of the rest of the game, because if I did that, I would have mean things to say about FromSoft that FromSoft probably doesn't deserve.
Yeah,
there are some very, very, very bad Chalice dungeons that are just so phenomenally stupid to play through that it's like, I don't know. But again, like they were trying to add like a randomized dungeon mode, and there's a lot of fun to be had in them, even though there's a lot of individually very stupid Chalice dungeons. And I guess if we're comparing it to the Chalice dungeons, but that's the thing. Mikolash is not a Chalice dungeon. He's a mainline boss. He doesn't have the excuse.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think in comparison to what's the boss right before him? It's completely slipping my mind. The big mass of flesh.
Mass of flesh. Oh, the One Reborn.
Yeah, the One Reborn, because when you said...
Oh yeah, One Reborn kind of sucks. I mean, it's visually awesome, but don't get me wrong, it's a visually really cool boss. Just like, there's just like mechanically, the One Reborn just has like, just barely works. like to be completely honest, like you can't see you can't read any of the abilities. They're all just kind of like a giant mess. And also, it's just it's a really easy boss, all things considered, except for when you get cheesed by like random feet falling out of the sky.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. For me, I feel like that, like in terms of like chore bosses, like that's the chore boss.
Oh, really?
Because there's like those those 6 like spellcasters up top that like.
Oh yeah, I even forgot about those.
Yeah, like it's just such a, and then the walk back to it is like needlessly annoying for like such a mediocre boss.
Yeah, it is kind of an annoying walk back. You got all those like the coffins that have the big skeleton piles coming out of them.
Yeah, and then and that whole teleporter to get there, it's just not my thing. I just think and that's why like when I think about Mikolash in comparison to other bosses, like you know, sometimes he's kind of like in the mid tier of them.
Oh wow. I mean, I still put him low tier, but maybe that's just maybe it's just because I don't know. I find the running to fight him just so uncompelling. But I can understand your perspective, and I'm not judging you for it. I hear your case for Mikolash. I hear it. I mean, my partner likes Mikolash, and so I can't really give hate, or else I'll be sleeping on the couch. So.
Exactly. Our numbers are rising. Your time is coming to an end. Soon Mikolash will be the S+ tier boss.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure that's what I'm sure that's what Mikolash thinks too, but you know, he's got a bit of an ego on him.
Yeah, for sure. I also wanted to like maybe, and I probably should open with this one, kind of talk to you about education for a little bit.
Oh, okay, yeah, hit me up with education. Oh, wait, is this an ancient DemonMama education take, or is this a new conversation? You might not even know them. I shouldn't have said it.
So no, I guess this is kind of like an ancient DemonMama take. This was how I got into your channel.
Oh shit!
Yeah. It's a funny story because I had been watching like your streams and I was kind of like, what's it called? I was defending you in like private to like my friends at the time.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
That was back when people used to. That was back when I was more used to people having to do such things. These days, I'm so based, nobody has to defend me to anybody anymore. I'm sure.
Hey, I felt like you were pretty based back then. So
I was pretty based back then. It's true. Thank you.
You're welcome. Always has been based, always will be based. You know.
True.
Anyway, I have, I guess my more specific question is because now I've started working more in education, and I guess I kind of wanted to like know your kind of thoughts on like how you feel currently about education and specifically neurodivergent people. I find really recently in working behind the scenes, I find a lot of educators are like really like hard on neurodivergent kids, and I don't understand why.
I mean, I think it's always been like that, right? Like, there's just like a latent frustration, yeah. I mean, I can't speak to like the state of schools now because I mean, I don't go to school anymore. But I can speak to my experience in the past, and I have a feeling that a lot of stuff hasn't changed at all, and that's one thing that hasn't changed really ever. Where there's like a double-edged sword with how neurodivergent people are treated. Where like if you excel at something, then you're pushed to your limit. And if you struggle with it, then you're like treated with extreme frustration because it's like, well, what's wrong with you or whatever, you know? And it's just like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, and also like we're, you know, given the general political atmosphere around education, which is that like a lot of the country is struggling with funding education. Teachers are, you know, less equipped than ever. And that means a lot of them slip up and make mistakes, and some of them just have poor attitudes towards neurodivergent people. I think that like, I mean, in my experience, I know a lot of neurodivergent people, okay? It's kind of my entire community. All I'm gonna say is that pretty much every neurodivergent person I know talks about school like it was like a torture experience. And that was certainly, you know, in some ways, like I mean, I see that completely, especially, you know, the later years of my of education. Early on, I found going to school to be like, you know, I think I mentioned this even in the original discourse. Like for me, I mean, I grew up in like a really culty environment, so school was by comparison a bit of a like a relief for me. But like as time went on and I couldn't just like learn things as an escape. I had to like, it became this whole process of like, you need to be preparing for your career, and these are the classes you need to be taking so that you can make sure it started to become miserable. And I think that a lot of people had that experience early on as well.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. I've been dealing with that like throughout my education, like especially more towards like the later years, like in comparison to the front years. I'm like classic like burnout kid.
Yeah.
So it's been definitely one of those situations. And you know, now I'm at the point like with schooling, like I have like a really like careful department about this stuff. So I found my own pace, but you know, it takes time.
It takes a long time, and there's not a lot of help. You don't get a lot of help with it.
Oh, for sure. You really are just left in the blind unless you're like I feel a student that gets very easily recognized as someone with a disability. And then you also have parents who are supportive of like a child having a disability. You can go like a majority of your life needing disability accommodations and just never getting them ever.
Yep.
And just you have to really fight for yourself to get recognized with the problem, and it's like you can't do anything in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that is talked about often with, specifically with autism, where like a diagnosis can be a double-edged sword. Where like, if you're undiagnosed, then a lot of times no one will address the things that you do need whatsoever. But then if you get a diagnosis, then all of a sudden you're shunted off into like a separate system where you know the whole whether it's special ed or whatever, you know, other programs exist in various places, where it's like, oh, now, you know, now maybe you had certain accommodations you needed before, but now you're in a completely different place and you're not able to be there alongside the rest of your classmates, and you're put in like some, you know, what feels like a containment zone. And yeah, it's rough. And a lot of it, of course, is like the product of the way that schooling is handled, which is that, you know, schooling is still tied so deeply to its like the sort of Prussian model roots of like, we need to basically create a factory for creating educated citizens who can do their jobs effectively. And when that's the case, there's just like this constant pressure for efficiency and quantity over quality, that this just doesn't work with humans, especially with humans who might have, you know, specific needs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's like, it's really interesting that you bring up that point, because I feel like that sort of mindset has really like seeped out of just like traditional schooling, or maybe I shouldn't say seeped out, or like it's just kind of reminiscent in like all forms of childcare. If you're like really involved in the scene, that like same mindset of like, I'm an adult, I tell child thing, child must do thing, and like I get upset if child does not do thing. And you know, they'll have a big, like I've seen very big responses to different disabled children. I worked during the summer, I worked in a summer camp with like a bunch of kids, and you get like, when you're working summer camp, you get kids with like a whole different slew of whatever going on, and you're just kind of there as like a person who will know them for like a week.
Yeah, you're not exactly given much time or resources, and it's just kind of like, hey, here's my kid and all of their baggage, and this is now your problem for a while, so, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's also like, if they tell you, sometimes they'll just like leave you to like, parents will just kind of leave you to sink.
Yeah, exactly.
But I thought what was kind of like interesting is that like when I was working with people who are like teacher candidates, like they're studying to be teachers, I found that like oftentimes if like a child was like known as neurodivergent, they'd be completely like abandoned. Like essentially like they would have different issues or problems and just be like completely like neglected, ignored, and like, you know, be like, you know, spoken about poorly like behind the scenes. And it's like, you know, the things I've heard people say about like a 4-year-old is like pretty ridiculous. And I just don't understand.
Incredible.
Like, yeah, it's just weird.
It's incredible the way with which like I don't know. I don't want to speak too broadly, but it really does feel like it's American culture that's just like the disdain that is directed towards children, and then it just like the passive disdain that is directed towards children, and then on top of that, if you're a kid who like quote unquote causes problems in any way, it's just like magnified by 100. You know, like there's just like this horrific attitude that's just like, I mean, there's a, oh my god, I'm sure you've probably seen this if you're are you familiar with Zoe B's channel?
Zoe Baker question mark?
Zoe B.
No, I haven't seen them.
Oh, okay. You should check Zoe B out. I really like Zoe B. They do video essays about education. And one of the things that they did a video recently on the parental rights movement and the quote unquote parental rights movement. I can't do my quotes while I'm playing this silly video game. But yeah, the parental rights movement, and one of the things that they pointed out over and over and over again was just that like the parental rights movement is completely and utterly obsessed with like pushing the idea of basically child ownership, that their child is their property, and this is like constantly reinforced in so many different ways. Her video analyzes a lot of the rhetoric that reinforces that idea, and I think that like objectification of children is like insanely common, not just in the educational system, but in culture more broadly. And in the education system, it manifests as this just horrific just disdain and mistreatment of children who have no choice in the matter. They're just stuck there, you know? They don't get to choose anything. They have no rights. They have no ability to fucking speak for themselves. They have to appeal to other people all the time to even have the basic level of agency. And then they're just treated like confusing and traumatizing ways by people who are supposed to be taking care of them, who are supposed to be, you know, ostensibly guiding them through life. It's really unfortunate, and it makes me so sad.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel you. I totally didn't want to come in here and like bring down the mood of stream.
No, not at all. I think this is an important topic.
Yeah, but what I want to add on that, it's kind of I don't know, it's like that really weird situation where there are a lot of like, I find like, again, like educators or people watching children who will like pick up on like that a child has like maybe not the best relationship with a parent, or like a parent can be pretty irresponsible, and then at the same time kind of just use that as an excuse to kind of mimic that behavior.
Yeah.
I just find it like, it's just such a frustrating experience, like when you're like in this field and it's just like, I wish I was just 100 of me, so like I could just fix everything and like be there for everybody, instead of just this always situation where like, really, if you're like up to, like if you're from a kid, you're, you know, a lot of what you get is kind of like a luck-based thing.
Yeah.
Like from your perspective, you don't have a lot of autonomy or like things you can do. If you're in a bad situation or you're being like looked after by like people who don't necessarily have your care in mind, you really are just trapped and there's nothing you can really do.
Yeah, kids get trapped all the time in that way, and also distrusted when they have an issue, you know? That they're just like, no, you know, you're just whining, or you don't want to go to school, or whatever, you're resistant or something along those lines. That's one that's really common. You hear a lot is like, you know, kids who are like miserable in the experience as a result of the way that like the adults in their space are treating them, and then they get framed as being like you know, resistant or what's the word, obstinate or whatever. And it's just like, nah, like these kids have nothing, like they're still learning. They're trapped in a situation they don't get to have much say about, and then on top of that, they're like, you know, they don't have any recourse, and then you hit them with another layer of just basically telling them they're wrong for feeling bad. It's like, nah, you'd feel bad too. Goodness.
Yeah, it's also really sad, like when I work with like the youngest age group you can. And
Yeah.
it's just also like a matter of like, they also can't verbalize how they feel. They barely understand words as they are.
Yeah.
And so it's just that like unfortunate situation for a lot of them where it's just like, I just wish I could fix everything, but you know, you really can't.
You can't. And
I would
you
say
know,
though,
I
like,
understand that desire, but like you also have to, you know, don't let it make you feel guilty. You know, we live in a system that's much bigger than us. We can only do what we can, and it sounds like you care a lot. That means you're making the world a better place for some people, and sometimes that's good enough.
Thank you very much. That really does mean a lot.
Yeah.
I would be interested though, like just in general, like if you could make like one change to education, just sweeping across the board, or just even like a perspective thing, what's for you like a good starting point?
Oh, a starting point? I mean, oh God. I mean, that's like really different. That's a huge question. I feel like it's so deep. I mean, education broadly, I've never been in a position to do that. What's one change I could make? I mean, the first thing that I would say would, I guess if you're giving me the magical power to institute one change, I would force people to actually make education about learning and not strictly about quote unquote education. Because I think that would accomplish all of the goals of the educational system while also actually working. Learning, making things about learning as opposed to being about, about like just getting people prepped for a career is so important. Like so many people make it all the way through school, and then they get to the next part of their life, and they like actually hate the process of learning anything because they associate it entirely with their experience in school, which was a process of essentially economic indoctrination. And yeah, I guess I would change that. I would change people's approach and view on it. And maybe that's the first step. I don't know. I feel like the way that, you know, the sort of situation we're stuck in right now is that there are like layered interlocking systems that all necessitate each other, which I don't know. You know, they're all tied to capitalism, and I think that until you start breaking down the fact that like everyone is bound by pure economy, that all of our lives boil down to the dollar, like until you start to be able to make serious changes to that particular state of the world, that it's very difficult to make any single change to education. But I mean, I do think that if I could change one, if I just had godlike powers and could impose one change, it would probably be that. It would be to give people a real actual, to change the focus from just like empowering people to be an economic agent, to actually teaching them how to learn, why learning is important, and instilling them with a passion for it that will carry them so much farther than just like this sort of raw education for economy's sake. I hope that makes sense. I know that's obviously a little bit utopian, but you asked me one thing I could change. I mean, if it was a starting point, I think that like the most, like if we're talking purely like a political starting point, I think one of the most important things is drastically empowering teachers, not like in a position of authority, but drastically giving them the resources that they need to be able to have time to breathe, to be able to build lesson plans that work, to be able to think and experiment and adapt, and also to be able to spend time thinking about the students that they're teaching as people, and not feeling like they're being choked out by, again, a system that leaves them without any resources, and also that leaves them underfunded and overburdened with tasks. So
Yeah,
there's another one.
That's incredible. I really don't know. Hold on, I need to like collect myself, see where it goes. That was great. I guess, I mean, I think so like yes to all of that as a starter. I think what's kind of interesting that like this kind of like a sort of like, you know, making education less about like just, you know, creating pure workers.
Yeah.
I think what's really interesting is that like if you want those systems, they do exist, but they are like often private systems that you need to pay money for, and pay a lot of money for too. And so it kind of I find that really bleak, that like in order to not just raise a worker, in order to get someone a good education, you yourself have to kind of like go through that process, or you need to like have already been built into wealth in order to like get your child out of that, and so they cannot be a drone.
I was gonna say, I was thinking like when you mentioned that, like I thought about like how like Montessori schools, like those types of things exist, and those are like those are like teaching systems and schooling systems that do, at least, I don't know about their how broad their success levels are, but they at least on some level do attempt to change that. But in order to even put your kid in there, you need to have the money to do that, and you also likely need to be able to have the resources to like be a part of that, because those are also most of those types of things are heavily, you know, socially involved. There's a lot of parental involvement in those systems, and if you're working a job constantly, you know, or multiple jobs, you can't necessarily do that. So yeah, just to your point.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, where I work, is built around a Montessori school. But the issue is that like there's no accessing it by like public transportation. Like if you want to get to it, you need a car. There are no other options.
Exactly.
And it's just like, you know, just to even add on to what you're saying, it's just this constant like issues that you're always facing with if you're just trying to break out of this like the current education system, or like I guess quote unquote the standard. I think another point. Oh shoot! It just completely slipped my mind. But I want to.
That's all right.
No! It hit me. What I was going to say is that like this kind of focus on just workers, like on just creating workers, has really been why literacy rates have been going down. I've been speaking to like a lot of my like friends on this. You'll see a lot of now like conservatives are starting to like fearmonger about this, where they'll be like, it's like they're learning too much about pronouns. That's why they can't read anymore.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
but there's been like a lot of like deprivation in terms of education and just the pure focus on what's it called? Just on standardized testing, that like we're not like teaching people to sort of read critically or to sort of engage with the stuff they're presented with. People are literally just like, can you read this sentence? Do you know what these words are? This is competent enough. Like, surely, like, this is just the bare minimum. That means you're clever enough to just go, like, to just fully read by yourself now. We just need to make sure you know what the word "the" means.
Yeah, well, if the pressure's high enough that everyone, if the pressure for efficiency is high enough that you're just doing the bare minimum and then moving on from there, that's going to be the result. You're going to be people who, you're going to have people who are looking to fill out a checklist, and that's it. And then move on. Checklist, move on. Checklist, move on. All of the minimums, and then as long as you're getting all those minimums, then you're good. But the reality is that that's not how humans work, and that's not how humans thrive. It might be great to fill out a checklist so that you don't get a budget cut next year, but it's no system under which people are going to thrive and have full minds. And yeah. Anyway, we have reached the limit of our time at this point, but this has been a truly fantastic conversation. And I thank you so very much for coming on and talking with me about all this. And also, people, I feel like I should shout you out to the chat. Thank you for being our backup timestamper. You do a fantastic job. Thank you so much. Seriously.
Hey, really, no, thank you. Honestly, like, not only just for like having me on, also for like the community that you've built, for like the whole mod team and all that. Like, you should, like, you know, don't make my head too big. If anyone should have the big ego here, I feel like it should be you.
Well, I already have a big enough ego, but you know, I'm willing to share a little bit. So.
Thank you. Can I just do a quick shout out to my best friend's art account? I don't have any social media.
Please, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
So on Instagram, he is Tamatako. I think it should be like linked with the current guest thing. But please go check out their art. They're incredible. I love them so much. I don't know what else to say. They make pretty pictures.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. It's been wonderful talking with you, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you so much. Bye.
No problem. Bye for now. Wonderful. All right. So everybody, we are going to go for another about 40 minutes, and then that's going to be the end of the call-in stream. Our call-in techs are getting tired. I am also getting tired myself. So we're going to do a couple more call-ins, two more call-ins, and then that'll be it for tonight. I hope that you all have been having a really good time. I've been having fun banging around in this silly game. I'm starting to get the hang of it, even though I've been fairly slow to the uptake on this particular game, just because I've been running around and chopping stuff. But oh, you need some wood. Oh yeah, I got you wood. Here you go, wood. Do you need knot root? I need knot root for a couple of items, but here, I'll split my knot root with you. There's some knot root. There you go. Oh, there's some cave wood. Okay. All right. You sounded wonderful. You sounded wonderful. Zucchina, thank you so very much for the $5 super chat. I'm starting a new Bloodborne campaign. What weapon do you usually start with? I love the cane sword or the axe. Those are my two favorites. I actually don't really like the serrate. What's the other one? I can't remember the other one. The one that everybody else plays with. Everybody plays with that one, but I like the cane sword personally is my favorite, and the axe. Saw cleaver. I don't love the saw cleaver. I know that a lot of people like the saw cleaver, but it's not my favorite. I love the reach of the axe and the moveset, and the cane sword is the ideal pick for the build that I like the most, which is arcane. Axe is really strong. Yeah, the threaded cane. All right, let's bring in the next caller. Let's do it. Let's do it. Next caller. Why, hello there. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You are coming in loud and clear. Let me just adjust
All right.
that real quick.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Welcome to the show. Will you please introduce yourself and tell us your pronouns?
Yeah, my name's Jacob. My pronouns are he, him.
Fantastic, the classics.
Yes,
well,
very.
welcome. Yeah, well, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I apologize if my voice comes off as a little shaky. I'm a bit nervous and I've been having some tech issues. So.
Oh, don't worry at all. You don't sound shaky even a little bit. And honestly, no need to be worried at all. No one's gonna judge you. This is a very loving environment, and a lot of people here were here for their first time. So don't stress at all. If anything, the pressure's on me. Because if I don't make it fun, then it's my fault. No one's gonna blame you for that. So don't worry.
Okay. So one of the things I wanted to bring up kind of first is, I know you said earlier that this hasn't been a very contentious stream, which I think is great, and I don't plan to make this any more contentious, but I probably will, if I have time, bring up some maybe a different perspective on the way I think about politics.
Okay, sure.
And
I'm
such.
always open to that.
All right, but just before I do that, I really want to give you a ton of praise for the environmentalism video you did, the Consider Environmentalism video.
Thank you.
Environmentalism is something that's really near and dear to my heart, and I was so heartened to see someone in this this leftist political sphere actually talk about it, especially because I grew up in rural Colorado, and environmentalism, it's more common, especially in my family and where I grew up, but it seems less so in people who grew up in a more urban environment, which I'm not trying to judge. There's nothing wrong with that, but to me, that video was, to me, that's a very special video. So thank you so much for making it.
Well, you're more than welcome. It was genuinely, it's very important to me, and it was something that I wanted to talk about. I also grew up in a very rural area, and I think that I do think that like I kind of said in the video, I think that right now there is a lot of there's sort of a pop urbanism that's really in right now. And I don't think there's anything entirely wrong with that. Obviously, a lot of people live in cities, and I think that there's there's a lot of problems that people are trying to talk about and are passionate about talking about. But I do think that that the urbanism it tends to fixate on a lot of things that only matter if you have an environment. And so I always want to encourage people to embrace it. And I also want to encourage my city-dwelling, fellows to take time to go out into the wilds and into the world and understand why, on a very personal and visceral level, why it's so important to be able to think about the environment, to think about nature, and to have an appreciation for everything that's out there that's beyond just memes and videos about walkable cities and all that stuff, which are certainly important. I am never going to downplay these things, but yeah. Anyway, I'm more than happy to have made that video, and you have no idea. It is literally, it makes me feel so good that video resonated for somebody, because I know it was not my most popular video ever. Although I will say, I believe that's also the video where I talk about the noise pollution. And I got on the original VOD of that, the person whose video we reacted to, My Life Outdoors, actually responded and watched the video, which was the most flattering thing that's ever happened. I felt so.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was
that
wonderful.
Is great.
I love his channel, and I love what he always has to say. So it was really cool for that to happen. So anyway, thank you so much for saying such kind words about that, and I'm really happy that my video was able to be meaningful to you, because it was meaningful to me too.
All right, and so I kind of want to go to sort of what I wanted to say was maybe a bit contentious. I don't even know about that, but certainly I think about politics maybe a bit differently than most people in this sort of left-wing streaming space. And I want to be clear, I am 100% a leftist. Quiz me on any issue, I am 100% there. You know, fuck capitalism, trans rights, all, you know, all 100% 9 yards. And I say that with the recognition that I also very much still identify with the label of liberal. And I know that's the sort of like a cringe term to say, but I think, you know, our cult, you know, I think there's been a real sort of covering up of a lot of liberal thought that is very quite, you know, left wing, and I would certainly argue leftist. And for me, what makes me a liberal is I consider myself, I'm certainly a socialist, but I'm not really a Marxist. My political thought doesn't really come from Marx a whole lot. Not to say I haven't read and studied Marx, but he's not like in my canon of philosophers that I really like think about. But what I've always, to me, what being a liberal sort of means is always the continuous strive towards liberation. And, you know, I would say, I think a lot of people today can conflate liberal with a defense of capitalists, and liberals themselves have done them no favors in that regard. So I'm not saying this is, you know, the fault of the leftists or anything. In fact, if anything, it's definitely the fault of liberals themselves for allowing, I think, a great historical perspective to be covered up. Because, you know, I would encourage people to read a couple articles from the magazine Jacobin. The one I'm thinking about off the top of my head is called "Was John Stuart Mill a Socialist?" And in that article, it states a very quite clear quote where John Stuart Mill himself considered himself a socialist. He very much identified with the label. Now, we can all disagree. Just because someone identifies himself as a socialist doesn't necessarily make it so.
Right.
But I would say, you know, most honest liberal thinkers have realized that the struggle for liberation, you know, eventually leads you to the conclusion that, you know, capitalism is inherently illiberal. So I don't want to monopolize the conversation. What do you think? What do you think of what I've said so far?
Well, so I think that most of what you've said has been, you know, fairly agreeable, and I don't think I guess the only thing that I would say is that a lot of the reasons why liberalism, you know, splits off from leftism, or at least most of leftism, has to do with the liberal position on the state. And while it is true that there are some liberals who do sort of look towards or adopt an anti-capitalist bent, I think that a lot of liberal philosophy fails to be able to fully reject capitalism because of its insistence, its sort of insistence on the value of the state as an institution, and like the state, the modern nation state as we know it is almost foundationally capitalist, because capitalism is like the perfect, it's like the perfect system for powering what we know as the modern nation state, and liberalism is fairly attached to the concept of the nation state, which means that even liberals who are critical of capitalism are often unable to actually fully reject it, because they support an institution that requires it, or that in most cases would be, I think it's fair to say that most cases requires it or will default to it as a matter of expediency. And I can understand being attached to the concept of liberalism and even many liberal thinkers, and I think that there are a lot of very good and influential liberal thinkers. But at least for me, my move beyond liberalism was one of coming to a better understanding of the position and the nature of the state. And you can even see this in my earlier streams. I was much more liberal earlier on in my stream career, and I didn't even really know it because I was still learning a lot of things. And the way that a lot of my focus was in this this idea of like the value of institutions. And I think that institutions and specifically state institutions of the nation state are particularly important to liberals. Not all liberals, obviously. There are people who have different thoughts and different approaches. But I think that to the center of most of liberal philosophy is very centered on these institutions. And I think that the institutions that they refer to are often ones that are functionally inseparable from capital when you really get down to an honest analysis of them, that they exist as products of the exact same mechanisms that have locked us in this capital cycle. There's a lot of, I think somebody, honestly, I mean, not to like try and promote my own partner, but I think somebody who you could probably find some very interesting information or takes from is my partner Doe, who you may or may not already know of if you're familiar with my stream. Doe is on Twitter as Exiliax, and you can, people will type the name in chat. Oh my God, what the hell? Sorry, I'm so sorry. I just noticed my YouTube chat is getting spammed by a spam bot. It's very common. How did they even get in here? Sorry about that. But Doe,
No worries.
Doe does a really, really good job of diving into critiques of liberalism without just being like, fuck you, liberal, you know? It's really good at that sort of thing. And in fact, specifically, a lot of the Jacobin, Doe has actually engaged with the sort of perspective of Jacobin as a magazine and the history of Jacobin as a magazine on multiple occasions, and in good faith, in my opinion.
I will have to check it out. It might be more difficult for me because at the moment I'm not on Twitter. I'm very allergic to social media.
Wise, to be completely honest. And if at the moment, the only reason I recommend Twitter is because at the moment that is where Doe currently throws a lot of the stuff that it's working on. But it's planning on, I know that it's thinking about doing some videos in the future, and it has also posted some blogs in the past, though it hasn't updated its blog in a while. I'm hoping that changes over time. But yeah, it's easiest to reach there. But also, if you're super interested in this type of topic, and you seem like you're fairly interested in engaging directly with philosophy, if you shoot me an email at my email, DemonMama online@gmail.com. I'll say that again. I was stumbling a little bit, but DemonMama online@gmail.com. If you shoot me an email there, I can see about perhaps securing you an invite to Doe's server, which is where a lot of information about this type of stuff. It's a very lefty server, but it is a very theory focused. In fact, it's literally invite only. Nobody else ask me for invites. I'm not giving them to you. I'm offering this to this caller because you understand. But anyway, yeah, if you're interested in that sort of thing, it might be a place where you might be able to engage with a lot of like very good faith critiques that are even, more effective than what I'm able to bring here. I think that this has been a bit of a long-winded ramble, but I think that at the end of my sort of thing here is I'll just say that a lot of the reasons why there's a split between liberationist, liberation-focused lefties like anarchists, etc., and liberalism is often tied to institutions of the nation state, which I think, and I do tend to agree that like at some point they do, even though there's lots of shared struggle, they do tend those issues have to be addressed at a certain point, because they lead to very different outcomes. depending on your beliefs and you know, stated goals with regard to those structures.
No, I certainly agree. And, you know, just from my own perspective, you know, I won't say I'm anti-state, but I'm not really pro-state. I'm very ambivalent on it. You know, if there is, you know, I certainly recognize very much the oppressive potential for the power of the state. I think more so than most people might realize, because while I grew up in Colorado, I'm currently going to law school in California, and I have I've worked in a district attorney's office, you know, on multiple occasions. So I've very much been in the bowels of the beast, as it were, you know, kind of really where the power of the state meets the road of you know, taking away people's liberty. So I don't want it to seem like I don't understand the very much the oppressive potential of the state. I just guess for me, the reason maybe I don't go so far as anti-state is, you know, I would like, you know, and maybe this is something I can engage with Doe with. You were very generous to offer that invite. I will definitely have to take it up, but I would love to learn more just about like how we can like maintain like a functioning, you know, society where, you know, we don't have people who are trying to hurt each other all the time, and yet we can sort of do so in a way where we're not. That's certainly much less coercive.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're talking about right there is like such a big topic, and one that I have found to be a major topic that I've engaged with politically is like, okay, so, you know, I mean, you know, my political journey has been one where I was raised in an extremely far-right environment. You know, I'm talking like it was regular in my family to like praise monarchies and things like that. That was the environment that I grew up in. And obviously I left that and rejected that, you know, but I didn't have like, I didn't start like even as a liberal. I had to work my way through all of these things, and I've come over time to sort of to spend a lot of time thinking about the state and the nature of the state and how state entities engage with our lives and engage with our liberties. And I think that the more that I think about it, the more that I realize like questions of the state right now are of incredible importance. The entire world has essentially been carved up into the property of states. We're all locked into them, and you can't even you can't even leave one without entering another at the moment. So I find it to be that, I think for me that's like one of the things that took me from a position of like being an unwitting liberal to being able to go, oh, wait a second, like actually there are aspects of liberalism that I simply don't agree with that I hadn't really addressed before. And again, like I sort of refer to some of my own things that I look back on now and go, oh my goodness, like I think about certain conversations I had in the past early on in my stream where so much was just like me mimicking certain takes about the state that I had just never engaged with. And I do think it's really important. Sorry for being a little rambly on that, but I think it's I think I can understand being in that position. And I think that even outside of a conversation of liberalism versus leftism or anything, I genuinely think that there is an incredible amount of political enlightenment that can come from engaging with explicit and focused critiques of the state. Like I always think so much of like Foucault and some of the stuff that I've read with Doe from Foucault that has just been like, oh my God, like the way that the state operates is so invasive and it pervades so many parts of our lives that until we engage with or come to a position of where we stand on matters of the state, it's very difficult to really address much else without like accidentally like just plugging back into a politics that is inseparable from capitalism. You know, like you might set out to solve a problem without like dismantling the state or whatever, and then it turns out that problem, that your solution to that problem, it has been subsumed by the entity of which claims you as property, which is a really difficult thing and a heart-wrenching thing to deal with. One such example, I think, to bring this back around to how we started the conversation, is how effectively capitalism has managed to reclaim and what's the right word? That's not the word I'm looking for. Take God, I'm blanking on the term right now, but basically, yeah, possess like environmentalist movements. How many environmentalist movements have ultimately turned into, you just need to buy this product which purchases these carbon credits, which some organization somewhere verifies that some corporation is reducing their carbon output to this much, and then you're buying a product which ends up in a landfill anyway, or the gigantic like recycling scams that have been going on, where it's just like there's these huge recycling pushes that even get pushed by major Democratic politicians and are heralded as successes, and then you find out that actually the recycling program didn't actually recycle anything, that the recycling was being handed off to a third party, and that third party was promising that they were recycling it, but what they were actually doing it was dumping it on the shoreline of an African nation. And it's just like, oh Jesus, like what a heart-wrenching thing. And so I oh goodness, I bumped my own headphones off. Sorry about that. So the whole reason why I even bring this up is just because I think that it's so important to recognize and grapple with the sort of lefty critiques of the state, I think, even for liberals. Even if you end up being convinced still that the liberalism is the sort of the path or the right choice, I still think that there's much to be gained, an incredible amount to be gained, empowering things to be gained from grappling with leftist critiques of the state that are outside of the general liberal framework. I hope that all made sense.
No, it very much did, and I would certainly be more than willing. I'd be enthusiastic to engage with those critiques, just because that's always sort of the approach I've always taken, is to really sort of always challenge my fundamental assumptions about life, about what my politics are and why I sort of believe them. And I would I very much appreciate that you've been willing to engage just a little bit with what I've said, because
absolutely.
I don't want to take up any more of your time, but if I can just go on one more quick tangent, is that all right?
Yeah, we have just we're just about at the end, so go ahead, and this could be your closing statement. So we'll appreciate that a lot.
Oh, funny you used the phrase closing statements, because like I said, I am in law school, and kind of the career path I'm going towards is becoming a prosecutor, which I know that's very anathema to a lot of leftists, justifiably so. Yeah. And I don't want this to seem like I'm coming to DemonMama for career advice, but do you think there is a place for, if not leftists, but certainly very left-wing people, socialists and the like, to be prosecutors and such, recognizing very much that prosecutors are very much the accomplices of the state, and in a very real sense you could say they're the representations of the state. They are the state made manifest. And from the perspective I've always said is, the reason I justify it to myself is I think leftists and left-wing people, there always has to be a will to power. I mean, it's one thing to talk about these issues, but they don't mean anything if we aren't willing to seize the reins of power to actually put them in control. And I think part of why I wanted to be a prosecutor is because I wanted to be able to have the power to, at least in whatever small way I can, put my leftist beliefs into action at a level where I think it's very much, it's where it's really needed. So Do you have
That
any
is a
response
very
to that?
complicated question. That's a hard one because on one hand, I know a lot of people's instinctual response is going to be, well, better to have a leftist prosecutor than a right-wing prosecutor, and there's some truth to that. But also, perhaps it might be better for the leftist to just be a banger defense attorney than to have a leftist prosecutor and let that let sort of naturally right-wing position fall to somebody else that you can then just grapple with directly, or something along those lines. I don't know. I think that's a really hard question, and I would have to think on that. I don't know that I'm prepared to give an off-the-cuff response to whether I think there is room for a left-wing prosecutor. I certainly think that it would try morality. I would struggle, to do a job like that, where my job is to mete out a type of justice that I functionally don't believe in. I would have a very or to attempt, or not necessarily to mete it out, but to make the argument to put that thing, and to sort of follow up on something else that you said there is this idea of like the will to power, and being able to seize power. I think that there is a lot of nuance in the conversation of like how leftists can use and wield power, and I believe that some exercises of power are fundamentally not leftist. You don't make something leftist just by putting a label on it, or by having like a quote unquote right person piloting the machine. If you put a vegan at the top of the chicken crushing machine, it's still a chicken crushing machine.
Of course.
Yeah, and so like I think that like there's a concept I'm struggling right now to remember exactly which political thinker introduced this topic, but of detournement is the term, detourn, and of like detouring is like an idea of essentially taking a structure and completely bending it to a completely different use, basically corrupting something so that it cannot be used in the way that it was. Taking a structure or an idea or a concept. In the way that I most recently read about it is like taking words, deliberately taking words and using them in ways that they're quote unquote not supposed to be used, so as to befuddle their oppressive use. Literally like corrupting a structure via like, taking something that you're not supposed to be using and bending it in a certain way. And I think that is something that lefties have to do a lot. That lefties' will to power is a different path than that of the right, that we can't follow the same things. It's the same reason why I disagree with Leninists. This idea that you can just sort of seize a state, you can just roll in and take over the same institutions that were just crushing you underneath, and as long as you power it up with leftist power, it supposedly won't do the same thing. But we see that it does. We have to be willing to build power structures that are fundamentally different and that do fundamentally different things. So while I can't, I don't know that I'm prepared to just off the cuff say there's like no room for a lefty prosecutor, or whether there is or isn't, I do think that a serious interrogation of whether those power structures are capable of being turned to a good end in any real way other than just like minimization is important, because I think that an intelligent and powerful lefty is better than just minimizing, you know what I mean, in most cases. So that's just something to think about. I know that was kind of a complicated and not direct answer, or rather a direct answer, but not like it didn't come with like a one-stop solution. But I hope that it at least gives you somewhere to start thinking about it.
No, I appreciate it very much, and it's it's one of the things I very much struggle with, because the perspective why I wanted to be a prosecutor is because is frankly because I wanted to lock up rich people. I wanted to break up the big banks, as it were, break up big corporations. And you can do that as a prosecutor, but very much what you also have to recognize, especially when you're starting out, is your job will be essentially to prosecute misdemeanors, and is very most crime in general, especially violent crime, that will mean locking up poor people. That's the fundamental reality of it, and that's very much something, I struggle with. And when you talked about, some institutions maybe being inherently not leftist or inherently not socialist, that is something I very much struggle with, the way my career path, is going. And just because, I know there was earlier in the stream, there was some conversations about, about tongue-in-cheek drunk driving, but that will very seriously be my job. In fact, it's already been my job. That was part of the internships I did was, I had the privilege to actually be able to work in court, and, very much the bread and butter of my job is dealing with, was dealing with alcohol related issues and drug related issues. And that, that is also something that, I very much struggle with. And, I know for me, very much the left-wing answer is always is just become a public defender. But for me, what I always struggled with that is just because public defenders, one, it's very it's a very reactive position to the end. You're always having to respond to what the prosecution is doing, and I felt like, I would rather be in a position where I had some sort of power or some sort of control. But I don't know.
Well, I think I mean, I don't think that necessarily a public defender is necessarily the only path. I mean, God knows there are some things like the ACLU, civil liberties lawyers, who are very, very aggressive, and but I mean, to be fair, that is a path that is that requires a sort of commitment to a very aggressive thing, where you're looking for specific fights that you're going to be taking on and fighting for. That's also a thing. But I think that the fact that you're thinking about it to this depth is a really good sign, and I would encourage you to continue to think about that. I'm not in your position, so I can't give you the answer 100%, but I hope that some of what I said at least, gives you at least able to help you, think on a certain direction of it. And I hope we can talk again in the future as you think about it more.
Well, I would love to. I would say, I hope I didn't come off like I was, felt like you needed to give me a 100% answer or else.
No, not at all. I have my own little self-consciousness as a presenter, so part of it is I never want anybody to walk away not feeling, happy with their experience. So it's a little,
I very much understand. I very much understand.
Thank you so much. This has been a really wonderful conversation, and I really appreciate you coming on and asking such a really thought-provoking series of questions and topics. And just thank you so much for coming on. I really, really do appreciate it. We have to wrap now.
It's been my pleasure.
But
it's been my pleasure. Well, thank you so much for your time. You've been very generous.
Absolutely. It was wonderful. It was wonderful speaking with you, and I hope we can speak again in the future. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow, that was a great combo. Might have somebody for your server, by the way. Somebody who's a big thinker. Oh, you don't want to be on camera at all? I love you. I hope you sleep well. I'm gonna miss you. Sorry, it took so long, but I love you a lot. Bye for now. All right, let's do our next call. Let's do our next call. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Next call. We gotta keep on. We gotta keep moving. Gotta keep going. Not been able to find that amber that I need. There's supposed to be a desert or something. I don't even know how we can be warm enough. Hello.
How are you?
I am doing wonderfully. How are you?
I am holding up just fine. Well, in spite of COVID and sleep deprivation and all things like that. But
I'm so very sorry. That sounds painful. I hated having COVID. It was genuinely a absolutely terrible experience.
Even more of a pleasure the third time around, I promise. You should try it again.
Oh, no. I'm good. I'll leave that to you. I'm so sorry. Sounds terrible.
So you can call me Boone, I guess. He,
Welcome,
him.
Boone. Welcome, Boone.
Thank
you
you.
so much. The classics. Happy to hear some more.
I'm
classics.
repping.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
fantastic.
Absolutely. So I am not a content creator because I'm terrible at remembering ideas for content. So I forgot exactly what I was going to ask you, but I just thought as you were talking to that last caller, I wanted to know, especially in the space that you occupy, how important do you think political literacy is for advocacy, or to what extent do you think it's important to
when
read
you say
Hegel
like
back to back?
when you say like political literacy, you mean like the ability to like you mean like the ability to talk about various like political ideologies and like political history?
Maybe credentials. I think being able to articulate ideas is something inherent to most people. Like I've read Capital, but I haven't read Phenomenology of Spirit 3 times, right? But I still
Yeah.
feel like I can advocate for logical systems that propagate, good ideas that are generally agreed upon on the left. I don't know about the online left, but
I mean, I think that it really depends on what type of advocacy you're doing. Like I think that a lot of for a lot of people, I don't think that you need to really have all that much political literacy in order to be an effective advocate for a lot of things. I mean, I think that you just have to have a sort of familiarity with certain arguments and a understanding of what you're fighting for and why, the sort of basics for a lot of things. Like if you want to be able to advocate effectively for something like trans rights or gay rights or something like that, you don't have to have you don't have to have ever read any sort of serious political literature in order to come to good conclusions and be able to make good arguments on that.
Right.
But I do think that like depending on what you care about and want to talk about, some things can be very helpful, and I think that it can also just be personally enlightening. If you are going to be spending a lot of time grappling with like big, large scale political questions, I do feel like it's a good idea to become at least somewhat familiar. I am not like
Absolutely.
a heavy theory reader, but I've certainly read my fair share. And also I've engaged with a lot of people who are analyzing it, which I think is valid. I am not like I'm not a book measurer, a book stack measurer. I don't think that there's anything really to be gained by just being like, oh yeah, how many books have you read, this book, that book? You haven't even read it yourself. I don't think it's that important.
Thank you.
I don't. I think that like, it's kind of like people who overstate the value of like, being able to read every scientific study in order to argue about everything, when in reality most people are going to be engaging with like various expert opinions and then logicking from there, because like unless you are a specialist in a particular field, even if you're really scientifically literate, for example, it can be extremely difficult to work your way through a lot of very specific studies if you don't actually know. Like if you're not actually an expert in that field, like you could be another
just
type
a grifter, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could be you could be an expert in one type of science, and then you pick up a study from another school of science, and it's just you might not be able to fucking grasp any of it because they're talking about things that you have no expertise on. So I think that being able to engage in that case with expert opinions and multiple and measure between them is really, really important. And I think that's important for a lot of politics as well. I do think that there's value to come from engaging with a lot of political texts. Don't get me wrong. But I also think that like sometimes just being able to listen to people's reads on them, listen to multiple reads on them, and reason your way through that can be valuable. That was a bit of a rambly answer to that question, but basically, I think it's valuable, but I don't think it's like a be-all, end-all. And I think that depending on the topic that you're engaging on, it's of varied importance. I do think there are some things where, like, if you're going to be engaging in battles on about economics, if you're going to be like arguing about economic policy, it's probably good to have yourself up to snuff on like the nitty-gritty. But most people aren't going to be engaging in that. It's not even something that I like super engage in. I have, my opinions on economics are mostly like I don't usually engage in arguments of economic policy so much as I as ethics and my moral opinions, you know,
which are equally important, I would argue. I think a lot of policy are informed by ethics, but ethics are arguably subjective. I mean, you could say they're mostly tautological, like we just accept that right or wrong. But I think I think what I've noticed. So I've only been online, quote unquote, for like 3 years. You can imagine why. And when I started engaging in leftist spaces online, at first I was met with the tankies, and I thought, oh, more of this, fantastic.
Yeah.
And then I eventually worked my way through the swamp and found you guys, your sphere, so to speak.
Oh, cool.
And I was immediately over.
New. Well, some of us are kind of new to these online spaces.
Yeah, it's that which I feel like I sort of was there when a lot of you guys started engaging with the space, and I wondered, what has your experience been like? Because you mentioned earlier when you started, you said you were at least you realized you were probably more of a rad lib in some ways. What is your experience? Yeah, how is that? Has your growth been mostly due to content creation or by proxy, do you think?
It's been a bit of mix. You know, okay, I'll be completely honest. Most of my growth, politically, has been a result of engaging in incredibly, you know, deep and personal conversations with my partner Doe.
Which is brilliant. So
like truly, like, and I know that that's like, you know, maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's a little cringe or something, but it's not cringe to me.
No, it's not cringe. No.
But like Doe is one of those people who engages directly and very deeply with political philosophy to a degree that I can't. Like Doe, it's just very passionate about political philosophy. It's very into reading even the dustiest, driest texts you could imagine. And but it knows how to analyze them and engage with them in ways that it's been able to sort of challenge me and argue with me and challenge some of my positions, and also bring up points that I hadn't thought about. And my ability, I've always been, for all my life, I've always been somebody who learns a lot from like engaging in debate. Like I am that type of person. And I know that like debate bro types tend to overstate how many people like that are out there, because they want to believe that, like, you know, all their debate stuff that's, you know, is super important and world changing. But
aesthetics
I do believe,
and whatnot, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely like a lot of people out there who are like that, but I don't think, and I'm one of them. I'm just one of them. I don't think it's as many as some debate people think, but I am certainly somebody like that, where I benefit from being able to like say an opinion and then have somebody go, no, I don't agree with that, and here's why, and then I have to go,
Absolutely.
oh shit, like I didn't think about that. So for me,
defend your ideas, you know. Yeah, that kind
I
of
like
thing.
that. I love it. It's like my brain
can be
just
healthy.
ticks. Yeah, and it makes my brain just work in that direction, and you know, so I've engaged in a lot of that on my own time, where I've had to sit and grapple with ideas and seek out their answers, or be confronted with other answers that I didn't necessarily have, and that certainly helped me grow a lot, and I'm very thankful for that. I will say that there has been, you know, that's the primary one. Although I will say I've certainly learned some from other content creators. I think of, you know, my ability to, the fact that I can engage with different ideas critically, you know, in a fairly leisurely manner and think about them. I think there are a lot of essayists who've made me think more deeply about political topics. But I do think that sometimes there is a problem in content creation spaces, political ones, which is that we get stuck in a fairly shallow analysis often. And I do think it limits us, but I also don't know what the answer is, because the truth is that it's very, very difficult to make like a content creator career off of like diving deep into political, or like also, but just diving deep on like political philosophy and stuff. It's just hard. It's just difficult to do. And I don't think it's impossible. I just think it's difficult. And so sometimes I think a lot of I've gotten mad about this even, which is a lesser version, but it's emblematic, which is like the wonkiness trap. where it's like because it's easy, because the news cycle is already there and being produced for you. There's you can kind of like be like, oh yeah, like I'm just gonna react to the news, and I'm gonna talk about the news, and I'm gonna talk about the polls, and I'm gonna talk about this. And even if you're a lefty and you're doing that, like you're functionally being a liberal, like you're just watching.
Yeah,
You're just
it's
poll
just
watching.
the spin room basically on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do think that's a risk that content creators can fall into, and it's a problem that like it's difficult to overcome. And part of the reason why I like doing streams these ones is because I get to take my regular audience for a ride and listen to other people and engage in like, you know, conversations like this one and like the last one that we had, where we're grappling with very, very specific topics to a great depth, and they lead usually to people asking deeper questions. Hope that made sense.
It does, yeah, and I actually had nothing planned, by the way, so I guess this worked out pretty well. I notice, I guess when you talk about the risk, I think that spaces like this, at least from what I've observed in the last couple of years, people get pretty cynical, like really cynical. Have you felt that, or is that just me projecting as a viewer?
No, you're 100% right. You're 100% right.
Okay.
The cynicism is absolutely something that happens. And I think, I mean, with some specificity, like, I think that we could drill down on what causes it. I think a lot of it is a result of, like, okay, so, like, one specific example I could talk about is, like, the cynicism that resulted in at the end of, like, the Bernie wave. Which is that a ton of people were getting really excited about politics, and they were very, very excited, and they were like, wow, I feel hopeful, I feel good. And then they saw it get crushed in real time. A lot of people put a lot of work into Bernie's campaign, into talking about it, into making a case for it, and all this stuff. And then just to have it kind of like, you know, go belly up was very disappointing. And that can lead people to a certain type of cynicism that can even become very toxic. But I think there's other things too, like these spaces are very subject to being, like, I guess the best word for it would be like, I guess the best word would be like hijacked or
co-opted,
or
maybe
co-opted or maybe even parasitized. Which I think is like really common. And it's like basically here's like some ostensible self-styled political streamer or whatever, but in reality what they really like to do is do drama, and they find out that, you know, they can basically take advantage of a bunch of people's genuine political motivations to you know, functionally just make a giant miserable, you know, like drama storm and for their own gain. And if they're in an established position or something like that, they can pretty much do it as much as they want, and nobody can say anything.
And get away with it.
And get away with it. And
that's what having a platform means, essentially, now.
Yeah,
for better or worse.
Yeah, there's not necessarily much anybody can do. There's not much like that basically anybody could do about it. And if it, you know, and so what will happen is even if some people are like, I know how to, like, I'm gonna deal, you know, I'm gonna learn how to ignore this or move on from it or find my own way to thrive that doesn't involve me having to engage with this. Like, even if that happens, a lot of people are just gonna get tired and then burn out. And then the cynicism starts to set in, and it's for very human reasons. It's just like, I'm tired of dealing with this shit. One thing that's like really difficult that I think induces like an absolutely like large amount of the cynicism you're talking about is like getting bogged down by like horrific bad faith actors. A lot of people, most people in their daily lives do not have to engage with bad faith, what we would call bad faith actors. And
not even close.
Not even close. You're just talking to people that you know, friends, whatever. Maybe you get mad at them or whatever because you hate their arguments or something like that.
I do.
But you never have to, like, most people never have to engage with somebody who has like an ulterior motive.
There's no stakes, right?
Yeah, there's nothing like that. And it's like the ulterior motive thing can be like, oh my God, it can be maddening. It can literally drive you crazy, especially when it's like, I mean, God, there's like the gaslighting that can happen when you're just engaging with people who are fucking pretending to argue with you and take your time on stream, and then it turns out they don't actually give a shit. They were just trying to fucking waste your time or tire you out, or they were just trying to make content out of you. Boy, does it burn a lot of people out. So yeah,
Rolling in 2023, basically.
yeah, and straight up, I do think that that's like one of the reasons why there's so much cynicism in these spaces, and you know, maybe not to over psychologize, but I do think that a lot of people who come into these spaces are like politically interested, like artists basically. They're people who are interested in making a creative thing. They want to do a show or whatever, you know. They're like, you know, that's. I mean, I know
I'm
that
a musician, so
yeah. I mean, a ton of people who are in these spaces are like that. YouTube attracts a lot of people like that, including myself included.
does.
And when you come into a space and you're like, okay, yeah, I'm very political. I have a lot of political opinions, but ultimately I'm an artist and I want to make something. When you get bogged down by all the stuff that we've mentioned previously, but on top of that, like also just like the way that these spaces, the way that like these websites and whatever, like incentivize certain types of content creation, and the way that you have to grind at it, and the incentive to constantly take shortcuts, like, you know, becoming a drama streamer, which gets you lots of clicks and can probably get you a lot of donos depending on the situation. A lot of those things lead people to just go, God, this isn't what I imagined it was. Like, I thought I was going to get to be, you know, artistic and talk about the politics that I care about and make something cool. And now I spend all my time trying to, like, meet the algorithm's desires so that I can make a fucking paycheck, or so that people will even see my stuff. All of that can lead to a absolute fuckload of burnout and cynicism. You know, people get blackpilled and then they're just like, fuck it, whatever, it doesn't matter anymore. And it sucks, but I think those are the reasons, yeah.
It's pretty transparent. I mean, a lot of you guys are really, I say you guys, like you especially, are very genuine and forthcoming with like what's going on with your channel, your show, people you interact with. I've never really felt like I was being misdirected. How do you, personally, how do you sort of rise above that then? Because I don't feel that your shows or your content is cynical at all.
Well,
I actually really like it for that reason. Yeah. How do you? Is that a conscientious thing, or is it just sort of where you've ended up? Do you think?
I mean, I want to believe it's a conscientious thing. I mean, I
Yeah,
certainly
probably.
think about it a lot. It's something I've thought through and toiled over mentally a lot. You know, I've spent a lot of time having to think about how do I want to approach certain things, and a lot of them are not easy to come to conclusions on, you know, like where I'm like, am I going to engage with this? Like this thing is like bothering me or whatever. And I've certainly not made the right decision at times, but I you know, but also like, I do think it's an active process. I think you have to like keep your eye on the prize. And for me, when I started this, I wanted to have a long-term focus, which was that like, I don't know if I'm ever going to make money with this, but I always want to think about like how I can make my show better, and I want to think about what I want to build in the long run. And one of those things was like that I was always fixated on was like I wanted to build a community that was able to help each other and then like empower each other in some way. And stuff like I want to make sure that like my channel is like full of this is gonna sound completely egotistical, but I wanted it to be a full of my style, my personal style. I didn't want to infuse it with other stuff, and I know that like there's risks in that because there's a possibility that people just don't find your style that cool. But even if that was the case, I wanted that to be the case. I wanted to be able to find a way to like, you know, I wanted to be able to convince people that hey, the cool stuff that I'm coming up with and doing is cool, and you should enjoy it, and here's why. And keeping those things in mind, even when there's like all kinds of fucked up toxic incentives and whatever else, is hard. And I won't lie that I have like that I haven't struggled with it at times. Like, I mean, God, I mean, this year particularly, I've even talked about it on my stream that like there's been a lot of times where I've just felt very disappointed or burnt out or not necessarily fully burnt out, but like on the verge of burnt. Oh, there's definitely been times this year when I've been burnt out. I mean, I fucking took a month off to go on a road trip for God's sake. But
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there is an aspect of that of being like, you know, God, like sometimes I find myself going, what the fuck am I even doing? Why do I turn on a camera and subject myself to all the stupid ass opinions that people have about my shit? And boy, do they have a lot of stupid ass opinions. But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, you have to keep that big picture in mind. Even if like, you know, my next stream isn't the most popular stream that's ever happened or whatever, the goal, I have to keep my eye on the goal, on my bigger goal, which is I want to foster a community that's passionate, that's excited about the stuff I'm excited about, that gets each other excited about the stuff they're excited about, all those kinds of things. So
yeah.
I
think I like that you use the word artist because that's really important. I think part of the not to overuse the word, but part of the cynicism comes from sort of itemizing all these streams and sort of categorizing them and filing them away, and we're diminishing the personalities.
Yeah, I do think that happens
even
a
if they're
lot.
curated. Yeah, it's an art form to do this, like to sort of curate as you have done with your community. That doesn't just happen by accident. Well, maybe sometimes, right? I don't know, but
I think it. I don't think it happens. I don't think it ever happens fully by accident. But I think that you can kind of like. I do think there's a lot of there's always a lot of luck involved in all these kinds of things. But I do think that like luck can help you. Well, yeah. So
maybe a little.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah. What was I gonna say? There was something else I was gonna say on that where it's like, oh yeah. I mean, I think on what you're saying, like the like commodification or itemization. I can't remember the word exactly that you just used there, but
basically that commodification
like,
is the right word. Yes.
Oh my God, the pressure is so high, and you do have to actively resist it, and sometimes it's actually nightmarish. Fuck, earlier this year I put a ton of like Star Wars reviews out that I was really passionate about and having fun with. And they definitely did not do good in views, and that was like, it was like stabbing myself in the heart over and over again. Legitimately, it makes you feel depressed. And but I chose to do it anyway. And maybe it's a good thing that I like. Maybe I have a masochistic streak that's strong enough to transfer over to my work here. But whatever it is that let me be able to do that, I'm glad that I did it, because that's the type of stuff where if I put that out, it even if it hurts, even under all of the incentivization to like make your product a certain way. Straight up, if I was to follow what like YouTube wanted, if I was to follow what all of the analytics and everything like that wanted me to do, I would be doing videos about drama every single day. No joke. I would be picking somebody to fight with, a big content creator to fight with or complain about every single day, and my numbers would be fucking great, but I would want to die. And and also what I would be producing is something that I wouldn't be proud of, and that I think wouldn't be doing anything good. So you have to, there is an aspect of like having to actively resist that commodification. The pressure is really, really high to just turn your stream into a product. Oh, on this, another thing, an even better point than even talking about the drama, I can't even believe I didn't think about this, but it's just like the upload schedules. YouTube will try to tell you that with no qualifiers, the best thing you could do is upload as frequently as possible. And that is actually insane, but it literally will tell you that. It will literally be like, good job, you uploaded 3 more times this month, which resulted in an increase of X many viewers. Good job. And it'll have little confetti in the back end telling you did a good job for doing that. And it's like, but that's horrible. If you try to upload that frequently, your content quality will decline, and you'll feel it. You'll feel the decline, and it sucks. So there is I always try to give advice to other people, other creators in this space, that you have to like. I am not like I don't know. I guess I'm not like, I don't have much ascetic or asceticism in my belief system. I don't believe in like, you have to go and live in the woods and not eat food and live in a sack.
You and me both, sister. Don't worry about that. Those primitives can have their time, but
straight up on this, you have to learn to adopt like a monk-like approach to how you make YouTube content. You have to be able to like, I will resist hunger. and like you have to like I will not be tempted by the confetti and the actual things that are saying that my your boss telling you that you're doing a good job. No, I'm not tempted by it. I will wear sackcloth for a day in order to make sure that I don't forget that it's lying to me. You know what I mean? Like you have to actually adopt a really weird approach. There's actually a really to cap this off. I guess the last thing I'll say on this particular topic. There's a video by Big Joel.
Oh yeah.
And I've shown it on stream a long time ago. Let me get the title of it. YouTube. Hold on. I think it's called Big Joel. See if I can find the title of it. I love Big Joel too. It is called. No, where is it? Is it called? I think it's called like the existential horror of YouTube or something like that.
Oh, that one. I've been meaning to watch that actually. Yeah. Yeah.
Existential.
I just watched his Disney reviews, and that was not about existential horror, but close enough.
Where the hell is this video? Oh my god, I can't find it.
Maybe it's Little Joel?
I don't think it's a Little Joel.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, let's see. Yes, here we go. It's The Strange World of YouTube's Corporate Propaganda. That's the name of the video. It's from 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
It's one of his less popular videos, but The Strange World of YouTube's Corporate Propaganda. It touches on everything we've been talking about here, and I think it's a mandatory watch for anybody who who cares about these spaces at all, or like thinks about them or wants to work in them. God forbid, because it will open your eyes to what I'm talking about here, like the way in which this space is not like really any other, and the way in which you have to train your mind if you actually want to be able to make a channel that has any staying power or makes you feel anything good.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little sad. I mean, ultimately, this is just boils down to capitalist realism. Surprise, but it is kind of a shame to think about. You know, the bright-eyed streamers who want to get in the space. They got something to say, and I love that for them, but like if you don't know what you're getting into, I feel like finding out is probably the worst part, right? So
yeah.
God, I sound like a doomer.
No, it's nothing doomer. There's nothing doomer about it.
Go out there and make content.
No, I mean I think it's the sad part is like seeing people come into the space and then burn out. And I've seen it so fucking much. God, I've seen it so much since I came in here. Like I feel I've only been doing this for 4 years, but I literally feel like I've watched like eons pass before my eyes.
Like that Interstellar scene.
Straight up, no joke.
I think you're.
It's just like of content creators coming and going, and sometimes I'll like drop a name, and that I'm like I remember them perfectly, and then I realize, oh shit, like nobody in the fucking world knows who I'm talking about.
Lost
and that makes me so sad. It's just god, yeah.
Music is a lot. I mean, there is no music industry. If anyone tells you that, they're grifting. I don't know what to tell you. There is no music industry, but the community, if you will, is very much like that. Like I would spend 2-3 years on a single album, put it out, and all the streams were from us, and maybe one guy in Peru. Bless him, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you're out there,
gunners, but you love them.
Yeah, the real loyal fans. But and I think this is gonna sound like super liberal, but it comes down to if you don't love what you're doing, blah blah blah, that kind of spiel.
Straight up, though, no.
But that's true, isn't it? I mean, you can't get away from that as a creative. You can't escape the whole like, oh, love your job type thing. I mean, it's true, but I wish we could do that more freely.
Yeah.
I wish we were not constrained by the conventions of the industry. But
well, and the thing is, I think more people would love this job if there wasn't so much of the bullshit that we've been touching on here. Straight up, I do think that there are people who fall out of love of it. They actually were in love with it, and they could be in love with it, but there's things that get in their way. And I would like to reduce those things, because I think a lot of these people who we see disappear, I know for a fact that a lot of them had so much cool stuff to bring to the table, and I want to see more of them be able to do it. Anyway, it's been absolutely wonderful talking with you. We are
likewise.
at the we're at the sort of end of our segment here, where I gotta bring in one more person. But
Okay.
This was a really, really great convo, and
Well, thank you so much.
I think you like really brought up. You really gave me a lot to work with, so I appreciate that a lot.
I tried. I came in with like empty hands. I was like, I'm on a live stream for the first time in my life. Alrighty.
Wow, first time ever. You did
yeah,
great.
this is the first time I've talked to anyone. Well, thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to talk to you. I love your show. Been watching.
you.
I found you through Bosch, and I've been enjoying your stuff for years. And
Hey,
keep,
awesome.
keep
OG.
trucking. Aside from the rules you have in place, an addendum. Don't get cynical.
So yeah,
there you go.
I will do my best. I promise you. I have one thing that I have going for me. That maybe it's my ADHD, maybe it's something else, but I will say once I start to get cynical, I lose passion real quick. So so hopefully the desire to quit will beat me before the cynicism does. And in the ideal world, neither will beat me. But
exactly. Well, obviously, impervious, immortal, infernal, etc., of course. Yeah.
Thank you
Absolutely.
so much for coming on. This has been a wonderful conversation. I hope you have a
Thanks so
wonderful
much,
rest of
Steve.
your night. Absolutely.
Hey, peace. Take
Good
care.
night. Damn, what a great convo. What an absolutely fantastic conversation. My God, the combo quality tonight has been fucking awesome. What an awesome call-in stream. All right, I think we have one more caller. And then I think I have to stop. My back is hurting, so it definitely, and we are at 7.5 hours, which means you all got bonus content. I'll read donos at the very end, so don't go anywhere if you want your dono read. I will read it at the end. And also, if you're watching, consider donating, please. Please consider donating. Please, please, please. Oh my God! Nasty!
Ah.
Hey!
Hey,
Nasty, I'm gonna show that if I can in a second. Anyway, welcome, Pan!
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing great. This has been a absolutely fantastic stream. I hope you've been enjoying. I don't know if you've been listening, but if you have, I hope you've been enjoying it.
I've been listening. Yeah, I've been listening. You know, I think that the waiting room watched a little bit. You know, I'm just more shocked that you were playing Fortnite the whole time.
Yeah, I can't believe I've been playing Fortnite and not even playing Fortnite well. I've just been absent-mindedly picking up berries. I did build one house. That was cool, and I did unlock a couple levels, but to be honest, most of the work was done by Grimedango. Getting carried again, the second time in the history of the channel. First the Grimedango card, now the Grimedango Lego? What is this?
Like, just have, like, Lego ideas page. Grimedango Lego set.
Yes! A custom Grimedango Lego set. Oh my God, if we can mod this game, I'll do it. I'll make a custom Grimedango skin.
It would be really funny, honestly. But, yeah, like, since this is near the end, I just wanted to finish up the topic just simply about, you know, good old piracy.
Oh, based. I disavow. No, we,
disavow.
I disavow. Just kidding. All right, so
I
yeah, hit me
believe
with
that-
the piracy. Wait, did
yes,
you?
I believe.
Were you the one who I can't remember. Somebody posted that Louis Rossman video about piracy in the.
Oh, I don't think I was. I think it was someone else.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember who posted it, but it was good. And I watched that this morning. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess my question would be like obviously like we quote unquote disavow when we pilot movies from big corporations, you know.
Yeah.
But like, how would you think about when it comes to more like, I guess, small creators? Like, I don't know, someone who's like someone's Patreon, for example, because some people use Patreon to have art on there.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like if somebody like leaks a Patreon or whatever? I don't think you should do that. Don't pirate from people who can't don't pirate from people who are working hard and actually giving you something good. That's my opinion. I don't think it's like a giant moral transgression, like to the biggest degree or whatever. But you shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
You should, fucking be cool about it. Don't steal that shit. I mean, part of the reason why, like, I do my show the way I do, where I make everything free and then I ask people to do, is because I don't want that to be a conundrum for anybody. I would rather people just be able to watch it for free. Oh shit, a dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just like people to be able to watch it all for free and then pay me if they want to. But other people have a different approach, and other people didn't necessarily think about that. So, if it's a small creator, consider not stealing from them because they definitely probably need it. But yeah, I don't think that like you should be slapped in irons or that you should be like, in prison or anything, crazy like that. But I do think that people should think twice about like piracy when it comes to like some small creator, I really do.
Yeah, because like don't get me wrong, I think like obviously quote unquote disavow like big stuff, but like when it comes to small creators, I'm like I have seen takes of like, well, I'm against all IP, so therefore I think piracy is okay for lower levels, or it's okay to steal for like smaller creators, which I'm like, not really. Like, I think there's a difference. Like obviously, like when it comes to like, should copyright exist? Like, ideally, we wouldn't need it to exist because, well, if we live in an ideal society, money doesn't matter. But
well, I think that people sometimes take their anti-intellectual property like as a corporate structure, as a corporate and legal structure path to being like, I mean, I had an argument with somebody recently. I don't remember. I don't want to mischaracterize them, but the core of the argument was basically like, I think their argument ultimately boiled down to like they don't think anybody should be forced to like respect IP law or whatever. Or respect copyright at all. And I was like, well, yeah, that's fine. I can understand you not wanting people to be forced at like gunpoint or whatever. But also at the same time, like taking somebody's idea and passing it off as yourself is like an ethical transgression, not necessarily like, it's not really about going to prison. It's about the fact that you're like lying to people. You're being dishonest. You don't actually have that talent. You're misleading people and you're taking something that somebody else put their life into. And I think that we should develop an ethic of celebrating what people accomplish, you know what I mean? Honestly and straightforwardly. I mean, I don't know. My position is just like, if people aren't going to give me credit for what I do, if people aren't going to respect that, then I just won't do it. You know what I mean? I mean that quite literally. It's not about, like, I give my shit away for free, People can watch my entire show for free, no paywall. I'm not like, it's not about the money for me, but if I like spend my life building something and then I don't even get to have like the be remembered for that thing, that's pretty shitty.
Yeah. Like, I do think there's obviously a difference between like when it comes to like your like intellectual IP law and like just like you taking credit for something,
Yeah, exactly.
So like, cause
I don't think it's about IP law. I think it's about respect, and I understand people who are like super against IP law because I do think that most of like American IP law is fucking ridiculous and laughable.
Yeah,
and
the
also
stuff with like Mickey Mouse. Like, every time like he got closer to the deadline, they always extended it. It's like some bull crap like that. Like, don't get me wrong.
That's like one prominent example, but also just like the way that patent law can be abused to like basically have people sit around and come up with a corporation employs smart people to sit around all day and come up with an idea, come up with ideas that they then claim the right to because you came up with the idea under their employ, and they never actually intend to develop the idea. They just don't want their competitors to get the idea first, so then they sit on the idea. Like that kind of shit is just straight up toxic, and I have no respect for it.
Yeah, like I think like honestly, public domain stuff is rad. Like, don't get me wrong. I think I don't like something like I've seen like public domain stuff. You see like cringe stuff like insert Winnie the Pooh is dark, etc., etc. But at the same time, like it's that creative freedom is the purpose of like public domain stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, regardless of how you feel about Walt Disney, he should be credited with like Mickey Mouse, etc.
Yeah, sure.
Like,
I mean, there are characters that he created with his own hand, that he drew with his own hand, that he should be remembered for.
At the he should be remembered for that. But how at the same time, like, let people work on that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think that like, I don't know, like I have a very liberatory view towards how things should be able to be remixed and built off of, and. Excuse me. Oh my goodness! I just get hit by a power sneeze. My goodness. That hit me like a fucking bullet. But yeah, like but again, I think I would encourage people to respect one another and to respect other people's creations and to credit people and to say, hey, this is where I got this character from and I really liked it and I wanted to build off of it and here's my own version of it. I mean, God, like how many, here's an example of that. It's like how many absolutely killer remixes and covers of songs have we listened to? I mean, hell, like even that, even earlier I was playing a cover from the Prince of Egypt, you know, by that a cappella musician, Sam Robson, who I love. I love that that we can enjoy a cover that elevates the art in a different direction while still being able to pay homage to the original. I think that's awesome and wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. It's like how Vosh likes Nightcore.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Wait, Nightcore?
Yeah, it's weird.
I thought it was I thought he liked Electro Swing.
Oh yeah, Electro Swing. Sorry, yeah, I was wrong. It was Electro Swing.
Yeah. That's a, you know, listen, no hate. I'm not a big fan of Electro Swing, but hey, there are some good Electro Swing tracks out there. And everybody's got their own favorites.
I haven't really listened to Electro Swing much. I've heard a little, but like it's
like all funky.
Okay. Yeah, it's funky. What else? What was I gonna say? I was gonna say one more thing. It kind of slipped my mind.
Oh, that's okay.
It's like up the timber tongue. Dang it! I think I forgot it.
Oh, no worries. Not a big deal.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, like I just wanted to talk about that and also thank Alora, Hellish Trans Girl, as well, and Jessica Metal. You know, they did a lot of work for them, and they should be applauded for that.
Yes, absolutely. Please, everyone, make sure that you give some love in chat to Alora, Hellish Trans Girl, and Jessica Metal, who did a absolutely ton of work tonight to make this possible. Alora, of course, is the one who has designed our entire call-in system, which is a hell of a task, for which I am incredibly thankful. Sorry, I just died in a really weird, or I didn't die, I guess, but something weird happened.
Yeah, it stalled.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Apparently, like if you go into certain water, it will just like throw you back on shore, but it just does like this really abrupt black loading screen, and I was like, what the fuck happened? So,
I remember the original Fortnite. If you went off the island to the water, it would just instantly kill you, and that's the game.
Oh my god, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Scary.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
how it does.
I see what it is. Oh, it's my stamina bar. I was sprinting when I jumped into the water, so I technically drowned.
Oh yeah. So Breath of the Wild syndrome. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I see now. This does have some Breath of the Wild. The little buff icons are like straight out of Breath of the Wild. It's an interesting game so far, though. I mean, I love normal Fortnite, so.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was thinking I was going to play some, but I've been so enraptured by the conversations, I've barely noticed that I've just been... I don't even think the viewers have noticed that I've just been dying and running across the entire island to try and get back to my dead body to rescue the like, handful of loot that I have after getting killed by a fucking monster coconut crab that did, like, a gajillion damage to me in a single shot.
The CIA crab.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
He hit me with the CIA lose all HP ray.
Yeah, it's so sad that DemonMama got shot twice in the back and committed suicide. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, it's crazy. Apparently,
CIA
she killed
coconut
herself
crab.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she just had it's just she intentionally bought the coconut crab. Now you don't have to look through her record books to see if she actually bought one.
Well, how have you been generally? I hope you've been well.
Oh,
it's been a while since we last chatted.
It's been a little bit. Like I've just been busy with school, but overall, like I'm doing fine. I played different games. I'm trying to learn coding more, and overall, Fallout New Vegas is an amazing game. Also, Fallout New Vegas was just amazing. I'll just say that.
True.
But a pain to mod.
What's that? And then what?
It was a pain to mod because I couldn't even load it because I kept crashing. I had to get an anti-crash.
Yeah.
It was
downside of games getting old is sometimes getting them running in the first place can be a bit of an experience in and of itself.
Yeah, Bethesda, fix your stuff.
Oh God, I just watched a video about Bethesda games by Nakey Jakey. I don't know if you ever watched Nakey Jakey, but Nakey Jakey's damn good. Nakey Jakey did a video about Bethesda games recently. It was a real treat.
It just works.
Yeah, it just works. Yeah, okay.
16 times the detail.
God.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy you were able to get it running eventually anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, currently I'm just stuck with spreadsheets and Football Manager. But yeah, overall, I've been doing good.
That's awesome
And
to hear. It's great to get to talk with you again.
Yeah, it's good to get to talk to you too. But anyways, I don't want to keep you for too long. Alora's probably is gonna wrap up. And yeah, that'll be it.
Awesome. Well, Pan, thank
I
you
guess you
so
could
much
do
for
it.
coming on. And it was great to talk with you. It was good to talk about being a yar har har swashbuckler.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
And again, Mr. Bezos, we would disavow.
Yes, we disavow, of course.
Yes.
In this case, though, I don't know who the CEO of Google is, but whoever that is, we also disavow.
Yeah. Yes, of course, we all disavow. But yeah, of course, great talking to you, and I hope you have a good day.
Thank you so much. Good night for now.
Goodbye for now. Also, Posada Strong is a conspiracy. Posada Strong is not who you think he is. Okay, later.
Good night. Damn, Posada's John catching fucking getting put on blast at the end there. Posada's John destroyed. Hello.
Hey, let's hear. I think I accidentally got my volume all the way down.
Oh, that's fine. Actually, your volume is quite high on my end, but that's okay. All right.
I don't think I can hear you.
You can't hear me?
Let's hang on.
Oh no. Hello? Now I can't hear you. You might have to restart Discord completely.
Yeah, I unplugged and plug in my my headset. Yeah.
I got you
that
now.
should
I
work
can hear
now.
you now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Fantastic. We've
I'm
got it. We
just
got it going.
stretching because we got this in the bag.
We got this
another
in
one
the
done.
bag. It was beautiful.
And I just wanted to take a little bit of time to be a little bit of retrospective because just about 1 year ago, we did that 3-day, 20-hour call-in marathon that burned both of us out for 6 months.
The scars still fucking burn. I'm not even kidding you. I thought about that earlier today. I was like, oh my God, remember that time when I had to do that? Well, thanks to you, straight up, thanks to your work on putting together
Never
a
again.
functional system, we'll never have to do that again.
Yep.
Oh man.
I just want to come in here and be a little bit of retrospective and make a little bit of melancholy because we did a lot this year.
We did so much.
I'm just focusing on my contributions to your stream with the call-in stuff. We did a lot, but I will be the first one to say that I was the one that organized the marathon stream. I made a lot of mistakes. I had people waiting for way too long, but we got the system out of it. And in fairness, you are not the easiest person to organize a call-in for because you like going long.
I will go. I went really long on that one debate, but I feel like it was worth it. I feel like we were talking about some important stuff. I couldn't just let that one hang. But yes, I am. I'm not the easiest.
I absolutely agree. We tried doing it with assigned time slots. That was a disaster, which is, quite frankly, on you, with all due respect and love, because you couldn't stick to the time slots.
Fucking way. It was impossible.
On the just like take a moment to I believe Silent organized a bunch of the early call-ins, and Silent did really good work. I'd also like to give special mention to Jessica Metal, who I believe was the de facto waiting room person for like the first few years and has been instrumental in helping get this system set up and run this system. And of course, Hellish Trans Girl. For some reason, I had trouble with that just now. Hellish Trans Girl has been fantastic and was the backup coordinator tonight. And just even if we don't do any more calls after this, I do want to keep doing these. But even if we stop here, I am very, very happy with the way it turned out and what we managed to do.
Me too.
So just looking back over the course of the year, just kind of relaxing after everything, this has been a good year, even if we got off to a really rough start, at least as far as college goes. And
it has been a fantastic
year. Yeah. And happy Impmas. It hasn't been said much tonight, but this is a great way to kick off Impmas, and it's only going to keep going uphill from here.
Yeah, we're getting the Impmas tree. We're getting the Impmas tree this week.
Fantastic.
So,
yeah. I just did want to just, if you don't mind me just waxing extemporaneously on some of the ideas that I would not really fully, but just like one or two things that I would like to do over the next year or so. Just these wouldn't be guaranteed. These are just some of the things that I'd like to do. Nothing really too much, just stuff we've talked before. So the first thing that I'd like to do is, as we've talked about many times, I would like to get sections of the Discord set up for the signal text that are both private and public, that would have a list of all the... That's what we forgot to do this time. I forgot to have a thread of what everyone wanted to plug.
Oh, yeah.
But that would be on like the public facing section. It could also be like where you would find the announcements for like upcoming signal nights and stuff like that. And on top of that, if everything goes well, and most of this is 100% on how my mental health is doing, right now the Signal Tech team is primarily, exclusively moderators.
Huh?
What I would like to do by the end of next year is have at least a couple imps, if they're interested, trained up and helping with at least one signal night. That is my goal. That would intersect with the Signal Tech area of the Discord. So
I agree with that completely.
This would take a lot of the pressure off of me, Jessica, and Hellish Trans Girl, because right now I would not feel comfortable doing this with only two people. And I would like to acknowledge Pam did help out tonight. So
thank you, Pam.
We technically had 4 people tonight. But if for whatever reason we only had 2, I would absolutely call off one of these things, because I think that the way that we work, we need the time off that 3 people gives us. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that is what I have looking into the future, and who knows, we might look back on this a year from now and go, man, we set our heights way too low. But
maybe.
or possibly way too high.
That's also a possibility, although I have a lot of faith in us. I think we've done some absolutely incredible shit, and I have a lot of faith in you, so.
Well, thank you, and I've got a lot of faith in us too. And just to say, for any of us who may be facing the life changes and may or not may not be able to return, you have been instrumental in helping set this up. I'm not going to say your name. I respect your privacy. You've been a big help. And if you don't come back for any more, we love to have you. If you can't come back and it works out with your life change, that is fantastic. And just for all the people that I mentioned, you are very, very much appreciated. So I just want to make sure that I got that out so that that's on the record.
Thank you.
And the person that it's about will know who it's about. So
Good.
And if you're interested in helping out, we will.
That change
I will
will be
have
coming soon.
DemonMama making a what?
I said that change will be coming in the future, soon, sometime in the future.
Oh yeah, pretty soon, yeah. But if and when we get to recruit imps for signal text, I will have DemonMama make an announcement, and then we can have people sign up. But that's about all I had. Unless you had anything else, I will let you go and relax. The credits are in the coordination thread.
Absolutely,
And
I'll
you can
read
read
them.
the donations.
Fantastic. I'm going to
All
read
right, have a good
donations.
night,
Read credits.
DemonMama. This has been fantastic. I hope to do. My goal for next year is between 4 and 6 signal nights. To my personal goal that I would like to see. If we do more or less, I'm fine with that. But that's my personal goal. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Good night. Wow, that is... All right, so I'm gonna quit out of Fortnite here real quick. I'm surprised I didn't get approved to be a Fortnite creator during the stream, but hopefully that will be approved by the time we stream next time. I didn't get the email about it. However, that'll probably be by next stream, and then you guys can all sign up using my code and make me feel special. However, I have to read our donations, and I'm going to read our credits. We have to go through our Signal Night credit roll, okay? So I'm gonna do that. And let me do that real quick. Let me bring that up real quick. But I gotta get some music. We need some music to play. Hold on. Here we go. I think this is the one that we want. Hold on. What? I think. The credit read for the December 2023 Signal Night. Let me turn it down just a tiny, tiny bit. It's still very loud. On-air talent, yours truly, DemonMama. Our signal technicians, Hellish Trans Girl, Jessica Metal, Alora Anafis, and Pan. Our coordinator, also known as our producer, Alora Anafis. Our backup coordinator, aka backup producer, Hellish Trans Girl. And a special thank you to all of our callers tonight. Redcarp, NaomiChance, Levi Matthews, Spookpunk, Ziz the Imp, SpiroGal, Nevy, Lightraize, Quinn, Jacob, boonoftyrants, Pan, and finally, one more time, Alora. Thank you all so much for coming to this wonderful Signal Night. And thank you to everyone who helped make this possible. Wait, we forgot Cherry. We forgot to shout out Cherry. Extra special thank you to Cherry, who we forgot to put in there, but that's okay. No worries at all. Cherry, who could ever forget Cherry? It's all good. What a successful stream this has been. We've been going, by the way, just as a quick stat read, we have been going for over 8 hours now. We have been chatting and talking and hanging out for 8 hours, and we still have 200 viewers at the end of an 8-hour community call-in stream. If that isn't hell power, I don't know what is. This community is more powerful than anyone knows. They have no idea what's gonna hit them in 2024. The reason why this community stands out like a fucking flaming beacon from hell is because of stuff like this. The fact that we have a deep thinking community that loves one another, that sticks together, that is willing to actually engage in content that is meaningful and interesting instead of just endless churns of empty factory garbage. There you go. I didn't think that far ahead. Much love to all my imps. And of course, remember, do not die And now I have to read my donations, so we'll keep the music going while I read the donations here real quick. Thank you to Biceps and Bikinis with the tier 3 sub. Congratulations. Congratulations on all of your life changes. That sounds absolutely fantastic. Don't use them for evil. Oh wait, you already did. Congratulations on using them for evil. Zucchina with the $5. I read out your question already, but thank you very, very much. And now let me just check make sure I didn't miss any YouTube donations, which I may have done. Gonna do that, gotta hit that real quick. Let me check the YouTube donations. And of course, Zach Fletcher, thank you so very, very much for joining. Ron's KFC with the unbelievably generous $20 super chat. Thank you so, so very much. And Screechy Tire, thank you so much for the $5 and the Cooking Mama funds. The track that was playing just now during our credits was A Phantom Pain by Ludwig Forssell. Of course, from the Metal Gear Solid 5 Phantom Pain soundtrack. An absolute banger. Now, this is your last opportunity, okay? I'm about to sign off, but it's not over quite yet. If you have it in your heart to boost up the donation numbers for our lovely, lovely mama, and of course, Alora, who will be getting a cut of tonight's beautiful donations, please take that opportunity now before I sign off and I'll read out your donation. That's right, you have one more chance to pump those numbers just a little bit higher. And it would mean a lot to me, and it would mean a lot to Alora. What a fun stream. I have barely looked at chat tonight, and I feel a little sad. I'm so sorry that I've barely looked at you all tonight. But you know what? There's so many of you still here, and I know that the chat was flying. So, that's kind of cool. It's kind of awesome that people were hanging out with each other. Almost like that's the reason why I do these streams, because I want people to get to know each other and make real friends. Because we're a pro-social space, a real one, a space that actually encourages people to socialize with one another in a healthy manner. Wow, isn't that amazing? Wow. I'm looking at some of the replies that I got on Twitter. All right. I don't see. DemonMama is still on? Yeah, I'm still on. But I'm about to wrap up. It's true. I do need to go rest a little bit. I need to go get out of this dress, as beautiful as it is. You know, one thing, listen, it's the end of the stream. It's late. I can say whatever I want. One thing I love about this is that you get to actually see how nice my tits actually are in this dress. Isn't it so flattering? Look at that. Woo! It's the late show. It's past midnight now. I know. The downside of the fact that I usually wear, well, first of all, it's partially the camera, the way that I have the camera set. It doesn't exactly catch it very often, but also I usually wear fairly, you know, I don't wear super form-fitting stuff usually. I usually wear comfy stuff because I know I'm streaming for a long time. But I will say, this one does pretty good. It's a gorgeous dress. Thank you so much. I really love this one. And I'm happy it looks as good as it did online. I was worried that I was gonna get it and it wouldn't look that great, but honestly, I think it's a real winner. And guess what? Not only do I have a whole new set of winter looks coming, which are gonna be amazing. I'm very excited to show off my winter fits, but also I still have a secret outfit that I'm saving for a very special occasion that none of you have seen yet. And I can't wait to show it to you. You're gonna love it. What material is this? I don't remember what material it's made of. Double check. I don't remember off the top of my head. It is materials. Spandex. Turkish spandex. Dubai Swarovski and Moroccan beads. Pretty interesting. Racanis with the $25. Next time I won't miss signups. Get ready to talk way too much about Dark Souls and Nerd Spaces. That sounds based. I'm looking forward to it. Remember, our call-in streams have a cooldown timer, and that's to make sure that everybody can get in so we don't have the same callers every single time. Most of our call-in streams, you get a cooldown. We keep track of who's called in, and we put a cooldown timer on so that we can make sure that everybody gets in the door, and it's not the same people every time. Except for Cherry. Cherry will always be there because Cherry has a platinum pass, and you all can fucking suck it. All right? Thank you, Screechy Tire. All right, everybody. I'm going to wrap it up now, okay? I gave a little bit of time for some generous people, and we got a generous donation for Racanis. So it's time for me to go get some rest. I am phenomenally tired, but today was a wonderful success. Thank you for being such a beautiful community. I am literally constantly thankful. Seriously. I am constantly thankful for how wonderful of a community I have. You all should be proud of yourselves, and I hope that you will join me in aspiring to continue to encourage a culture of mutual thriving, a culture of inquiry, a culture of introspection, and most of all, a culture of trans thriving. All right? Good night, everyone. Thank you for making this wonderful, and we have a whole bunch of cool streams coming up. This is just the beginning of our Impmas celebrations. This is the beginning. You have no idea what I have in store for you. So I'll see you all very soon. Good night, my lovely imps.